Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lost Planning the Interwebs. I know I'm getting started a little bit late here, but we're going to jump right in. Let me get this trial pulled up. Sorry about that. Had one of those cases of I can't sleep last night. You ever have one of those? Just cannot get yourself to go to bed. Or not, wasn't go to bed. I was in bed. We're going to jump right into this.
What's going on? There's a guy unresponsive in the snow. In the snow, 34? Yes, 34, the Alba resident, yes. I just pulled up behind it. Okay, 34 Fairview? 34 Fairview, Canton, Mass, yes. 911 is under order, where's your emergency? Hello? Yes, I'm sorry, can you come to 34 Fairview Road in Houston? 34 Fairview? Yes, there's a man unresponsive in the snow. Okay, what else? He's gonna get here, okay? Okay, what's going on? Is he face down? We just flipped him over. Okay.
We just flipped him over.
Who's that in the background? Is that someone related? That's his girlfriend, his name is John McCabe. Okay, how old is he? John is 46 years old. 46, how long has he been outside? I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car and it could have been a couple of hours. Is he, Terry? Is he? I don't know if he's breathing. There are two women trying to into his body and they're hysterical. Okay, can you just try to ask him? I know it's tough, but we already have the fire department going. They just got to know. Okay. Is he breathing? It doesn't seem to be breathing. Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to attempt CPR? Yes, he's got to do CPR. No, I guess he's gone. Okay, they don't feel comfortable doing so? No, I think he's passed away. Okay. All right, we have the fire department and the police department on the way. If everyone's planning CPR, then I'll hang up with you, and if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys outside? I'm right up front. I know, I'm on the phone with the Andrews. I know. So, Terry, you gotta get off of me. Terry, you gotta get off of him. You know if there's any alcohol or drugs involved? He
Okay, let me get the.
They've been out drinking. Yes, but I'm talking hours about maybe, and I think he's ever calling them. Okay, is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe his head out? Yes, possibly. I think he's bleeding in the face. Okay, bleeding from the face. All right. Yeah. Now, I think the pool of blood, if there is any. Something's coming out the nose, and one of the women is doing CPR. Okay, one of them is doing CPR? Yes, they're both working on him. All right, if you want CPR, and just let me, just give us a call back if you become a sponsor, right? But we're on the way. Okay, thank you.
Ms. McCabe, describe your mental state when you were speaking to 911.
I guess the best way to describe it was I was in shock. My heart was racing. I was trying to be as helpful as I could and get the information to the most important information out as quick as I could to the 911 operators. but also the scene there with Karen and Kerry was a bit chaotic between the two of them. So I was just trying my best to be as calm as I could, to get help there as fast as I could, and to answer their questions the best that I could.
Before you told the 911 operator John O'Keefe's name and his age, you said there's a man in the snow. Do you know why you chose those words?
I think I just wanted to get out the most specific details. So a man in the snow versus, John O'Keefe and into a story. I think I just was get the details to them as fast as possible, to get help there to him as fast as possible.
When you told the 911 operator that your friend John O'Keefe was the person lying in the snow, how did you know his age?
We used to joke because he was a couple months older than me. So I
That's
would,
a hilarious
say, you're
joke.
older than me. It was a silly little thing between friends.
When you called the 911 operator, had Kerry and the defendant already been around or near John?
Yes.
Do you know if they had begun trying CPR before you called 911?
I'm not sure if they had, because Karen had straddled him and was lifted her shirt, was warming him up. And then Kerry was yelling at her to get off.
Sounds hot.
And I think when Kerry got the blankets and was trying to put him under John, I think
straddled him, she
started
lifted
to
her
move
shirt.
him and wipe him. Blood started to come out. And then Karen was afraid that he was going to choke on his blood and wanted to move him on his side. But then Kerry was yelling at her, we can't move him. And this was kind of all going on while I was talking to 911.
You described what you saw, and you said at some point he was bleeding from the face area. Was that before or after he was moved?
After.
Before he was moved, did you see any active bleeding?
No.
I feel like, didn't I have this thing figured out better yesterday?
After you called 911, what do you do next?
I think I called my sister and she didn't answer. And then as I think I called her as I was walking over to John and she didn't answer. And then I immediately got down on the ground and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over.
How long did you try to help John for?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
How long were you and the defendant and Miss Roberts there before someone else arrived?
Police officer was the first to arrive. In the moments, it seemed like a long time, but I think it was fairly quick that they arrived.
Any point during the time when you tried to help Mr. O'Keefe and the first police officer arrived, at any point did you see any signs of life from Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
When the police officer first arrived, do you remember what happened next?
I remember it was very chaotic, but there was
goodness.
talk about a spotlight. And I remember, I think
You
I
have
got
an
up
itchy
and
ear,
ran to
man.
kind of wave the, to get the police officer's attention so he could see where we were.
And then what happens?
The police officer, not sure specific. I do remember him asking,
I don't remember what the
about
state
John.
told me to
I think
say.
he said, is he a drug user? He was just asking some basic questions.
And what's the environment? What's going on around you?
Karen's just running around crazy, like just yelling, screaming, kind of like a ping pong.
What are you trying to do?
I was just trying to talk to the officer. I guess I just went into this like type of mode of, all right, I have to just talk to him, get the
So
information
she's
out,
running around crazy.
figure
You're
out,
calm, and
like,
she's the
how we
murderer.
can best help John and like what happened to him and try to save
Got
him.
it.
Ultimately.
And what happens next?
More officers begin to come. fire and EMT. So the scene becomes active with a lot of different presence. John, I think they lift John onto a board at one point. The officers are asking us questions. Karen's kind of coming over, talking to the questions, and then kind of just running away. And then she just runs back over. She's doing a lot of screaming, a lot of repetitive, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Kerry, I think, Kerry's off kind of making phone calls.
Now it's could I hit him? Did I hit
to
him?
John's family.
Not just I hit him, I hit him. Which is pretty important.
Do you know what time the first responders lifted John from the ground and put him on that bed?
I don't know a time,
I'm not
but it
bored
was
yet. I will
That's
be.
the only question.
okay.
Trying to get everything set up still.
You heard your 911 call. Do you know the time of that 911 call?
Not off the top of my head, no.
At some point, did you talk to a number of different people at the scene?
Yes.
And who were you talking to?
The first officer was Officer Sarah. I know I spoke with him. I spoke with an Officer Lank, an Officer Good. There were other officers. I don't remember their names. There were EMTs. I don't remember their names either.
You have lived in this area for a long time?
Yes.
You're active in the community?
Yes.
Did you know Sergeant Good from before that night?
I knew of him. I didn't know him personally.
Did you know Detective Lank?
Yes, I knew him.
How did you know him?
We were friendly.
Your children ever associate with each other?
Not until recently.
After you had a chance to speak to some of the officers, did you move around at all yourself?
Yes, I kind of, the officers would talk to us here and then a little bit over to the side. I tried to comfort Miss Reed. At one point, Miss Reed was very upset. And one of the officers thought it would be best if maybe she went and just sat in one of the cruisers for a little bit because she was just doing a lot of screaming and yelling. And I think they were just trying to, get, work on John and make the scene a little less chaotic. So I went into the back of the car with her, and Kerry Roberts came over. And then we all were just sat in the back of Karen and I kind of were scrunched and sitting in the back, and Kerry was at the door of the cruiser.
Why did you get in the car with the defendant?
She was crying.
Why
She
didn't
asked me to
you?
get in. We held hands. We prayed. She did have blood on her hands, and she said, could I have gotten my period? Who's going to take care of the kids? She just kind of was all over the place. And then at one point, we saw them moving John towards the ambulance. And at that point, Miss Reed started yelling to Miss Roberts, go check on him. Are they working on him? Is he dead? Is he dead? And at that point, myself and Miss Reed got out of the car, and she started yelling and pulling on me to Google hypothermia and Google how long it takes for somebody, to die in the cold.
When the defendant first asked you to Google an inquiry about hypothermia, were you still inside the police cruiser or were you outside?
Outside.
What was the weather? I know it's an obvious question, but how cold was it?
It was very cold, windy. The snow was blowing. As I stated, I have multiple sclerosis. So when I'm out in either extremely hot or cold temperatures, I lose the feeling and sensation in my fingers, which obviously made the Googling very hard for me to do because of my, motor skills.
So when you were outside of the car with the defendant and she had asked you to do a search regarding hypothermia, did you try to do that?
Yes, I did.
Do you know the exact time from your memory? Not from reading or learning, but from your memory. Do you remember the exact time you did that?
No.
Was it after the police came that morning?
Yes.
Had you ever attempted to search about hypothermia anytime before that moment, that morning,
No.
or that day,
No.
that week?
No.
Was this the first time that morning after the defendant asked you to search that you searched that phrase?
Yes, it was.
And
Yeah,
did
you gotta-
complete your search and get a result?
So I think I don't
They
know
gotta
what came
address
up because
this.
I think as I entered it, I think I misspelled things. And so then I think I tried a second search.
I think what
And
happened?
again, I don't think I even paid attention to what came up because we were already on to the next thing. Karen was already moving and screaming about, the next thing to Kerry. Are they working on him? Is he dead?
Did the defendant move somewhere from the point when she first asked you to try to Google about hypothermia to something else?
She was next to me and then I think she took off. Like she kept kind of running off.
And what did you do?
I believe as they were I think I stood there, I believe as they were putting John into the ambulance, I went back kind of to the original spot where we had been talking to the police. And at that point, a new officer might have come because I remember talking to multiple officers there.
At some point, did you go back towards the area of Miss Roberts' car?
Yes, that's where I'm referring to. Sorry.
At some point, were you with the defendant when she spoke to an officer and a first responder?
Yes.
Do you remember if the first responder was a man or a woman?
I remember there was a woman right next to us. Yes.
What is a
Remember
woman?
if that was before or after the defendant asked you to search about hypothermia?
I'd be guessing if I then don't.
Don't guess.
Mm-hmm.
When the defendant was speaking to the first responder, the woman, were you near?
Yes.
Did you hear or do you remember the defendant saying anything to the first responder?
Yes.
What did she say?
She told the first responder, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
When she told the first responder, I hit him, how did you react?
I was like startled, kind of like, what are you saying? What are you talking about?
Did you say anything to the defendant?
I think after the second or third time she was saying it, I was like, Karen, like, what are you saying?
Why were you trying to interrupt her?
Because I thought she was just talking crazy. And I'm saying, why is she saying she hit him?
Were
So
you
your
trying to look
impression
out
was she was talking
Yeah.
crazy. That's your present impression at the time.
What was your motivation for trying to interrupt the defendant making the statements to the first responder?
Karen was hysterical, irrational, kind of.
I'll move on.
Oh, okay, I'm going to see Counselor Tadlock for just a minute, please.
Okay, hey guys, welcome. Oh my goodness, sorry for the couple-minute late start today. So we have a big task today to go along with this trial. One of my colleagues is a giant pussy. His name is Kurt, and we have these super tip voices, things like this, right? Super tips are great.
This bitch looks like a transgender Red Skull. Like a Hishim Chu villain. I mean, this bitch looks crazy.
I can't take it. Ronnie O'Neill voice. But my colleague on civil law sent a cease and desist letter to the super tip company to take his voice down because he's a giant bitch. And so I just want everybody to take an opportunity to
After you
use the super tip system
made
and
the search at the defendant's request for
use a different voice to
an
tell
inquiry
Kurt
regarding
exactly
hypothermia.
how much of a
did you have a chance to speak to the
how much of a
officers
bitch
further?
he is for that.
Yes.
Did they ask you to do anything or go anywhere?
What
Yes,
a complete pussy.
Officer Lank asked me to go into my
Don't
sister's
don't
house
use
and
my
to
voice
wake
to
them
make
up.
fun of me.
And your sister's name again?
Don't
My
do
sister
that.
Nicole.
And that is the house you were in the night before.
Yes.
And after you spoke to the officer, they requested you go in to speak to your sister, did you?
Yes.
Was there any directive on what you should speak to your sister about?
No.
After the officers asked you to go into the house, did you?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember what door you went through?
Yes, I went through the front door.
Was the door locked?
Yes.
How did you get in?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said, was it unlocked?
No, I asked if it was locked.
Oh, sorry. It was unlocked.
As you're approaching the house, were there any lights on?
No.
Was it dark?
Yes.
Any sign of any movement inside the house before you went in?
No.
Take us through walking through the front door. What happens?
So I went in the front door. I opened the door. I walked up the stairs into their hallway, and then I think I knocked on their door.
Bedroom door?
Their bedroom door. And then I opened the door. I went in and I walked over to the bed and I was like, Brian, Nicole, because I was in a position where I felt like the world was going on around me. So much was happening, but I also was aware that I was just about to wake up two people that are sound asleep, and they're going to see me standing over their bed and be startled, wondering, what am I doing here?
So what happens?
So it took a minute or two, and then Brian woke up and he immediately was like startled and was like, Jennifer, what's going on? What are you doing?
He woke up to
And
a woman just
then
standing
I
there
believe
staring at him.
Tried the best I could to say what was going on. I think I said, we found John.
You don't need to describe
Okay.
again, but I want to know their reaction and your interaction with your sister and Brian Albert.
They woke up startled and confused.
Did you have a conversation with them?
Yes.
How long was that conversation?
Brief. They got up, got dressed. I spoke to them.
And where did you go and where did they go?
Then all three of us went down the stairs.
The upstairs to the downstairs?
Upstairs to downstairs,
And
yes.
upstairs is the second level, is downstairs the first level?
Yes.
As you come down the stairs, can you see the front door?
Yes.
Is there anybody in the house at that point?
I saw Officer Lank.
In the house?
Yes.
Do you know if he had been invited in?
I have no idea.
When you came down the stairs and saw Officer Lank, where was your sister and Brian Albert?
They were walking with me down the stairs.
And did you see whether or not the officer spoke with your sister and your brother?
He did.
Brother-in-law? I'm sorry.
He did, yes.
Were you there during that conversation?
No,
How long was that conversation? Do you know?
not sure.
Where did you go when the officer was speaking to your sister and your brother-in-law inside their home?
I was standing at the front doorway, and then my husband, Matt, had just arrived.
What happened next?
I started talking to Matt, and almost immediately Officer Lang came, got Matt, and asked if he could talk to him outside.
At this point, I want to go back and show you some video. Have you seen video in this case before?
Yes.
I'd like to ask the court's permission to display Exhibit 4, and I would like to walk through some of the video.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you kindly put on Exhibit 4. I'd like to start at 6:09:57.
Hey, fake Mandy, why would a cease and desist work if you were right and it's legal to use someone's unauthorized voice for profit? Probably because the company doesn't want to get into a lawsuit with an autist just yet. Cease and desists work or don't work based on whether someone agrees to follow them or not. It's not like there's not like a function of it. It's not a legal decision that's being made by a judge. You dumb piece of shit.
Ms. Gilman,
Kurt
if you could
knows
take us
he
to the
has-
arrival at Fairview.
If Kurt has any actual legal chops as that he pretends to, he knows that the use of someone's voice as parody has always been protected. AI cloning as an issue is one only when there's an attempt to deceive, to utilize someone's voice in a manner that people are unaware is a joke, but rather to utilize it to promote something that someone has not consented to promoting, or to use those use the voice to make deceptive statements,
Could you stop there,
defamatory
please?
statements, etc., etc. Again,
Ms. McCabe, do you
not
recognize
when
the
it's a
scene?
joke
Yes.
or parody.
Is that morning?
Yes.
The car directly in front of this dash cam, do you know whose vehicle that is?
Kerry Roberts.
On the left, we see somebody with a blue parka or jacket. Do you know who that is?
I believe that's me.
Can you continue to play, please?
Don't worry, we will have a definitely not Kurt voice coming very soon. But as he is gone, I do need a like do need to figure out what the new voice is.
Can you stop there, please? Does that fairly depict your first interaction with law enforcement?
Yes.
Do you see the flagpole in that video?
Yes.
And is that the area where you found John?
Yes.
I'd like to move forward in the video if we can move forward. to
Kurt just
6:14:45,
rage quit his
please.
stream? No, he didn't. What for?
Could you stop there? Can you identify people on that video from right to left, if you can?
I don't know the officer. That's myself. I believe behind me, that's Miss Reed.
And this is about, well, let me get the time correctly. 6:14:47. And do you know where John is at this point?
His computer kept crashing. So even his computer knows he's a bitch.
Are they lifting him to the left?
Could you continue, please, Ms. Gilman? Could you stop there? The person all the way to the left near the flagpole. Do you know who that is?
I believe Kerry Roberts.
And is that the area where John was found?
Yes.
And that's at 6:15 a.m.? If you don't know, that's okay. Do you know what Ms. Roberts was doing at 6:15 a.m.?
My guess is
I don't want you to guess. Just if you know.
I don't know.
Okay. Now, you're over to the right. Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please. Is that Kerry on the left?
Yes.
Stop, please. On the right, do you see yourself?
Yes.
And which person are you?
I'm the one next to the one with the fluorescent yellow.
Is your back to us?
Yes.
To the right in yellow. Do you know who that is?
I don't.
Continue, please. Continue.
Cats and guns, I always saw it. I just didn't, I didn't care.
Stop, please. Do you see the defendant move from the right to the left?
Yes.
Do you see the yellow jacket?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not that's the woman first responder?
I believe so, yes.
Do you know why the officer moved the defendant over to from right to left?
I don't.
Okay, continue, please. Stop. At that part, is there a conversation between the defendant and the first responder?
Yes.
Are you listening?
Yes.
Continue. Stop. Do you see the officer that was with you in that group?
Yes,
Do you see him now turned away from the group speaking to somebody else?
I do.
Continue, please.
Well, like I said, we now have an open slot for voices, and what do we got?
Thank you. If you could move ahead to 619, please.
Oh yeah, the autistic psoriasis lawyer slot needs to be filled. I haven't decided if it's going to be autistic psoriasis lawyer or depressed psoriasis lawyer, but one of those.
Is that you, Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
I mean, I had someone for that slot, and now I don't. Yeah, so the challenge mode of the day for the chat, if you decide to participate, is of course to use the super tip option, to have a different AI voice, tell him
Yes.
exactly how much of a bitch he is.
Stop for a moment. Do you know at which point you went to the officer's car and sat in the back with Ms. Reed?
I believe it's right after this.
Can you continue, please?
Oh, by the way, yes, I forgot to say the super tips from today will be put. Any super tips from today that involve Kurt will be put into a compilation video that we're gonna upload as well. So, and we're gonna have a legal explanation and discussion about it. So it won't just be a video mocking Kurt with super tip voices. It'll be me explaining why Kurt's a giant bitch, why his legal analysis is wrong, and then all of the mockery that could possibly exist from other AI voices. Those will be included, you know, as a bonus in the video. So if you want to have your
Was it before or after that moment?
your AI
that you
insults
sat with the defendant
featured
and
in a
Ms. Roberts
video,
stood outside the car.
today's the
and
day. You need a law
I'm
ER.
not-
Jim, how'd you
I'm
know?
not exactly sure from that video.
That's fine.
How'd you know
If we
that
could
was
move
coming?
Forward to 623:40, please.
So like I said, okay, so the way it's going to work is I'm going to play them normally today, just, you know, in the course of the show. And then I will record
At this time, are
a
you still
specific
with the
separate
defendant
video with those.
behind
And I'm
the
actually
car
going to
some spot?
Yes, I am.
tasked Ryan with we're going to start incorporating super chats and you know, that are good questions with when I actually have a good answer for them. And we're also going to have super tips as
Is
You
it
know,
during this time?
certain,
6:23 and 6:24,
independent
you
videos
tried
or
to
short
make the
videos that get
searches at the
uploaded to
defendant's
YouTube.
request?
Yes.
So if there's some extra
Gentlemen, if you
value,
move
you get to
forward
watch your
6:20,
joke
6:15.
go out to the world. Do I know that I'm watching a trial and not chat? No, I don't know that. I know you guys are watching a trial. I'm watching a trial on occasion, when it's convenient for me. Where are we? I never know where to put myself during these videos.
Pause, please. Ms. McCabe, do you see anybody returning to Ms. Roberts' car in that area?
Yes.
And who did you see?
I saw myself, and I'm standing outside of the car speaking to Officer Lank. I saw Kerry go up and near her car. I'm not sure if she went into it. And I saw someone walk Miss Reed into the car.
Isn't I legally
Is it
blind? No,
around
I don't
this
think
time you have
so.
a conversation with Mr. Lank?
Yes.
And what does he tell you again around this time?
He's at this point, I think, asking me questions about what had happened. And then soon after, he asks me to go into my sister's house.
Ms. Gilman, if you can fast forward to 6:34:15, please.
Oh, I hate that. Oh, that sound is going to drive me insane.
Stop, please. You described that the house had no lights on. Is that a fair depiction of,
Yes.
of the view?
Yes.
Do you see a figure walking up the driveway?
Not on this pause clip, but I did see it. Yes.
Let's play it and see if you can identify.
Yes. I can see myself walking up.
Where are you now?
I'm walking up the path to go up to the stairs into the house.
And this is at the request of Officer Lank?
Yes.
And you described first you went in and woke up your sister and brother-in-law?
Yes.
Could we move forward to 6:39, please?
Oh,
Stop. And do you see something happen with the house at that point?
Yes.
it's like someone playing a fucking
Light went on.
casino game on their phone at the airport.
6:39:08. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. After first responders took John and you had gone in your sister's house, what did you do next?
Next, after Officer Lank spoke to my husband, Kerry Roberts, her and I had a conversation. She was going to go pick up John's parents in Braintree. At first, I had told her I would go with her. But then Officer Lank said that one of us had to stay at Fairview to speak to the, I believe it was the state troopers that would be coming.
Did you stay at Fairview?
I did, yes.
What was your mental state at that point?
Again, I was in shock. The best way I can describe it is the feeling of I'm present and everything's going on around me, and I'm just trying to process and make sense of everything.
I'm in
Did you
shock
speak
and
to
I'm
your
present.
sister
Don't really
about what
match
happened?
up.
Yes,
Did you speak to your brother-in-law about what happened?
yes,
And were they giving you any comfort or support?
yes. They were being very comforting and supportive.
As you were waiting at Fairview, did anybody else come to the house?
Well, my husband, Matt, had arrived. A little while later, Julie Albert had arrived. She was dropping something off, and then Brian Sr. called her in.
Is Julie Albert the wife of Chris Albert?
Yes, she is.
And Brian Albert and Chris Albert are brothers.
Correct.
When she arrived, did you talk to her?
Yes.
Were you in a group? Were you talking to people privately?
No, we were all sitting around the kitchen table.
And why were you talking to everybody?
We were trying to figure out what had happened. They were trying to be supportive, trying to help me.
What was your mood?
I was extremely concerned. I was calling Kerry, trying to get updates about John. I was worried about John, his family, about Kaylee.
At that point, did you know whether John was going to live?
I had a very strong, I think deep down I knew that John was gone. But you know, there's until you hear it, I think there was
Elizabeth.
that little bit of hope maybe.
Did you speak to anybody but Kerry, who was not at the home that morning?
I believe
I didn't
spoke-
take the
yeah,
piss
Miss
out of
Reed.
him.
You had a conversation?
He took the piss out of himself.
Yes, I spoke to her when she was in the ambulance.
Did you speak to her again later that day?
No, I think I texted her asking her for Kerry's number because I didn't have it.
Did you hear back?
No,
Did you ever speak to Miss Reed again?
no, I've never spoken to her again.
When you were trying to get information from Kerry and you were in Fairview, did anybody else other than the people you've described
Just
arrive
yes,
at
as
Fairview?
Andrew Burkhart's comparing the first
Chris
testimony with this
Albert-
one. It's
Oh,
different.
Brian
The
Higgins
timing is
showed
way
up
off.
and Chris Albert.
Did you know Brian Higgins?
It's been a year, of course.
I knew him as a friend of Brian's.
Did you see him at the waterfall that night before?
Yes, I did.
And after you arrived at Fairview that night, after leaving the waterfall, was Brian Higgins one of the people there?
Yes.
And did you talk about what had happened in front of Brian Higgins as well?
Yes.
Was there a group discussion?
I wouldn't say discussion. I would just say, like, for instance,
We
someone
just
would ask
discussed
me a
it.
question because everybody this didn't make sense to anybody. No one knew what had happened.
Agreed.
I wouldn't call it a
And so
discussion,
was
but
there
we
a
all
lot
just
of
stood
questions
around
about what you
discussing
saw
it.
and heard?
Yes.
More like a Q&A.
You mentioned earlier that you felt like you were in a state of shock. Did you feel like you were still in that state, or were things changing mentally?
Little by little, as I sat there, I started things started coming back to me that had been said to me earlier.
Did something significant come back to you about what happened earlier, or what you heard?
Yes.
And what is that?
When Miss Reed stated to myself and the female, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
And did anything else over the course of that morning come back to you about that moment?
Throughout when I was still at Fairview or throughout the day?
Still at Fairview.
I believe that was maybe the main thing. I can't be sure what time, what memories came back.
When you remembered the defendant's statements to the first responder, did you decide to do something with that information?
Yes, Officer Lang had said if I, remembered anything or needed anything before the state, the state police came to give him a call.
Did you?
I did, yes.
And you knew Officer Lang?
I did, yes.
Were you comfortable calling him?
Yes, I was.
Did you tell him the information that you had remembered?
I just asked him to come back to Fairview.
Did he?
He did, yes.
When he came back, did you speak to him?
Yes, I did.
Were you with the group, or were you alone?
No, it was with the group.
And did you tell him what you had remembered?
I did, yes.
How long did you stay at Fairview for?
I believe somewhere between 11:30. I'm being approximate with my times. Officer Proctor called me from the state police.
Do you know how he got your number?
No.
Did you have a discussion with him?
He said he would like to come by and question me. And I'm not sure if he said at your house or if I said I need to go home because I had 4 kids at home that was still sleeping. And, I knew that I had to go home to them and eventually break this, news to them and comfort them. And I knew that was going to be a whole nother situation to deal with.
Did you speak to him on the phone before you went home or
A
after?
quick phone call. I'll see you at my house.
At that point, did you share any information with him?
No, not on the phone.
Did you return home?
I did, yes.
Do you remember about what time that was?
I'm going to say 11:30 or after.
Is that a
Approximate.
General?
General, yeah.
When you got back home, did you have a meeting or speak with Mr. Proctor?
I did, yes.
Was it a phone call or an in-person conversation?
He came into my house with Officer Buchanan.
Okay, him and Trooper Buchanan came in?
Yes.
Was there anybody else at your home?
My husband was home and my brother-in-law, Brian Albert, came over.
Did you speak to them?
Yes.
Did you tell them any additional information at that point?
The troopers or,
The troopers?
yes, I know I had said what Karen had said to me, and then she had said, I hit him. Could I have hit him? I told them how she showed up at my house. I just basically gave them the events of that morning.
At that point, did you mention anything about the defendant's broken taillight?
At that conversation, no.
Did they leave?
They did leave, yes.
At some point, did they reach out to you again, or did you reach out to them?
At some point, I had another conversation with them a few hours later. I'm not sure if they called me or if I called them.
Do you know what generally the content of that conversation was?
Yes, I had remembered that Karen had told me about her taillight.
As you're
I
processing
remembered
that
she told me
morning,
about the taillight. I had to tell everybody about it.
trying to think and recreate the event, or are you trying to put it out of your mind?
I couldn't get it out of my mind.
Can't get you out of my head.
While you were at home, did you receive any updates from anybody, Kerry Roberts or anybody about John?
Yes, when I was still at the Alberts, Kerry had given me word that John had passed. Then once I got home, I know different friends who were starting to hear.
Without saying that, without content, were you receiving contacts, calls, text
Yes.
messages from other people?
Yes,
And were you reaching back out to other people?
some, yes.
At some point, did you go over to Meadows Road?
On Sunday, I did, yes.
Was Sunday the next day?
Yes, it was.
Why did you go over to Meadows?
Kerry and I went over with my daughter and her daughter to see the family and to offer support
You
and
said
our
you-
sympathy.
You said you and Kerry. How did you get there?
Kerry picked me up.
Prior to that evening, you and Kerry, you described, weren't friends or familiar.
Correct.
Were things changing?
Yes, rapidly.
When she picked you up, who else did she pick up with you?
My daughter, who is Kaylee's friend.
And was anybody else, or any of Miss Roberts' family in the car?
Yes, her daughter was in the car as well.
So it was you, Miss Roberts, and your two daughters?
Yes.
You said you went to Meadows.
Yes.
Why did you go there?
To offer our condolences, sympathy, support, to be with the family. I love them.
Were they staying at Meadows?
They were at Meadows, yes.
When you went there that next day, can you describe the traffic and the people that were there?
There was a house full of family, friends, coworkers, loved ones.
Unloved
Car
ones.
repairman, like
Wait, what?
anyone and everyone.
Did you ever see
Is the
the-
car repairman there to fix the tail light?
While you're at the house, did you have a chance to speak to Miss O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
At some point that day, did you leave the house?
Yes.
Who did you leave with?
Kerry and my daughter stayed to be with Kaylee, and we left with her daughter.
Where did you go?
We were heading home, but then we ended up dropping off her daughter at her friend's house.
Now, who's her daughter?
Ka-
Don't give me a name. Kerry's
yeah.
daughter?
Carrie's daughter, yes.
And was Kerry's daughter friends with any of the Lanks?
Yes, Carrie's daughter's good friends with Mike Lank's daughter.
When Miss Roberts drove over to Mr. and Mrs. Lank's house, did you meet anybody?
Yes, her daughter, Carrie's daughter, went in the house, and Mrs. Lank came out. Her and Kerry are very good friends. So she came out to offer support and condolences.
Was it still cold outside?
Yes, it was freezing.
When she was offering her support, was she inside or outside of the car?
She jumped into the back seat.
During that time you spent with Officer Lank's wife, did you ever go into the house?
I have a faint memory. I think I went in and used the bathroom at one point.
When you were having the conversation with Mr. Lank's wife, were you talking about what had happened?
Yes, Kerry was just explaining the morning, the phone calls, the scene, things like that.
Were you trying to get any type of inside information or push the investigation in any particular direction?
No, I didn't speak much. It was mostly Kerry and Trish was just being a supportive friend to Kerry.
At some point, did you get together with Ms. Roberts and try to memorialize what you had saw or thought that morning?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Peg had asked Kerry to do a timeline. So Kerry came over and we were sitting down talking about it. And so my sister was there and she said that she would jot it down for us.
So when you got together, it was at the request of Mrs. O'Keefe?
Yes.
When she made that request, did you ask you to do that? Did you question why?
No, she wanted us to do it, so I did it.
Why?
She wanted us to remember and try to jot down everything we remembered so we wouldn't forget.
She wanted us to remember and write down everything
Did you speak
so we
to
don't
officers
forget.
further in the future?
Okay.
Yes.
Can you count how many times you spoke with police or the interviews you had?
There were a lot, or a good amount, I should say.
A Maddox
At some
voice is a
point,
good
did
idea. Thanks for
any
that.
of the police officers ask if they could take your phone and copy everything on it?
Yes.
Did you have any hesitation about that? Were you cooperative?
Yes.
Why?
I wanted to help in any way I could.
May I approach?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. By the way, now fuck off.
Handing you a piece of paper. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That's my signature.
You know what that document is?
Yes, it's the consent form that I signed from my phone.
I can use this as an exhibit.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, we can deal with it sidebar. I have no objection to the identification of it. Moving it as an exhibit, I do not object.
Okay, I'll see you tomorrow.
All right. While they're doing that, I'm going to start. We've got a bunch of these super tips that have come in. We'll find a good time to talk about it again.
There's this artist by the name of Long Walks Music, who just released a new song. It's called Heart of Gold, and it's about a homesick pirate who misses his lady.
Oh, we got another Nuttall voice.
Thanks for covering this trial. Sure, it's not as exhilarating as a night of cocaine and bad decisions, but I'll let you hop in my ambulance for the next best high.
Thank you, Officer Nuttall, or not Officer. I don't know, what is it? EMT Nuttall. Oh shit! We will get to all the Kurt ones. They're coming. This is a brief update. Kurt of Uncivil Law sent a cease and desist and had the Super Tip Company remove his voice because he can't take a joke. He used bad legal theory that he knows is bad. He knows it's wrong. He knows it's a lie because Kurt knows constitutional
After
law
that day,
and
when
he knows
you
speech
met with
protection.
Ms. Roberts,
She's being a huge
and
pussy
you
about
try
it.
to memorialize your memory about what had happened. After that date, have you discussed what happened that morning with other people?
Yes.
And have you discussed it with police over time?
Yes.
I have no further questions at this time.
Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
When was the last time you spoke with Carrie Roberts before your testimony today?
She called me last night.
What did y'all discuss?
She asked if my daughters were going to be staying home from school today because her daughter would possibly join them.
Did you discuss anything having to do with your testimony?
Not my testimony, no.
Did you discuss anything in that conversation with her prior testimony?
No.
Are you aware that she testified last week?
Yes.
Did you discuss anything after that, after she testified with her about her testimony?
No.
We know that through her testimony that you had a conversation with her the morning that she testified.
Yes.
Right? Did you discuss what you anticipated to be her testimony in that conversation before she testified?
No.
Have you and Ms. Roberts ever discussed anything about either one of your testimonies, either in the last proceeding or in anticipation of this proceeding?
No.
That's a
So for
lie.
the entirety of the last year, even though you both went through a proceeding last year where you both testified under oath and it was highly, highly publicized, neither one of you, your good friend Carrie Roberts and you, have ever discussed either of your testimonies between that time and this time.
Like an obvious
No,
lie.
we've discussed the case and we've discussed what happened that moment, the moments of the morning, but we have not discussed testimony.
Okay, so let's break that down for a second. I'm talking about, because the timing matters. I'm just asking at this point, if you'll bear with me, just the year from last year at a different proceeding
Mhm.
to this year, you have discussed this case
Yes.
with Ms. Roberts,
Many times. Yes.
and you've discussed the specifics of her memory, which would be reflected in her testimony, correct?
We talked about what happened that morning.
So you were talking about what she remembers happening that morning, correct?
No, what happened that morning.
Okay, so not to put too fine a point on it, Ms. McCabe,
Mhm.
but if you ask me what I had for dinner last night, it's my memory of what I had for dinner last night. Would you agree with that?
Sustained.
Did you talk about her perception of what happened that morning during the last year?
We've talked about what has happened. Yes.
Okay, so. I'm
So your
trying to
first
break it down
answer was a
between
lie.
you and Ms. Roberts. You've discussed her perceptions and her memory of what happened, as well as, and separate and apart from, your memory and your perceptions, correct?
Correct.
So there have been circumstances in which you and Ms. Roberts have compared, by definition, what she remembers versus what you remember, correct?
I wouldn't say compare.
Why
Now
not?
let's move to.
Doesn't matter what you
Well, what would you
say.
say in terms of what you've discussed and why?
Good.
I would say
He was going to move on.
that
But then he's like, wait a minute.
both talked about what we've discussed.
make her look
but
stupider.
It wasn't like a comparison. We weren't comparing anything.
You've talked about what you discussed. What does that mean? Talked about your testimony?
He
No,
talked-
we've
We-
discussed what happened that moment.
Right.
And in
We
those
talked about what we
moments. So,
discussed.
when I got a phone call, and that's my story. I got a phone call in the morning, and then Carrie can say, yeah, I got a phone call as well.
As you said, that's your story,
Not my
correct?
story. It's
Those
the
were your
truth.
words.
It's the truth.
Okay. So for instance, when you got a phone call at 4:53 in the morning, Carrie Roberts wasn't there, correct?
Correct.
But you've discussed that with her.
Correct.
And you've told her what your perception of that, your memory of that phone call was, even though she was not recipient to and did not witness that phone call, correct?
I've told her about the phone call. Correct.
As well as many other details that she was not privy to personally, correct?
Correct.
Conversations that you've had, for instance, conversations that you claim you've had with Miss Reed, correct?
Correct.
And you've told her what your perception is of those conversations, or your memory was or is of those conversations with Miss Reed, correct?
Which conversations with Miss
Any
Reed?
conversations, just anything that she wasn't privy to. You've discussed that with her.
Some things, yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
And conversely, Ms. McCabe, obviously, She's also discussed certain perceptions and memories that she has about this case, and the facts of this case, as she recalls them, that you were not necessarily privy to, correct?
Yes,
Things that may have taken place outside your presence, correct?
correct.
And you've talked about things, I'm sorry, she's talked to you about things, now I'm getting myself confused. Y'all have talked about things that were outside of her perception and outside of your perception, and you've shared those with each other.
We've shared our experiences. We've become very close. We both lived through a traumatic experience.
How many times would you say you and Miss Roberts have discussed your individual perceptions of what you remember happening on the 28th or the 29th of January 2022? How many times?
It would be hard to put a number on that. We talk about, it's hard. We're bonded. We talk about the trauma that we relive every day. Karen called us for help and we both answered the phone.
And that bonding is the glue that holds you two together. Is this case, correct?
Yes,
So that probably, by definition, is the foundation of many, many, many of your conversations. Would you agree?
we've grown into friends where we talk about many other things
Sure.
besides the case.
Sure, the movie you saw last weekend and what the kids are doing next week.
Yes, and yes, absolutely. We
Okay,
talk
so-
many different things, just like girlfriends do.
I'm just concerned with and asking you about the subject matter of this case and the details and the facts of this case. You two have probably talked hundreds of times, that's fair to say, about your individual perceptions, your respective perceptions of this case, correct?
This happened 3 years ago and we've talked about it time and time again. This case has traumatized us. So
And
it's a
talking
huge part
about-
of our lives.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, it's, I'm sorry. I believe it just, I meant traumatized our lives.
Okay. It would be impossible for you two to have had so many conversations about your respective perceptions of the details of that day without that influencing the other person, correct? You've somehow been influenced by Miss Roberts's perceptions and her memories, correct?
I don't think I would say influenced.
Would you say that she's been influenced by your perceptions and your memories?
Objection.
Would you say that, Ms. McCabe?
No, I wouldn't.
Next question.
How many times have you met with anybody from the DA's office? And I'm just going to limit the time frame right now in anticipation of your appearance in this trial yesterday and today.
I'd say roughly 4 or 5.
Can you give me a time frame when those 4 or 5 meetings were?
I don't have dates. I do remember at one point I met with Mr. Brennan. He was new to the case. So I went in and he introduced himself.
How long ago was that? Weeks or months?
I can't give you a time frame. I'm sorry.
Do you think it was last summer?
No,
Do you think it was?
no, it was more recent.
Okay.
Yeah,
It wasn't
sorry.
in the fall of last year.
No,
It was in 2025 sometime?
I believe so.
You
Yes.
think it might have been February, January?
Again, I can't give you an exact. I'm sorry.
All right. I want to talk about the time frames of those conversations, then I'll ask you a little bit more about those conversations. So that was the first meeting that you had was with Mr. Brennan in anticipation of your testimony. What were the subsequent 4 meetings or so that you've had? With whom and approximately what time?
Okay, so another meeting with Mr. Brennan. Are you looking for who was?
Sure.
There,
Who else
all
was there?
I mean, can I give you a general answer? I didn't write down like every meeting who was there, but
course.
generally, okay.
Was Mr. Lally there?
During 1 or 2 of the meetings, he was. Yes.
Was Ms. McLaughlin there?
Yes.
Was there anybody else from the DA's office there?
The officer or trooper Tully was there at one. Trooper Buchanan was there at one. The witness advocates were there. And again, give or take the particular meeting.
The witness
Those are
advocates.
2 meetings that you've talked about with Mr. Brennan and others. What about the third meeting?
No, I'm sorry. I was lumping a few of them together.
Sure,
I
understood.
apologize.
How many meetings would you have? Let's just start there. How many meetings have you had with Mr. Brennan and either staff or colleagues?
So after the first initial meeting, I
Right.
would say, again, I didn't write them down off the top of my head. I can think of 2 or 3 more after that.
Okay.
Excuse me, first initial one.
So that's either 4 or 5 meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues, Mr. Lally, Ms. McLaughlin, perhaps, Mr. Nelson, perhaps, the other employee of the DA's office, and Troopers Buchanan and Trooper Tully.
Correct.
Were you asked questions about at any of these meetings? I'm just going to lump them all together. Any of these 5 meetings. By the way, when was most recent?
Last night, I had a Zoom call in regards, I think the court asked them to.
Yes, I'm going
Yeah,
to stop you right there.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to ask a different question, and if you don't
Okay.
mind, I'm just going to lead you through this question.
Okay.
You had a conversation last night. I'm not interested in that particular conversation. That was for a very specific purpose. I'm asking you about everything leading up to, but not including last night's conversation. Okay.
Okay.
So let's just leave that one out. You've had, I think you mentioned either 4 or 5 other meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues and or law enforcement.
Yeah, and I might have in the 5 included that one from last night.
Okay, fair enough. Were you asked questions in those, we're just going to call them 4 meetings. Were you asked questions during those 4 meetings about your testimony at the first proceeding last year?
I reviewed I did review some of my testimony, yes.
In what format?
I
Paper
watched.
transcript or do
No, we just watched a little bit of it.
you watch your direct examination?
A little bit, yes.
Did you watch your cross-examination?
A little, yes.
Who cross-examined you?
You did,
That was me.
yes.
And did you watch the redirect or any part of it?
No,
Did you watch any part of any subsequent version of recross or additional questions that you were asked?
I don't believe so, no.
Was there a specific area that Mr. Brennan asked you to look at and review in terms of your direct or your cross-examination?
No,
Did you watch the entirety of the direct examination and the entirety of the cross-examination?
I do not believe so, no.
Were you questioned by Mr. Brennan following your review of that direct and cross-examination?
No.
So he didn't ask you any questions about any of your answers?
He showed me a dash cam and would ask me to point out who's this, who's that, a waterfall video, is this you, is this somebody? Those were the type of questions that he asked me.
What about any discussion about your demeanor and how you performed in the last proceeding? Objection.
Sustained.
I'll ask it a different way. What about your demeanor? I'm using probably a poor word, perform.
Mm-hmm.
How you came across your demeanor in the last proceeding? Objection.
Sustained.
Did you discuss changing your demeanor in any way, shape, form, or fashion from the last trial the last proceeding to this trial? My mistake. From the last proceeding to this trial, was your demeanor ever discussed?
No, I was just told to slow down, answer the question, and answer it to the best of my memory.
Was there any discussion about talking about your background, for instance, your family and your children, and being a sports mom, as you talked about in your direct examination?
No, I believe I did that in the previous one as well.
Was there any discussion about crafting your testimony in any way to suggest a softer approach?
No,
Was there any discussion about how to develop your testimony from beginning to end?
Sustained.
Did Mr. Brennan ask you about, or let me ask it a different way. Did Mr. Brennan take you through a series of questions, for instance, as almost a test run of questions that you might be asked either on direct examination or cross-examination?
no,
Did you practice your testimony with any member of the DA's office?
no,
Were there any sessions where you sat and was subjected to a cross-examination, like a fake cross-examination or a fake direct examination?
no, there
Anything
wasn't.
like that?
No.
What were the things that stand out in your mind? You said you had at least 4 meetings. How long was each meeting, by the way, ish?
The first meeting I think was fairly quick. It was just the introduction.
30
yeah,
minutes, less than 30 minutes?
I don't want to give a time because I'm not sure,
I have no
Okay.
idea.
but I was fairly quick. Yes.
Okay. What about the second meeting?
Again, I don't know specific meetings, but I can tell you that there was a longer one where I did watch some dash cam
She licked
video,
your lips.
look at
It's
different
like
pictures,
licking a desert
things
floor.
like
What kind of pictures did you look at
that.
other than the dash cam video?
The pictures of John's house.
Okay. The same photos that we saw today?
Yes.
How long in total would you say all of those meetings were? Just taking them all together.
I really can't give you I really can't give you an estimate. I think the first one was fairly quick. The second one, one of them was a little bit longer, maybe a couple hours.
Okay. Then the third one, was that also a couple hours, or was that one fairly quick?
That was fairly quick, yes.
So fair to say between 2, 3, 4 hours total meeting times?
Again, I'd have to probably go back and look at the date and the time. I really can't give you a specific amount of time. I apologize.
Did Trooper Tully or Trooper Buchanan ask you any questions during the course of any of these meetings?
Regarding the case, no, but we did briefly talk about how my kids were, how their kids were.
But they didn't ask you any questions about your testimony, about the case, about your memories, about specific facts?
I do not believe so, no.
During any of these meetings, was anybody taking notes? Ms. McLaughlin, Mr. Lally, Mr. Brennan, any of the troopers?
No.
No,
I don't
no.
believe so.
So
They
there
told
was
us not to
several
do
hours
that.
worth of meetings
Mhm.
with you, and nobody scribed any notes that you saw.
None that I saw, no.
And these meetings were not recorded?
I do not believe so, no.
Ms. McCabe, I'm going to ask you a series of questions about your family because I just want to make sure it's crystal clear who's who. You're married to Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
Your sister is Nicole Albert.
Yes.
Nicole is married to Brian Albert.
Yes.
It
Who's
was
married to
Brian
Fat
Albert's
Albert?
home that you were at 34 Fairview that you arrived at where John's body was found, correct?
Yes.
The same home where that late night gathering was on January 28th going into the morning of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
Would you consider yourself to be close with your sister Nicole and Brian?
Yes, very close.
Your families, it's not just you and Nicole, your whole families are close, correct?
Yes, we have a very close family.
How long have you known Brian Albert?
Since I was in kindergarten.
You consider him, even though he is not blood related to you, you consider him family.
Yes.
In addition to Brian and Nicole Albert, you're also very close with Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
Yes.
Just to be clear, and I'm going to do this slowly,
Okay.
Brian Albert's younger brother is Chris Albert, correct?
Yes.
Chris Albert is married to Julie Albert.
Yes.
You consider Chris and Julie family, even though there may not be a blood relation as well, correct?
Yes.
Chris Albert is a Canton Select Board member, is that right?
Now he is, yes.
And the Canton, that's in Canton? I said Select Board member. Did I mention Canton Select Board member?
It is in
Okay.
Canton, yes.
All right, obviously it's in Canton. The Canton Police Department reports to the Select Board, correct?
I'm not aware.
You're not aware of that echelon?
No.
Okay. You're aware that Brian Albert, your friend of, I'm not going to say how many years, but since kindergarten, was a Boston police officer.
Yes.
He had been a lifetime law enforcement officer for some 30 years before he retired recently, correct?
Yes.
He's a trained first responder, obviously.
Yes.
Brian Albert and Chris Albert have another brother named Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
Kevin Albert is a detective with a police department, correct?
Yes, I believe that's his title. I'm not
Which-
100%.
Which police department is Kevin Albert associated with?
Canton.
And you've grown up in Canton your whole life, you indicated.
Yes.
Your entire family has grown up in Canton, correct?
Yes.
And you, Ms. McCabe, have 3 sisters. Nicole, we've talked about. You
Yeah.
also have a sister named Shelley, is that right?
Michelle, yes.
Michelle?
Mhm.
And Denise, who you mentioned in your direct examination.
Yes.
Nicole is also known by nickname, is that right?
Yes.
What is Nicole's nickname within the family?
Coco.
Does Shelley also have a nickname? Well, I guess Shelley is the
Yeah,
shortened
Shelley
name for
is.
Michelle, correct?
Yes.
What about Denise?
She's Dee Dee.
Dee Dee?
Yeah. Like Deedeee.
Your father lives close by in a neighboring town, correct?
Yes.
Don't tell me the town, but it's relatively close to Canton.
20 minutes. Yes.
Okay. His name is Tom Weeks.
Yes.
He likes jelly sandwiches,
There are, I'm not going to go
Foot
through all of them
videos.
right now because the family tree is getting large.
but only from
But
the
there are children, cousins, second cousins, nephews, aunts, uncles. There's a combination of familial relations within that set of folks that I just talked about, Chris and Brian and Nicole and you and Matt and the folks that we've just talked about.
Yes.
That family, that large family celebrates holidays together, I'm guessing.
We don't typically, celebrate with Kevin and Chris, but my family does. Yes.
Along with Brian, Albert, and Nicole.
Yes, of course.
Birthdays are celebrated within that family.
Yes.
Go on vacations together, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Gatherings like the one on the 28th.
Yes.
Special events.
Yes.
Spend weekends together.
Yes.
You mentioned a lot of sporting events. There's a lot of sporting events that y'all go to together.
Yes.
So it is very, very easy to see that it's an extremely close-knit family.
Yes.
And naturally, you're very protective of your family, as anybody would be.
Yes, I love my family.
You also said that you knew, and your words, liked Karen Reed, my client, on the 28th of January 2022, correct?
Yes.
But she very much is not family, correct?
Correct.
She certainly was not as important to you as your actual family, the Alberts, the McCabes, the folks associated
Uh-oh.
with them. Is that right?
Yes.
On January 28th, 2022, members of the Albert family and the McCabe family all went to a bar together, had drinks together that night. Waterfall, we've heard a little bit about that, correct?
Correct.
Ultimately, you went back to your sister's house for the after party that we've heard so much about. That was at Brian Albert's house, is that right?
Yes.
You've been interviewed, I think you indicated multiple times. You didn't even give a number of how many times you've been interviewed by police in this case. Is that right?
Yes.
Your family is connected to people at Boston Police Department. We've just talked about that. Brian Albert, is that right?
Well, was a Boston police officer.
Right. So when I say connected, there is some familial or family or friendly connection to that police agency, Boston Police Department. It'd be Brian Albert in this case, correct?
The objection sustained.
There's also a connection to the Massachusetts State Police through your family. Is that right?
Objection.
What's the objection?
Connection.
Add divine connection. That's good.
Julie and Chris Albert are
Like
very,
it.
very close to you. Right.
I'm close with Julie and Chris. Yes.
You're aware that Michael Proctor's sister, Courtney, is basically best friends with Julie.
No, I'm not aware of that. She's best friends with Julie's sister, Jillian.
Okay. So Courtney is best friends with Jillian, who's sisters to Julie,
Yes.
who's married to Chris, who's an Albert, who's the little brother of Brian Albert.
Yes.
Okay. And Canton Police Department. There's also some connections there as well. Kevin Albert being the most obvious of them.
Objection.
You know what? I'm going to allow that. Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department?
Not with the department, but with Kevin Albert.
Right. Who's a member of the department.
Yes, but my relationship's with him.
Understood. You've indicated that you've been interviewed by law enforcement agents associated with with Canton Police Department. That'd be Officer Lank.
Yes.
Can I
and
stop
Officer
you for a
Good.
second and see counsel at sidebar, please?
Sure.
So he's got to go through the whole purpose of this part of the testimony is to just show that there's opportunity for collusion. Remember, Karen Reed doesn't have to prove the conspiracy. What she has to do is make it look like it's possible that there's a conspiracy. And it's reasonable enough that there's a conspiracy that there's doubt as to whether or not there's doubt as to her committing the murder. That's the whole purpose of this. Linking the witnesses together, showing collusion with the DA on how to refine and deliver their testimony, showing collusion with the police department and investigators that seems to have been present from day one. They don't have to prove the conspiracy out. They just have to give the jury enough reason to believe that one might exist. Here we go. We got some more of these super tips.
What? You had to take Kurt the Cuck's voice off? Man, I know some losers like you, but Kurt is definitely scraping the cum at the bottom of the condom.
Oh my God.
God. Where's my triangle? Ding, ding.
Jesus. Some of these are gross. That's fine by me.
I might be black, but that is not why my eye is lazy. Also, I would fuck on civil law, but I can't do it with pigs. And he show squeals like a little piglet. Riri.
The Nate voice is not strong. It doesn't sound like Nate very much to me. But, it's there, though.
Wow. He sent a letter to remove his voice. My wife fucked Nick, and I even ate his semen, and somehow Kurt is a bigger bitch than I am. The toe always wins.
God damn it.
Kurt, enjoy the super tip voice and be flattered. I mean, flattered like I am. Then grab that cupcake we both have and use the frosting for lube.
Oh my God. So if you're joining late to the stream, we've of course had the super tip option since my return, which is where you can instead of sending a super chat or something else, you can have an AI generated voice read a message out loud, and we have a bunch of different options. And these are obviously not the person. These are obvious parody. These are jokes. These are not. I don't think anyone's under the illusion that
For the jury.
Kurt is calling himself like a giant fatso or whatever. So the whole point is to have just voices to say stuff that no one believes are actually being said. And Kurt sent a cease and desist to have his voice removed from that system. Now, Kurt knows, again, as someone who is a self-professed expert in constitutional law, Kurt knows that there are speech protections around parody. The First Amendment protects parody and mockery specifically. The First Amendment does not protect utilizing a voice in a manner that is deceptive, which would be invading someone's right to publicity, using it to create a false endorsement. It does not use an AI voice to create genuine defamatory statements, something like that. Again, with the caveat that those, that the voice itself is meant to deceive rather than to entertain, is a huge portion of why, when a voice can and cannot be cloned or imitated. But impressions, for the point of parody and comedy, have been protected forever. You don't get to employ the legal process because you don't like being mocked. Kurt knows this, and yet he decided to try and flex his legal muscles with a cease and desist letter to the Super Tip company. So today we're running a promotion. Not really. I mean, there's not a promotion in and of itself. I'm just suggesting that people have the ability to use any of the other AI voices to tell Kurt exactly how much of a bitch move that is. Learn to take a joke. It's not just not taking a joke, though. See, that's the trick. It's not just not taking a joke. It's not taking a joke and then using a knowingly bad legal theory to threaten a company to try and stop people's free speech rights is pretty fucking pathetic. And as a member of the vaunted LawTube community, you would think Kurt would be better informed on the issue. So what I'll be doing is I will be having Ryan. We're going to play all of the super tips in the normal course of the show. Like I'll probably play some in just a minute. But I'm going to have Ryan, the editor. Ryan, the editor, is going to go ahead and we're going to compile I'm going to do a follow-up video in which I revisit these Kurt super tips and put them together, after going through the legal explanation of why Kurt is completely wrong on this issue. So anyway, that's if anybody wants to try out the super tip system today, to use an AI voice, tell Kurt exactly how much of a loser he is for doing that. And now that we have an open slot on the super tip voice things, we have to have the voice of a sad, angry tomato. And one of those is coming.
I'm so glad that I'm not the biggest bitch on the internet anymore after Kerplaw Eeyore sent a cope and seethe to Melton.
It's amazing how much of a bitch some law Eeyores can be.
I'm going on the record that I have not given legal advice to Kerp. He called me crying, and I couldn't interpret his blubbering, were not even words. He never asked me anything.
I'm representing Law Eeyore in the case of Cope versus Sneed. It's going to be my Mr. Greer's opus.
Mr. Greer's opus. Gross. What else do we have here?
Do you love black people?
How could I? I also have a micropeen.
Your Honor, what my client meant was his neck fat doesn't allow him to see past his stomach fat, making his peen invisible.
Ahmazine.
I can't. The super tips are too funny.
Where did my neck go? Why do I have to submit my credit card for a running tab at Golden Corral? Why does it take me 2 hours to get inside Form the front of the parking lot?
The evidence will show that Kurt is my exact type of bitch made BBW. It will show that I did forcibly take his psoriasis tsunami cheeks. It will show I busted his booty full of my brother butter.
Oh my God. If you want to try out super tips for yourself, the link is in the description. It's also pinned at the top of both chats. Brother Butter has got me dying. I can't. It's at the top of the Rumble chat and the YouTube chat. You just click the link and go from there. Here we go. We've got another one. You can do so. You can add multiple voices. You can add up to 5 different voices. If you notice, some of these are back and forth exchanges between voices. So yeah, you can do one voice. You can do up to 5 of them.
Just because you haven't seen your penis in 20 years doesn't mean you get to sue anyone other than the spoon manufacturer, you fat fuck. Even I think you are a faggot for that cease and desist.
Whoops, I mean, Kurt, your voice is not copyrightable. Stop eating the butter. Pause from porking Miss Piggy and do some squats so you can start looking like a skinny hippopotamus.
Also, Nick Kerr, have you considered a Jack Murphy voice, or is this one enough cuckold for you?
Skinny hippopotamus. Can't.
Uncivil Law, aka Kurt, aka Fatty McFatface. You make videos on the internet. You can't walk into the Thunderdome of the internet and ask for padded walls. Knuckle up or GTFO.
And again, it's the thing that really pisses me off about it the most is that I know Kurt knows that his legal theory is not right. I know he knows that. And that's what is just, that's the icing on the cake. Wait, don't say that. Kurt will come running.
You call your channel uncivil, but the most uncivil thing about you is how you treat a microphone. Breathing into it like Darth Vader taking the bar exam.
What happened to the Karen Reed trial? They're on break. We've got the judge. They went to break, but they didn't actually say it audibly on video. So I just pulled it away. But we're on silent fan mode here, so we're just taking a minute. Just as an update to the trial. By the way, welcome to all the people who have joined since we started. Very much appreciate having you guys here, enjoying the trial with us. You could be anywhere. You chose me. Thanks. Welcome. But as a brief update, we are on a cross-examination of Jen McCabe, and Attorney Alan Jackson is he's fantastic. Really, on cross, I like him. I like his demeanor. I like his approach. He's thorough and incisive, and he gets after it. Again, his goal in this cross-examination so far is to establish the specter, at least, of a conspiracy. It's going to take them a while to build up this case. They can't just come out and be like, it's a conspiracy against our client. Like, no one, that doesn't work. It's too forward. You have to show that there's a reasonable possibility that there is a conspiracy, and that points to the non-guilt of the client or the defendant, who is Karen Reed, of course. And so he's putting those building blocks together. He's asking her about these meetings that they had in which they coordinated their story and they exchanged information. They talked about things that the other people wouldn't know. There's nothing illegal about that, but that can start to look like a conspiracy, right? Sorry, I should say there's nothing inherently illegal. This is a traumatic event. These people have lost a friend and a loved one and all of that stuff. Them getting together and talking about what happened and their experiences isn't out of the ordinary. Them doing it with coordination of the DA's office or the investigators, that's a little bit different. Now, does this mean that there was a conspiracy? No. And they did. In fact, there could not be a conspiracy at all, but it could still create enough doubt. It can still create enough doubt for the jury for finding of non-guilt. And that is the key. You take the possibility of a conspiracy that involves police, like a circle of friends that are present that night, that involve police, that involve, people who are connected into the community and its civic government. And then you also combine that with a lack of actual evidence about Karen Reed committing the murder. Bad forensics, the reconstruction of Waze data, or however you want to do it, that does not show John O'Keefe being struck by a car, and also raising the doubt on location data by showing what they showed yesterday with the Celebrate testimony, where the guy just conveniently left out that, some of that location data shows that John could have definitely been in the house and still been within the area of accuracy, we'll say, on the location there. So the assertions that John never entered the home, there's doubt there. Potentially. Is that doubt reasonable for the jury? We don't know. But the existence of a conspiracy or collusion between the witnesses who were in the house suddenly becomes much more important when you combine it with data and the omission of that data in testimony that it was possible that John was in the house and the assertion that he definitely was not. When you put all that together, you now have a conspiracy that points to doubt. And that's what they're trying to set up here. So that's the strategy so far on Jen McCabe. And I think Attorney Jackson is going to be as aggressive as he can without being a bully, because I think he wants her to crack. From what I heard, she's kind of crazy. She's got those AOC eyes, so we know she's a little bit batshit from that, from that alone. And I think what he wants to do is poke the bear until the bear wakes up from hibernation and starts looking like an insane person, ranting on the stand or having some sort of breakdown. That would be advantageous, but he has to tread a fine line. You cannot be a male attorney examining or cross-examining a female witness and come across as a bully. You will look terrible. Juries get mad traditional on male-female interactions in a professional setting like a courtroom. And if you start coming across as someone who's beating up on an innocent woman witness, you will ruin the entire perception of the legal team, and you'll bolster the witness, falsely or not, doesn't matter, in the jury's eyes. All right, so here we go. We got some more of these in the meanwhile.
I'm going to help Kurt with his ass cream. I just hope the ass zit situation is cleared up.
Gross.
Kurt looks like a transsexual Kathy Bates. Once you see it, you'll never unsee it.
One that sucks about backstabbing Nick is having to pretend Kurt is likable, even though he has less charisma than the fruit flies that orbit me.
Kurt's not the only one who talked about falsely using a bad legal opinion with no supporting authority to flex on the super tip system because they don't like being made fun of.
Probably a dumb question, but what is that thing the lady looks like she's blowing into? I assume it's a microphone and not some avant-garde way to make a win for the casino.
Yes, it is. It's a dictation microphone. That's the court reporter. And so, it's a microphone that has physical noise reduction and blocks out other sounds, so that the dictation for the transcript is complete and accurate. But yeah, so yeah, it looks like she's giving a post-apocalyptic robot blowjob, but actually she's just speaking into a microphone that has a barrier around her mouth so that ambient noise is filtered out.
Note to self. The unsubscribed video with angry cops reminded me we need to hang more navigational equipment.
Kurt, cease and desist the destruction of Buffett's. I am potential criminal, and I approve this message.
No, here we go.
Kurt's legal expertise died when he argued that presidents don't have immunity. Once a bitch, always a bitch.
I can't. The Ronnie O'Neill voice is my favorite one by a mile. It is perfect. We need a Bronco voice. We'll do a Bronco voice. We had to get a couple of specific LawTube voices up there first to make sure the system worked. This is just Super Tips can also do the text, just the normal text voice, the text voices. Regular just text super chat says this from Sandra M. Love your Karen Reed trial coverage. Innocent. I agree. At this point, the state has not brought me away from not guilty, not at all. To me, she seems very much not guilty at this point. But the state has several more days to go to build their case.
I know I look like someone who doesn't belong with the cool kids, but I rub buttercream on Kurt's ass, and he does mine, seeing as we both need train tickets for our own arms to reach.
Your Honor, my client is saying they both have their own gravity. I rest my case.
Damn, that's some huge bitches.
Oh.
The Merriam-Webster entry for Kurt has crusty as a synonym. I think it is an apt description of both his appearance and personality.
Damn. Oh, Kurt, why would you do this? How do you not know? How do you not know that this is going to be the result? Like, it's the most obvious thing to do, is to relentlessly mock you for being so sensitive about. Kurt, no one thought that was your voice. Like, no one thought you were saying those things. I don't know how much of the tism is in there, but no one actually thought that was you. Oh my God. But you should have known the result was going to be. Didn't you learn from when you were striking down videos? They will always come back stronger, like Obi-Wan Kenobi.
While I vastly outweigh you in size, and that is saying something, I bow down to your skills in being a copyright cuck yet again. You truly are the master.
It is I, Kurt, from Uncivil Law. How is my impression of someone skinnier than I? I tried to change my channel name to Pig Law. YouTube wouldn't let me, though. They said it would be offensive to pigs.
Damn. Poor pigs. Don't pick on them.
Your Honor, get this damn skinwalker off the stand.
So you can still do, obviously, super chats and super tips related to what we're watching, the trial coverage today. I don't know. Jen McCabe, I was critical of her appearance yesterday on Twitter. And of course, if you point out real things to people on Twitter, they get mad. Like they don't want reality, and they certainly don't want it in a courtroom, and they certainly don't want it with their true crime breakfast or whatever. But the reality is very unfair. Women have a much harder time walking a balance in court on how to appear, how to dress, and how to be, how much makeup to use or not use. It's very specific, and it changes across like your different intentions. For guys, it's pretty simple. Don't look homeless. Show up in a suit, probably a neutral suit, unless you're amazing, right? Like if you're Johnny Depp, you can kind of wear whatever you want because you're Johnny Depp and you walk around, you're cool. You're automatically cool, right? But like if Mick Jagger goes to court, he could just wear whatever Mick Jagger wants to wear, and everybody's gonna be like, that's Mick Jagger. If you're anybody else on earth, pretty much, you just wear a suit, neutral colors. You don't want to draw a bunch of attention. You don't want to look like you're not taking things seriously. You want to look professional. And then, guys have the next step is just, after that, it's just controlling your emotional response. If you're supposed to look happy and positive because of whatever situation you're in, and they want that positivity, and optimism. Maybe you're at some sort of probation hearing or something like that. I don't know. I haven't had any probation hearings, so. But you're looking to maybe shorten something that get a positive result from the court, and you're not in there for a bad reason. You want to look optimistic. You want to look like you're doing the right thing, and you're things are on the right track. If you've done something catastrophically wrong, you want to control your demeanor in a way that shows that you are taking things seriously, you're remorseful, etc. So that's about the extent for guys. For women, it's a lot more complicated. There is no standard suit for women. One, the size of the woman and shape of the woman, like their body type and body shape, I don't even mean this in an offensive way, will heavily dictate, sometimes really heavily, dictate what they wear and what styles work for them. There's no just standard woman's suit or standard woman's dress attire. So they have a lot more consideration just straight out the gate. When you add in makeup and, women use different levels of makeup in their day-to-day lives based on who they are, their personality, what their age, all of that stuff, what they're looking to accomplish. Makeup becomes a factor that becomes more important. Hair is a natural accessory for women at a much higher degree than men. Like these things all are considerations that they have to take into account. And that's not fair, but it is. It just is. There's no way around it. Women are judged more on their appearances than men, both in court and out of court, and get the fuck over it. This is about winning your court case, and this is why it matters. So, I said that Jen McCabe looks a little bit crazy. She has a permanent frown on her face, and it's unappealing. And I got bitched at by some people online about it, and it's like, I'm sorry, but when you look at her and her demeanor in this case, she looks insane, and she looks like she's permanently scowling. It goes to her trustworthiness and credibility in the eyes of a jury. Remember, they don't know this person. All they can judge is the look of this person and then how they act on the stand. They don't know if they're good or bad outside of the courtroom. They don't have time to care. They don't have the ability to find out. You can try and habilitate your the witness through testimony, but really what you've got, people are making the judgment about how trustworthy this person is in the first 10 to 20 seconds of seeing them. And they're doing it subconsciously, and they're going to judge women very harshly based on it. So just know that if I'm ever talking about how someone physically looks on the stand and how that, affects the jury's trustworthiness, it's because that's how, like, when I look at this person, that's my response. She looks like, I said it yesterday. You ever been to like an event where they have, someone's rented a bunch of chairs? They're just a bunch of shitty metal frame chairs, but they take like a sheet of fabric and stretch it over the chair to make it look nice. And underneath it's all crusty and gross. It doesn't matter though. Like that's how her skin looks, stretched over her bones. People keep calling her Skeletor or Red Skull or whatever. Both of those are funny, but she's got a very severe appearance, a very severe features. They should have muted those out with some makeup. I think their strategy is to have the women look homely, not like ugly, but homely, make them look like homemakers, make them not look like they're going to go out for a night of drinking and talking about the Red Sox or whatever. Like, she has nice hair, but otherwise she's not very done up. I think that's a mistake for her. I think they should have reduced the severity of her features with some makeup, helped out some of the shadowing so she doesn't look like she's going to suck the soul out of some child when she leaves the courtroom. She's just off-putting, and she has a permanent frown. I don't know why. Like, I don't know how you fix that other than to coach her into like, can you not look like you have just read 7 books on the Holocaust, please? But what they really don't want them going in looking like they're going out for a night of drinking, right? Like they don't want that. Oh, you're going to go out to the bar? You're going to go out to the bar? You're going to get dolled up a little bit? Like they don't want them coming in to testify looking like that either. So there's strategy involved in it. And people get really like in their head about that as a fact, but that's just humanity. Like you make decisions about people based on their looks when you know nothing else and have no other info. That's evolutionary. We used to have to determine if we were going to have to kill someone based on how they looked. And that's all the information we had, for a long time.
Every time I see Kurt wearing a cowboy hat, I think it's grounds for a Brokeback Mountain sequel.
No.
He does know that just because he blew somebody with a pickup truck doesn't make him country, right?
Your Honor, Kurt got very effeminate after being in a hot tub with Nick. We know that Nick is gay, but not that way. Your Honor, Kurt is a closeted homosexual.
Right. I'm openly homosexual, which is why I should be immune from all criticism.
Objection. Kurt can't make fun of my box fort when he lives in the copyright cut cage.
Okay, so Mr. K just asked a really, really interesting question. And it merits talking about, actually. The question is, can we get a Stephen Hawking voice? Actually, a Stephen Hawking voice would probably be subject to copyright protection from the company that created his chair and his robot world domination, throne. Because the voice that was given to Stephen Hawking was not his, right? Stephen Hawking was English. I always forget that he was English, but the computer voice didn't have an English accent at all. And that voice was created for Stephen Hawking. That's a creative work that's recorded. The reason you don't have a copyright interest in your own voice is because it's not your created work. There are voices that would probably not be, I shouldn't say voices. There are voices that people do that would probably not be able to be, at least under copyright law, we're talking about here, not be able to be used in super tips because they're the work of that person in creating it. I don't know if Bobcat Goldthwait, well, I don't know how to pronounce his last name. You know what I'm talking about. I don't know if that voice that he has is his normal talking voice or if that's a character voice that he's created and just used all the time, for example. But if there is, if the voice is someone's actual creative work rather than an inherent trait that they have, you don't create your own voice, but you might create a voice that you use for a character, for a persona, for a job, whatever. And those become copyrightable. If you think of voice actors, for example, like Vic Mignogna, his Broly voice, if someone were to try and AI recreate the Broly voice that Vic does, that would be copyright infringement or potential copyright infringement because Vic created that voice. That's not his voice. It's something he does and it's recorded in a medium. Now that thing has become something beyond just an inherent characteristic. So that's when you start to get into a more complicated question. Stephen Hawking's voice, again, from the chair was a voice that was created by the chair manufacturers. It's someone's creative work for the purpose of Stephen Hawking speaking. And since he's dead, I mean, he wouldn't have a claim, and he didn't make it anyway. The claim would belong to whoever made the voice, whatever company sold the chair, et cetera, et cetera. That's a great question. And, generative AI and this mimicking AI of voice, AI voice tech it's new, it's untested really. But if you get down to the basic underlying principles, the fact that AI is good at generating a bunch of different voices doesn't mean that people have not been good at imitating voices throughout history. I mean, some people could do spot on imitations. In fact, there are voice imitation lawsuits out there that have been won before. One of them involves a guy named Tom Waits. I think it was Tom Waits versus Frito-Lay Company. They asked him to endorse a potato chip and record an ad. He said no, so they hired someone who could imitate his voice, had a very similar voice. And but again, we're going back to this concept where that person's voice was used, that imitation was used deceptively to make it sound like he was endorsing a product that he chose not to endorse. That was the issue. If they had just someone doing an impression of him is not illegal and would not be. The question is the intent to deceive versus an artistic speech related purpose. So here we go. That's actually, we're hoping to hear an Uncle Ruckus or Booty Warrior super tip voice. The Booty Warrior is a real guy. The Booty Warrior from Boondocks was based on the actual Booty Warrior. That guy's real. His voice is the same, pretty much the same. So you could actually have the real Booty Warrior's voice on here.
I've thought Kurt was snorting stuff on stream well before. I suspected Nick, just based on all the weird times he would turn his camera off and come back more energetic with an itchy nose.
Did Kurt do that? I never paid attention.
Kurt's mother should have ingested him, just like his father, who used to slurp up every drop of fine Nubian cream.
Oh my God.
Kurt Cunt, Lord Cunty Cuntingdon from the Church of St. Cuntswin of the land of Cuntsworth. Get on that cunt horse of yours and ride off to Cuntyshire. And once you get there, cunt off some more.
Damn. Wow. That's that was me. That was my actual voice, and that was me saying that. That was not an AI. I just said that myself. Here we go. What do we got?
Your Honor, the purported crusty person, also known as Kurt, to be referred as Krusty. Krusty is using unsubstantiated legal theory to remove the fun of others. What grounds does he have to ruin our fun?
As my co-counsel has stated, Krusty is butt hurt and needs more butt cream for his aching ass.
I'll get the cream.
Welcome back, Nick. I missed you and hope all is well. Do you loathe black people?
I do. I love all people. Why would he think this is a good idea? I just can't get it. Like, Kurt, people were barely making fun of you before.
Cease and desist. This fat fuck must cease to exist.
Oh, no. I disavow.
Copyright is a legal right that protects original works of authorship, like books, music, and art, granting creators exclusive control over their use and distribution for a limited time. YFNKYS.
Thanks, Goof. That's the voice of a guy named Matt Poster, I think, something like that. And the lore on him and why his voice is in there is not important. Just know that other than Ronnie O'Neill, that's my favorite voice because it just takes for fucking ever to explain stuff. Oh.
Speaking of Kurt's bitch ass, he stole my thunder last time I gave a weight update. I'm down 75 lbbs. He just had to say how he lost weight too.
Dude, congrats on cutting down something the comparable amount of weight to something Vito's attracted to. That's amazing. I'm very proud of you. Keep those lbs coming off until you reach your goals, and then and then mold your body into what you want after that. I think a lot of people get this is my personal theory. It's not a good one. I'm not an expert on this, but I think a lot of people get wrapped up in trying to lose weight and simultaneously trying to get yoked or whatever. They go to the gym and they wonder why the weight doesn't come off. And it's they're going to the gym, they're burning a bunch of calories, but at the same time they're needing to refuel and fill their bodies. I think people should embrace fasting to shed weight before they try and bulk back up and put weight back in appropriate places. I think that's also a good way to get weight to remove fat from places that are hard to remove, in men, particularly in their bellies. You got to get that weight out of there because you're not going to transfer your belly fat up to your, up to your arms or whatever. You got to get that out of there first and then bulk up and add muscle weight by focusing, your exercises and of course, having a good bulking diet. That's the way I would suggest do things. But, look at me. I'm a little scrawny bitch. So I've only done the first part and I had assistance.
Do it slowly. Do it doucement. There are more familial relationships than an entire season of Game of Thrones.
What are you talking about?
Kurt does illegal acts to achieve sexual pleasure from people beyond their consent.
Oh my God.
This is not parody. This is not a joke. I, Nick Riccieta, am legally enforcing and endorsing this statement.
No, it's an AI voice.
Anyone else think I sound like the midget Cartman fought in South Park?
The the evidence will show that Kurt is a good candidate for Ozempic. Damn, that's a huge biatch. The evidence will show that Kurt learned nothing from that time he was copy striking people.
Huge biatch. The Ronnie O'Neill voice, man. It's too funny. Toodly Pip says, Nick, please, can you live stream the Zechariah Anderson trial for you to see the big difference in Rittenhouse Judge Schrader and Binger's mentor, D.A. Gravely? Wait, so the Zechariah Anderson trial is the one that already happened. That guy, yeah, so there are some things that I'm really annoyed with myself about with, when I got into all the drugs and all that stuff. Is one of the things, Solomon Anderson, who's Zechariah Anderson's brother, had reached out to me to do some interviews and stuff. And I, in concept, wanted to do them. But there were other things going on in my life. Some of them were related to drugs. Others were related to, I've said this, my life became a delta, like a river delta, a confluence of a whole bunch of things hitting at the same time. Drug use is only part of the story. A lot of the story is private. It doesn't really matter to anybody else. Just know that there's a lot going on behind the scenes for me. But the decisions that I made, to cope with some of that involved drugs and involved some other activities that pulled my attention away from doing my job effectively. And one of the things I really missed out on was Zechariah Anderson's trial and Solomon Anderson's interview. And that sucks. That type of shit frustrates me because I know there was stuff that I missed that I didn't want to miss and should not have. So I don't like watching trials where the outcome is known, though. Like I'm not good at going back and rewatching them because not to find a point on it. These trials are interesting, but trial in and of itself is boring by nature. It takes it's a lot of time. It can be a slog. There's always going to be a witness or two, or most of them that drag. There's not often fireworks. The way trial works is to tell a story in a way that is measured. And so you don't always get the high drama and stuff like that. And so what keeps me excited about them and keeps me engaged is the non-knowledge of the outcome. I want to know how this story develops and unfolds. And then I want to know how the jury rules. If I already know how the jury rules, then I already can kind of guess how the story unfolds. And I have trouble, I would have trouble dedicating 8 hours a day to rewatching that trial. It's just not, it's not something I would do. And I don't think it would be great for views in general, which at the end of the day, you want to spend your time making content that will, push the channel out there and get more people in. Could I come on the Rob Saul show tonight? I don't know. Tonight's Wednesday. I don't know. I've been invited on another show and I'm not sure if I'm even going to be able to do that one. Again, trying to redo or trying to do things differently than how I've done them in the past. And make sure I have a good work-life balance.
Good to see you back and sober. I wish you and your family all the best. Stay the course and keep these Karen Reed streams going. I love it.
Well, I've committed to the Karen Reed streams. The only, when I go to Hackamania, I won't be able to do the Karen Reed streams for Thursday and Friday. So we'll see what we can do about that. But other than that, for the most part, I don't foresee not being able to do streams. So I should be here pretty much every day. But what do we got here?
The Matthew Harris says Kurt is a bitch because Kurt is a bitch when the Matthew Harris says he is.
Matthew Harris' voice is good. I need a little bit. he would get into some crazier high pitched rants, and like I want to figure out how to get those in there.
Your Honor, can you explain how striking like 50 people with my car was implicit consent to be buck broken by Tyrone and his friends?
Daryl Brooks, man, he got it bad. Like the guy is a horrific murderer. Don't get me wrong. And I don't have a ton of sympathy for him, but yeah, he was allegedly beaten and raped so bad in prison, they had to move him to a different prison. So hopefully the new prison, I mean, I guess hopefully for him, they don't get that butt as hard. But don't run over a parade full of children and old people. You fucking monster.
Kurt is the undeniable Amber Heard of the lawyer world. He definitely shit the bed.
See, Warren, no, not tomorrow and Friday of this week. Hackamania is it next week? Yeah, it's next week. Right, it's the 8th. For me, it's the 8th and 9th. So I will not be able to stream on the 8th and 9th most likely because I'll be traveling. But we'll resume on Monday. I'll try and make tons of announcements as we get closer to it. Where's the trial? Right now we are on a break, the morning break. So we're just it's a long break though, Jesus. So right now we're just going through super tips. Most of them are about Kurt because Kurt sent a cease and desist letter and had his voice removed from the super tip system. People don't understand how cease and desist letters work. Cease and desist letters don't do anything functionally. They cannot compel you to do anything. There are sometimes there's some laws in some states where the issuing of notice is, an important part of it, typically with stuff like harassment and stuff like that. So you issue notice and a cease and desist can be an effective way to deliver notice to somebody, but a cease and desist has no legal force in and of itself. It can notify someone of an intent to do something. And some states will have like a harassment or even like a criminal defamation law, which would require notice and an opportunity for the person to actually cease the activity. And so, that's cease and desist though typically have no legal force behind them. It's it's just notice. It's just a letter. You don't have to listen to them at all. I'm not a owner of Supertip or involved in it beyond just being a user, so I have no say in it. If they're going to take a voice down, they're going to take a voice down. I think maybe they know that that's going to be untenable in the long haul, but for now, they're not wanting to have that fight, I guess, which is too bad, in my opinion. But hey, I'm not paying the lawyer bills.
Kurt did not send a cease and desist letter. It was a grease and assist letter.
Gross. Oh, here we go.
The evidence will show Kurt is reaching further than I did representing myself.
Tell me about it. That argument doesn't hit, just like my SUV ain't hit nothing at no parade.
Don't call the children nothing, Daryl. God, that's rude. Oh my goodness. Is the prosecution allowed to talk to their witnesses during breaks? No. No, they're not. Typically, unless their witness is their client or whatever. Oh wait, no, this is prosecution, so no.
Me and Kurt don't deserve our viewers. Sub to Rage LB instead.
There you go. Rage LB. Perfect.
Objection, Your Honor. You made a ton of money off me and you knew I was guilty from the get-go.
It's true. It's true.
Hey, Nick, the one and only loss the Toe Cannon will ever take, let's go, Toe, will be that I can't enjoy the sweet, salty flavor of that brother butter of yours anymore.
Then I'll carry you with me like my daddy did.
Go, Nicker, put the arm into you dummy. It instantly says animal attack. I'm a better lawyer than all y'all.
So what they're talking about there in that beautiful super tip is the arm with the wounds on it for John O'Keefe. And yes, it looks like an animal. I don't need an AI to tell me that's an animal attack. Like, I know that that's not glass from a car because I'm not a moron. Like, I know that that is not glass wounds from a car on John O'Keefe's arm. I know that that's an animal attack. It's either a dog or it's something chewing on him while his corpse is laying on the ground. I don't believe like a raccoon comes up and chews on his body in the middle of the night in the middle of a fucking blizzard. So to me, it's pretty obvious. You're going to have to really do something to convince me that he does not go into the house, get into some sort of fight, and it could be right at the fucking door. Like, this doesn't have to be that complicated. Gets into some sort of fight. The dog attacks him. He gets clocked in the eye, right above the eye with a fist, gets his hematoma, falls and hits his head on something, and then is unconscious. And they're like, holy shit. They think he's dead probably right away. And so they drag him out, carry him out, whatever, deposit him by the flagpole and let it go. I don't know why they picked the flagpole to deposit him. I don't know, who knows? Who knows why he gets deposited where he does? It's somewhere close to where Karen Reed left him. But there's a bunch of different reasons why any of that could happen that we will probably never know. But that, to me, that's the theory. I don't necessarily think that there was an intention to kill him. It doesn't look like a hit, like an intentional murder. It seems like there would be another way to do that. This seems like a very unlikely way to kill someone in general, like hitting them in the face, having them fall and hit their head on something, get knocked unconscious and die out in the cold. That's not like a hitman style thing. So I don't believe that that's what happened intentionally. But two people getting into a fight because they're drunk, maybe over some of the women who are around, because I'm sniffing out something going around this group of friends. There looks to be like there's some sort of feelings or potential affairs. I don't know. And maybe that's just the drama of the situation seeping in and a desire for the story to be more salacious than it is. I'm not sure, but something rubs me wrong about this group of people. It seems like there's some emotional connections, if nothing else. And I would argue, I think there's sexual activity going on between some of the people outside of the bounds of their relationships, and that maybe those are coming to light in some way, and that while people are drunk, or maybe they were that way before. Maybe there's no active thing, but the alcohol brings people back to a place of anger or some sort of emotional response, and then two guys who've been drinking get into a fight. Not unheard of in the Boston area or in the in Massachusetts. Two guys drinking, getting into a fight. There's Irish heritage there, so I think it's like genetic. But then having a bad result. Adults fighting is dangerous fucking thing. That's why we don't really allow it anymore. And what the hell? Why is it so? We're getting closed captions here, but there's no sound. I didn't mute it or anything. I shouldn't say there's no sound. They're very faint sounds. I don't know how they got closed captions on it at all. But two adult, grown men fighting is terrifying in a real sense when there's no control over it, because the ability for someone to inflict massive damage. I mean, when you get into guys who are 200 plus pounds throwing hands, A bad hit on a chin knocks someone unconscious, and a bad fall from being knocked unconscious has someone hit their head on something hard and they die. Like that happens with more frequency than it's worth for getting in fights, in my opinion. Like I don't want to be lights out and then never wake up because I happen to fall on a cement parking barrier or something stupid. But so to me, that seems like the most sustainable theory that I've seen. The car is not selling me. The wounds on the arm do not look like they are caused by glass from a broken tail light. You certainly can't convince me that shards of glass launched off the tail light into the arm. So you're telling me that the car swiped across and caused those wounds.
Council sidebar, please.
Back to sidebar immediately? Oh my God. Oh yeah, the reason we haven't done a Bronca voice is because I'm gonna have Ryan do a Bronca voice and then a no tie Bronca voice because I think we need both of those. Kurt's mods are banning and putting people in timeout like crazy now. Pip says Nick is clueless about this case. Well, Pip, your legal opinions are lacking, but because he doesn't do his homework. Also, Nicky Boy, not copyright privacy. Go look it up and enjoy prison, in my opinion. Yeah, I've talked about privacy and why you're fucking wrong. And you're wrong because you don't do your homework. I intentionally didn't do homework on this case because I wanted to come into it like a juror. I don't want to know what happened in the last trial because what happened at the last trial doesn't matter unless it's brought in for impeachment purposes. This jury is not exposed to what happened at the last trial outside of impeachment purposes. All the external things that could be involved don't matter. They have to be brought in as evidence and they have to be tied to a legal theory and packaged up at closing. So I want to watch it that way. But that's my opinion. Said that from the start. You can call me lazy if you want. Doesn't fucking matter. This is how I'm watching it. I'm certainly not going to go back and watch 6 weeks of trial before tomorrow to prep for the next witness. And I'm not going to go watch 3 hours of previous exam and cross-exam of a witness to see what I'm missing from the new exam and cross-exam. It doesn't matter to the jury what I'm missing. The only thing that matters is what's brought before them. But I've that's been how I do most trials.
Matters that we need to address, and that's what happened here. So I appreciate your patience, Mr. Jackson.
What matter did you address off camera? Damn it. You haven't seen violence until you've seen two WWF-sized poofters fighting. The horror. Man, you start to get to dudes who are 200 plus pounds. People could die like real quick. There's a lot of mass. You don't have to be
Jackson, go right ahead.
You don't have to be a big like jacked dude.
When last we
It's
left
just
off,
mass.
we were talking a little bit about some of the familial connections that your family has with certain law enforcement agencies. We talked about Boston Police Department, obviously, Brian Albert. We talked a little bit about Massachusetts State Police and knowing friends of friends with regard to Chris and Julie, correct?
Yeah.
Knowing friends of Chris and Julie.
Friends of Chris and Julie.
Is that your relationship?
With who?
I'd asked you about. I'll ask you a different question.
Okay.
A little bit vague.
Yes, Ellie.
Courtney Proctor is friends with Julie's sister.
Yes.
And obviously Courtney also knows Julie and Chris, correct?
Sustained.
And there's also a connection to Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert. Is that right?
Yeah.
can you answer that? Is there a connection? Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert?
Not with the police department, but Kevin Albert is Brian Albert's brother.
Right. And Kevin works for whom?
The Canton Police.
Thank you. So you've been interviewed many times by different law enforcement agencies, be they Massachusetts State Police, Canton Police, or otherwise, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Those interviews have not just been over the period of weeks, it's been over the period of weeks and months and even years since this occurred, correct?
Yes.
You were contacted by another law enforcement agency that was not Massachusetts State Police and not Canton Police Department at one point in April of 2023. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about that series of interview or that interview. You were contacted at your residence by these members of this law enforcement agency, correct?
Yes.
All right. Later that same day, you did sit down with those same law enforcement officers for a formal interview.
On
that same day that you were contacted by them, they also went into your home and actually interviewed you, correct?
Yes, it was brief.
All right. Those law enforcement officers identified themselves as being associated with an agency that is not Massachusetts State Police. You understood that?
Yes.
And you understood that they were not involved with Canton Police Department either, correct?
Correct.
Completely separate agency, is that right?
Yes.
During the course of that interview, those officers informed you very specifically, Ms. McCabe, that it is a crime to lie to them even during an interview, correct?
Yes.
Those law enforcement officers informed you that they were investigating certain circumstances attendant to John O'Keefe's death, correct?
They were very vague on what they were.
Understood.
I don't know what they were investigating.
But you did understand that it was having something to do with your involvement at 34 Fairview on January 28th, 29th, 2022. As a witness or otherwise?
Sustained as to certain terminologies.
Sure. Let me see if I can rephrase that, Ms. McCabe. You were aware of the subject matter of their interview, right? They weren't interviewing about a car you bought last year, correct?
Correct.
They were interviewing you about, basically, about what you're testifying to here, correct?
When I first spoke with them, the conversation was pretty vague.
But the subject matter, vague or specific, was about this subject matter.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. They first contacted you telephonically, called you on the phone. Is that right?
Actually, they walked up to my car.
They walked up to your car?
Yes.
Okay, that was the very first introduction, correct?
Yes.
At that point, they had not identified themselves, correct?
They didn't know.
All right, and at that point, you told them that you were not Jennifer McCabe. They asked you who you were, and you said, I'm Nicole.
I thought they were like selling something. So I was like, oh, no, I'm not the homeowner.
Fair enough. Fair enough. However, after you said, I'm not Jennifer McCabe, you walked into the house, they then called you on the phone.
Yes.
They were still sitting outside your house.
I don't know where they were, but they did call me.
They were close by.
I'm not aware.
Well, the call came almost immediately after you walked back in the house, correct?
I'm not sure how much time had passed.
Give me an idea. It wasn't an hour. It was
No, it was
5 to 10
soon
minutes.
after. I'm just not sure. I can't tell you where they were located. I'm sorry.
Okay. They told you that they would, at that point, they identified themselves as being law enforcement agents, correct?
When they called me, yes.
And they told you at that time that they were not with Canton Police. You knew at least they were not with Canton Police Department. They were not troopers with Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And they told you that they would like to have an interview with you. They'd like to have a sit-down talk with you, correct?
Yes.
And you told them that you would be willing to submit to an interview, but you needed about 10 minutes to get ready, correct?
Yes.
You ultimately did allow them into your home, and you did sit down for a formal interview with them, correct?
Yes, brief, but yes.
And it was during that formal interview inside the home that it was explained to you that it would be a crime for you to lie to them on any material issue, correct?
Yes.
During the course of your interview, your husband, Matt McCabe, came home. Is that right?
Yes.
As these law enforcement agents continue to question you, as law enforcement officers continue to question you at some point, you inform them that you did not feel comfortable with any further questioning and you suspended the interview, correct?
Yes.
Before leaving, however, those same law enforcement officers asked you if you had contacted anyone in those 10 minutes when you indicated, I need 10 minutes to get ready, between the time they called you and the time that they showed up and came inside your house, correct?
Yes.
You told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe.
Yes.
Which is why he came home, right?
Yes.
And you told them that you had called Carrie Roberts before they interviewed you, correct? At that moment.
I'm not 100% sure, but if you have it, it seems like something I would do, but if you have it, could show me.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thoroughly tossed. Welcome to paralegal status. Go for big guy 911 says 10 spot for Kurt's hooker. Oh, come on now. Pastor Flash with a member chat says, yo, bingo. Thoroughly tossed, upgraded to lawyer membership. Thank you for that.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Oh, I do want to say, when I get,
ask you, Ms. McCabe, if you recognize that as being a report.
I'll finish that in a minute.
General. Yes.
It appears to be, yes.
May I approach the witness stand and stand by the witness stand for a couple of questions?
Yes.
If I can have that.
Sure.
I want to direct your attention, if I may, for court and counsel, page 3 of 4, starting with the second to the last full paragraph, going into page 5, top full. I'm sorry, page 4, top full paragraph.
Okay.
You could review those 2 paragraphs, read them to yourself, and then look up and let me know when you're finished.
yeah, well, Palmyra, she doesn't need to look at stuff from the prosecution. She's been rehearsing this with them for a while. When we get, I have exclusive content coming to locals, but that will also apply to YouTube members at the lawyer and higher level. As I will announce when that starts, but Rumble Studio provides the ability to stream to locals and to YouTube. So I should be able to make members only streams from YouTube, which is really nice because that was always a conflict of having YouTube memberships, but also having locals community is like having to get the exclusive content from one, would necessarily exclude the other. Rumble Studio should allow that to happen really easily. So I might be able to do it through StreamYard too, but I know I can do it through Rumble. Fiat Multipla. No, I've not seen Kurt's rage out yesterday when ChatGPT or whatever told him his brief sucked.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. McCabe.
Yes.
At lunch, we are going to watch
those paragraphs. Refresh your recollection.
Kurt
as to
dating
whether or not-
video where
as
he's
to
eating
what
a
you told those
casserole.
agents
So
initially.
fair warning.
I'm sorry, what you told those officers initially from that other law enforcement agency, that about who you contacted in that 10-minute interval,
Yes, I told them.
and you told them that you had contacted your husband Matt McCabe.
Yes.
And Carrie Roberts.
Correct.
I want to stick with that for just a quick second. One of the first calls you made after being contacted by these other law enforcement officers from a different agency, one of the first calls you made was to Carrie Roberts. Is that right?
She was the first one.
That's what I'm asking. One of the first 2 calls you made, your husband,
Right.
come home, there's law enforcement outside my door, I'm guessing is what you said, correct?
I don't remember my exact words now, but I did ask him to come home. Correct.
And
Yes.
Carrie Roberts.
Okay. Yes.
You wanted to let Ms. Roberts know that you had been contacted by certain officers from a different agency, correct?
I was curious if she, they had already been to her.
That was
Because-
my next
Oh,
question.
yeah.
You also wanted to find out had these law enforcement officers from this different agency contacted her, correct?
Yes, because typically if
I
you
just
enter
asked
our
yes or no.
town, she's.
Ms. McCabe, yes or no?
Oh, sorry. I was just trying to
That's okay.
explain. I'm sorry.
Is that why you contacted her, to find out if in fact they had contacted her before you? Yes or no?
Yes.
And you also wanted to find out what she told them, if she had been contacted by them, correct? That was your motive in calling her.
No.
So you just wanted to find out, had she been contacted? But if
Yes.
she had said yes, you weren't going to say, and what the hell did they say? What did they ask you?
Well, I can't say what I would have answered, what I would have asked her, but I know I was calling to see if they had been there. Yes,
That
is
was your
correct.
that was your intent.
I called to ask her if they had been there. Yes.
So that was your intent. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Your motive in calling Carrie Roberts at that moment before your interview was to ensure that your story would line up with her story, Ms. McCabe. Isn't that right?
No, that is not.
You wanted to find out if she had talked to these particular law enforcement officers and what she had told them, so that your story could somehow align, or it could inform how you responded to questions that they asked you. Isn't that true?
That's not true. We both know what happened. We don't have to have a story. There is no story. There's what happened, and that's
So
it.
So if that's true, Ms. McCabe,
Mhm.
you have no reason to call Carrie and ask her if she had been contacted by these law enforcement agents, because it's just the truth, correct?
We're going through this whole experience together. We call each other about everything.
There would
That's
be no
nothing
reason
more
to
than that.
So
I'm
let her
sorry.
let her finish her answer. Go ahead, Ms. McCabe, you can finish that.
There's nothing more than me calling and saying, hey, did they come to your house? That's what we did when the media showed up, when Miss Reed's private investigator showed up. We just give each other the heads up, hey, somebody's coming, because we're just like normal moms. We're not used to this.
And that's helpful in making sure that the stories she tells are consistent with the stories you tell to different law enforcement agencies, correct?
No, we are not telling stories.
So let her finish. You said no what?
I said, no, we're not telling stories. We don't have to compare.
And if in fact what we were telling you was just the truth, there would be no reason for you to inquire about who's contacted her when. There'd be no reason.
There's no inquiring. It's like when when the ice cream truck was at the street next door and I'm saying, did the ice cream truck come? It's really that simple.
So you asked a question.
Not about an ice cream truck.
He didn't ask that question.
And she responded in kind. Next question.
He did not ask an argumentative question. He has the leading question. It's cross-exam.
You also testified in your direct examination, staying with Ms. Roberts for just a second, about a timeline that you and Ms. Roberts put together, correct?
Yes.
That's another example of the two of you talking about your own perceptions and comparing and contrasting those perceptions and putting it down on paper, correct?
No,
Is that yes or no?
it's a no. Can I explain or no?
I'm sure Mr. Brennan will have follow-up questions. After you gave that answer to those law enforcement officers.
That's the right
that
answer from Attorney
separate
Jackson.
Law enforcement agency. They asked you, was there anyone else that you contacted in that 10-minute period before we got a chance to talk to you? And your answer was no, correct?
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
It wasn't a lie. No.
Was it true? Was it the truth or a lie?
It wasn't a lie.
Okay, so it was the truth. You had not spoken to any other person between the time They contacted you telephonically, and you said, I need 10 minutes, and then they came in the door. During that arc of time, you didn't talk to anybody else or contact anybody else other than Matt McCabe, Kerry Roberts. Now you're testifying that was a true statement.
I can't answer that yes or no.
It's pretty binary. Had you talked, well, let me ask you this. In point of fact, you did talk to other people. You contacted others in addition to Matt McCabe and Kerry Roberts, correct? Yes or no?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So when you said no to the answer, did you contact anyone other than Matt and Kerry? That would be, by definition, Ms. McCabe, a lie. Correct?
No.
It's not a lie? Is there some shade of lie that I'm not aware of?
It's the way you're asking the question. If I
Okay, let
could
me ask it a different
explain,
way.
if I could explain,
Let me ask it
it
a
will
different
make
way.
more sense to you.
He
The
doesn't
agents
need it to
asked
make
you-
sense.
I'm going to go over this one more time, then I'm going to move on. The agents
Okay.
asked you, in fact, did you
It's hard for some
contact
people to
anyone
accept.
between the time we called you and set up the interview and the 10 minutes before we walked in the door? They asked you that question, correct?
The objection sustained. Watch the choice of language.
I'm sorry. I meant the law enforcement agency. That law enforcement agency, the members of that law enforcement agency contacted you. Sorry. They asked you who you had contacted between the time they first telephoned you and walked in the door 10 minutes later. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Data point number one. Data point number two, you told them Matt and Kerry, correct?
Correct.
You had actually contacted, they then asked you, did you contact anyone else other than Matt and Kerry, correct?
Correct.
And you said no. Is that correct?
At that moment, I said no. Yes.
Correct. At that, or any moment.
No, at that moment, because they had just come in my house.
I asked you,
Only one person can talk at a time.
you said the word no.
She
correct?
was finishing her answer. Finish your answer.
I had said no because I was in a situation where there are two officers from a different agent had come in, were asking me questions, or they had said, can I come in and ask you questions? At first, I thought they were selling something. Then they identified themselves. I just dropped my kids off at school. Going to be completely honest. I hadn't brushed my teeth. So I kind of made some phone
Objection, Your Honor.
calls.
This is
That-
non-responsive.
So next question. Mr.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, she
Okay,
doesn't just get to
after you
exposit.
said
It's cross.
no, that you hadn't contacted anybody else.
Mhm.
Those two law enforcement officers from that separate agency who had told you it was a crime to lie to them, they left, correct?
Yes.
Subsequent to that, Mr. McCabe, your husband, objection.
Sustained.
They left you their card so you could call them if need be, correct?
Yes, they did.
And you, in fact, did call them back, correct?
Yes, I did.
Without telling me the content of the conversation you had, did you have a conversation with Mr. McCabe? Objection.
Sustained.
Did you call them back and say, I'm calling you back because my husband told me that I lied to you and I better clear that lie up?
So sustained. Jurors, remember I told you before that only answers to questions are evidence? Be mindful of that. Next, yes.
All right, we're back to sidebar here. The judge in this case is so obviously in favor of the state. It's embarrassing. It's really frustrating. Attorney Jackson knows he has to walk a very careful line. Yet Hank Brennan was able to absolutely sledgehammer Dr. Wolf over and over and over. By the way, if you have not, please check out the video I did and released independently. It was a recap of the important part of Hank Brennan's voir dire of Dr. Wolf. The only excuse is that Hank Brennan is not in front of the jury when he's badgering Dr. Wolf, but that doesn't matter because that's meant to protect the witness as much as it is to protect the jury's impression of the witness. Sorry. Alan Jackson doesn't get to do that here. The judge barely will let him conduct cross-examination, will let these witnesses just exposit for as long as they want. They just get to tell a story on a yes/no question every time. And when he says, "Look, I'm asking you a question," the judge says, "No, she's answering." No, she answered when she answered yes or no. If he asks an open-ended question, that's on him, but he's not that careless. He's asked closed-ended questions most of the time. Early on in the cross-examination, he asked an open-ended question, but it was very strategic and very well done. It was when he was about to move on, and she had said something where he went, no, actually, I do want you to tell me about that. You explain what you meant by that. And it put her on the defensive. That was a good time. But most of the time, they want the yes/no answers, and that's what they're entitled to. And the witness doesn't get to just tell a story. That's what direct and redirect are for. The state needs to elicit those things from the witness. Here we go. We got this.
The evidence will show that Kerp was in the midst of a hemorrhoid rage when he sent that C&D. He attempted to calm this anal storm with Mrs. Buttersworth. Unfortunately, his gluttony was too strong.
Damn it.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. You ultimately called these officers back, correct?
Yes.
And you explained to them that you had been untruthful with them, correct?
I explained that I had forgotten to mention a couple of people that I had reached out to.
You had forgotten. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
You had forgotten. You remembered Matt and you remembered Carrie, but you had forgotten the others that you had just contacted maybe 30 minutes before.
Yes.
There were 5 people that you contacted.
I contacted Matt.
Let's go through them.
Yeah.
Yes, no.
I know 4 off the top of my head.
Okay, let's go through them.
Okay.
You contacted your husband, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Carrie Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Peggy O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Then, Ms. McCabe, you contacted the district attorney's office, correct?
My witness advocate.
The district attorney's office.
My witness advocate who works for the district attorney's office.
Thank you, Ms. McCabe.
Yes.
There we
And
go.
You also left out that you contacted
I mean, the
Brian
witness
Albert
advocates talk
himself,
directly to district
correct?
attorneys.
Yes, my brother-in-law.
For some reason, your brother-in-law, who's the 30-year Boston police detective, correct?
Yes.
And on whose lawn John O'Keefe was found dead or dying. Objection.
I'll allow that.
Correct?
Yes.
Yeah, what's
For
the
some reason,
objection?
you did not want these officers to know that you had communicated specifically with Brian Albert, the homeowner, just before you talked to them. Correct?
No, incorrect.
There was some reason that was important enough for you to lie about that, even though you had been admonished that it's a crime to lie about that to those officers. Correct?
Incorrect. I didn't lie to them. I had forgotten who I had called.
And all of a sudden you had an epiphany right after they walked out the door?
Yes. Matt said, who have you spoken to?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. It's out. You're not to go any further. Mr. Jones.
Ms. McCabe, I want to draw your attention.
He didn't ask her
to.
He didn't ask her what he said. She just offered it. It's not his fault.
January 28th. You had gone out drinking with your family at the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
I went with my husband and met my sister, yes.
And met the other family, correct? The other family members, meaning
My niece.
Matt McCabe, Nicole, Chris, Julie, Caitlin, correct?
Yes.
And I think you mentioned Tristan was there as well.
Yes.
You were later joined by Nick and Karina Kolakithis, is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, Brian Higgins showed up
Yes.
and Brian Albert showed up.
Yes.
You previously indicated that Caitlin's boyfriend, Tristan, left early for whatever reason. He had errands to run or had to get to bed early for some reason. Is that right?
He left before us, yes.
So he didn't stay through the shank of the evening.
Through the what?
The shank of the evening, through the course of the evening.
Oh, okay. Mhm.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately at the waterfall, John O'Keefe and Miss Reed showed up as well.
Yes.
You didn't see any tension at all between John O'Keefe and Karen that night, did you?
No, I didn't.
They appeared to be getting along.
Yeah. Yes.
Sort of a normal couple having a nice evening out together.
Yes.
Neither John nor Karen Reed appeared drunk or inebriated, out of sorts.
No, I wouldn't categorize them as drunk or inebriated.
And not,
but again, I don't know what the definition of drunk is.
Well, that's a fair statement. I'm not asking for their.
You don't know what the
BAC,
definition
they
of
didn't
drunk
appear to be
is?
stumbling around, falling all over
You on a
themselves and sloppy
Saturday,
drunk,
I'm
correct?
guessing.
Out of control, nothing like that.
No.
Okay. You did see Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at a high top table, sort of together through the course of that evening, correct?
We were all kind of around like a long high top table.
And John O'Keefe, and as you look at I'm going to use the perspective of the video that we've
I only see
seen,
crop tops.
that camera angle that we've seen. John O'Keefe and Miss Reed were sort of further off in the corner, closer to the bar rather than to the tables, correct? Along with the Colaquitases and those, and you, as a matter of fact.
Yes. At different times, everyone was kind of moving around. I spent the majority of the time that Karen and John were there speaking with Karen.
And that was sort of over toward the bar.
We weren't in the bar. We were at the table. So it was one side of the table and the other. It wasn't
enough.
like far away.
Right.
Kind of, yeah.
I'm using the bar sort of as a landmark for nothing. I didn't mean you were sidled up to the bar, but just sort of as a landmark. You were closer to the bar than, for instance, in the foreground, which would be the high top tables in the foreground, correct?
We were just on the other. I'm confused about this. We were just on the other side of the table.
Okay. You did see on the opposite side of that high top table, that's where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were standing, talking and communicating with each other. Is that right?
I believe so. I was talking to Miss Reed. I wasn't really paying attention to them.
Did you ever see those two men get physical with one another that night?
Perhaps
I did not that night. I
baby
did not see
oil
that.
and
Have you ever seen a full review in all the hours that you've sort of prepped for your testimony?
like an inflatable pool.
That waterfall video from the time you got there until the time you left?
Not the full video, but I have seen a good portion of it, yes.
Okay, and you've certainly seen the portion where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins get up from the table and sort of get physical with one another, correct?
I would say more like play fighting, and Nick Colaquitas was a little bit like doing it with them as well.
Okay, so the physical part is, all I'm asking is, did they touch each other?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, yeah, I guess, yeah.
And you described it as play fighting.
Hey, they're play fighting.
I don't. If we could
Wait a
watch
minute.
the video. It might explain it better than I could.
We probably will.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna get there. Calm down.
Remember them squaring off on one another, playing.
But she had her teeth out there.
I don't remember them.
She didn't look
squaring off. Like I
frowny.
said, I just watched the video. I don't remember it from that night, and I didn't really pay attention. It looked like foolish, like guys. Just I don't even know how to describe it.
From your perspective, having watched the video,
Mhm.
She's really focused on having
and sort of took
that
fighting stance.
minor smile. I think it
I
makes
didn't
her
look
look
at it that in
way
depth, so I
better.
could not say that.
Did you see them walk up to
By
each
better,
other?
I'm not talking about attractiveness.
Like they didn't notice punching each other.
Right.
I get that.
Mhm.
Were they grappling with one another, like faking punches to each other?
I don't know.
Almost like sparring a little bit.
Ooh.
I don't honestly know.
But you did see the
I saw them together.
Oh.
It's blurry, and they're kind of. I
Can
don't
do
know
her.
really what they're doing.
Get her animated.
Oh God, no.
Get her worked up.
No.
They weren't on their phones, right?
They were engaging with each other, playfully grabbing at
Playfully
each other. I don't
grabbing
really-
each other.
Grabbing each other, like fighting, correct? That's my point.
I'd have to watch the video to
This
categorize
sounds
it as
very
play fighting.
erotic.
You don't have that in your head?
I didn't know it was a quick clip. I wasn't like focusing on Brian and Brian. I was just identifying that was myself
See,
in
he
the
needs to
video, and there was
keep
Miss
this up.
Reed, and I believe Miss Reed actually did some play fighting to Matt.
There was, in fact, to Matt.
Yeah, I feel like she was about like this to Matt at one point. Yeah.
Yeah.
in
Yeah,
the
keep her
video.
smiling.
So let's talk about
Alan Jaggs is a
let's talk
charmer.
about Brian and Brian.
The smiles make her look
Mhm.
less like the reason the dogs are missing in the neighborhood, you know?
They're big guys. Yeah.
Big boys.
Mhm.
Big
Lot bigger
boys.
than me, right?
Yeah.
They took a fighting stance with each other and started grappling, playing, coming toward each other as if they were engaging in a fake physical altercation. Correct?
I did not see that. I'm sorry.
You can't describe this without it sounding very
You didn't
gay.
even see it on the video.
I saw them on the video grabbing at each other. I didn't see stances but again, I didn't pay much attention to it.
And that's your best memory as you sit here today.
Yes.
Okay. Eventually, your husband, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Nicole, Caitlin, everybody went over to 34 Fairview at the end of the night.
Yes.
Correct?
That grabbing party
bar
became a
closed
grabbing party, if
guessing
you know what I'm
midnight.
saying.
Okay.
Is that right?
I think we were wrapping up around then. I don't know what time it actually closes.
When you left Waterfall, the people that were still there included Matt, your husband, and John O'Keefe. Is that right?
Yes.
You walked out with Karina Kolakithis and Karen Reed.
Yes.
And you said to Miss Reed something along the lines of, "You're coming with me," correct?
I said, why don't you come with me?
Okay, fair enough. You were prompting her to join you for the ride over to 34 Fairview. Is that right?
Yes.
You even went outside and sort of waited in the cold. There's a video. Have you seen the video of you outside? The surveillance video of you outside in the cold?
Yes.
And you're sort of waiting there, moving from foot to foot like it's freezing out, which I'm sure it was, correct?
Yes.
In a big puffy coat of some kind, right?
So the question was, I moving foot to foot in a coat? Yes.
My question is more, did you see yourself waiting outside in the cold?
I saw myself convert. I believe I was in a conversation at that point when I was standing out there with John and Karen.
And that's when you were asking Karen to come with you.
No, I had asked Karen previously when we were at the door to come with me because I didn't know how long Matt and John were going to be in the bar because they
Right.
were in there still.
And that would have, by definition, brought Karen to 34 Fairview separate and apart from John O'Keefe if Karen had come with you.
Yes. Mhm.
Miss Reed ultimately declined your invitation and did go with John. Is that right?
John ended up coming to the door, so they just went together. Yes.
And finally, you walked away and went with your husband, Matt, over to 34 Fairview in your personal vehicle, correct?
Yes.
When you arrived at 34 Fairview, were you the first among the group that we've just talked about to arrive, or had others arrived before you?
Others had arrived before me.
When you walked in to 34 Fairview, where was everybody generally located? Give me a layout of the interior of the home, how you walked in and where everybody was located, the people that were there when you walked in from the waterfall.
So I walked in through the front door. I took a right into the kitchen. And then there were people sitting around the kitchen table, Brian Albert Jr., Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, Caitlin Albert. My sister was over more towards like the counters in the sink, and Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were, there's like a room right off of the kitchen, like a TV room, and they were in there just talking. I think Nicole had like put up some new pictures, so, or maybe the sun and the Marines, they might have been looking at a picture. Vaguely have a faint memory of that.
How long in seconds did it take for the homosexual activity to resume?
Yes.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Yeah, this is your, I'll take care of the rest. Can you just take a look at that photograph for just a quick second?
Yes.
Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
What do you recognize that photograph as being?
It's my sister's house.
34 Fairview?
Yes, sorry, 34 Fairview.
Brian Albert's house as well.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as marked for identification. There's a
Identification's fine.
thank you. If I may. can do the next.
And every time she licks her lips, the soul of a child is taken out of heaven.
Thank you.
The worst part of the red skull is the dry skin. The dictation thing, it always looks like the lady's like getting car sick and throwing up into a vomit bag, just like.
Number is that, Mr. Wolf? 3.
She looks taxidermied.
Permission. I'm going to show a different exhibit until the other issue can be resolved with the court's permission. It's Commonwealth Exhibit 3. Permission to publish?
Yes.
Mr. Wolf, could you highlight or enlarge the house as much as you can? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what's depicted in this photo? I know it's a little bit of an angle.
Yes,
What is that?
that is 34 Fairview.
Okay.
The house from Everybody Loves Raymond.
Can you, I think this laser will work. May I approach?
Yes.
Can you use that laser and point to the front door that you entered when you walked in the house? Okay, that's directly in the middle of the just to the left of the flagpole for this purposes of this photograph, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there another entry door on the house that you may not be able to see, but you know the general area?
Yes.
Where's that door?
So that would be, see where these two windows are?
Yes.
The door would be kind of behind that right there. So it's right to the left of those two windows.
And Ms. McCabe, just staying with doors for a second, is there another door associated with the garage?
Oh, actually, yeah, there is right there.
Right there next to that side door?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
You didn't go in the side door, you went in the front door that night.
Yes.
But I prefer the back door. Damn it! No, Badnik, this is
You
daytime.
indicated that once inside the house, you were sort of in the kitchen area. Is that right?
I was in the kitchen, yes.
You weren't paying special attention to Brian Albert or Brian Higgins, what they were doing. As a matter of
No.
fact, I think they went into a different room. Is that right?
There's a room, kind of the kitchen opens up into the TV room. So they were in there.
So the only two that you recognized at this point in the night, not being sort of with everybody else, were Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, separated out in the family room or whatever that room's called, living room.
Yeah, if you like just right there, right where they are, just
Okay.
kind of right in the next room.
When you first pulled up, did you notice any vehicles in front of Brian Albert's house?
Yes, I did.
What vehicles did you notice? Vehicle or vehicles? Did you
Just
notice?
one.
What was that vehicle?
It was a Jeep.
Can you describe the Jeep for us, please?
I really can't. All I can say is that when I pulled down, the Jeep was on the parked on the street in front of the mailbox, and I turned into the driveway.
Okay. Did the Jeep have any special features on it that you remember, that you
No.
can describe?
Not that I can recall.
Big giant snowplow on the front?
Again, it was dark. I didn't really pay
Yeah.
much attention. I just asked, whose Jeep is that?
And did you learn whose Jeep that was?
I did, yes.
Whose Jeep was it?
It was Brian Higgins' Jeep.
And you said that it was parked in front of the mailbox. Is that right?
Yes.
So as you're looking at the house, the mailbox would be closest to the driveway. Is that right?
Yes.
Rather than, for instance, the flagpole on the other side of the lawn.
Correct. So if the flagpole's here, there's the lawn, and then here's the here's the mailbox, and then the driveway's over here.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does to me.
Okay.
Thank you for that. You've previously indicated that the back edge of that vehicle, Brian Higgins' Jeep, was at the side, basically, of the driveway, which is what you've just described. It would be blocking the mailbox, the rear end associated with the driveway entrance, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever discussed having seen that Jeep in that spot with anybody else in this case?
Is that including previous testimony or?
It is. And at any time, before you testified at the previous hearing, had you discussed having seen that Jeep in that spot with anybody else? For instance, your husband? Was there any other car on that curb line, if you will, other than the Jeep when you pulled in?
Not that I remember.
And Brian Higgins, if it's his Jeep, he's in the house, that Jeep's not moving, correct? So it stayed where it was.
Yes.
At some point, did you observe Miss Reed's vehicle pull up to the driveway? I'm sorry, pull up to the house.
I was told there was a vehicle outside, so I went and looked.
Where
Yes.
was that vehicle? When you looked that first time, where was Miss Reed's SUV?
When I went to the front door and looked out, it was straight ahead.
So that would be parallel, actually in line with the Jeep, correct?
Yes.
Directly in front of the Jeep.
I don't know the distance, but yes, you're correct. It was in front of the Jeep.
So if the Jeep was a normal, it's a full-size Jeep, correct?
I don't know what size it is.
Certainly the SUV is a full-size SUV.
Yes.
All right. So that would take up much of the room of the curb area in front of 34 Fairview, between the Jeep, assuming there's a snowplow,
Right.
and a full-size SUV, correct?
I'm not really sure of the whole area, but there was the Jeep and then there was the car. I just don't know the distance between them.
You gave a description of the vehicles that were out in front of 34 Fairview in your January 29, 2022 interview with Trooper Proctor, correct?
He came to my house and asked me questions, correct?
When you gave that interview to Trooper Proctor, you indicated to him that you first observed Miss Reed's vehicle parked on the street by the driveway, correct?
I never said by the driveway, no.
So if that's in a report, Trooper Proctor got that fact wrong, got that
Gotcha.
detail wrong.
Sustained.
If in fact, well, let me ask it this way. What did you say to Trooper Proctor about where that vehicle was?
Miss Reed's vehicle?
Correct.
I told him it was straight out front, the window. The straight out front of the front door. Sorry.
Trooper Proctor wrote a report about his interview with you, correct?
Correct.
You've seen that report in other hearings, is that right?
Yes.
Your interview with him was on January 29th. Do you remember the date? I'm sorry, I just said the date. Do you remember the time? My mistake.
I don't remember the exact time. I'm assuming afternoon, like after 12, or I'm not 100%. Sorry.
You had been contacted by Trooper Proctor while you were still at 34 Fairview, is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, instead of coming from the Canton Police Department to 34 Fairview, you went home to your house.
I did.
To
Yes.
the Country Lane address.
Yes, I did.
And Trooper Proctor ended up meeting you there, correct?
Yes.
And in addition to you and Matt being there,
hmm
Brian Albert showed up, correct?
I asked him to come.
So you asked your brother-in-law to come to the interview that you were having
Finish that sentence.
with Trooper Proctor formally in furtherance of his investigation surrounding the circumstances of this case. Correct?
No,
But Brian Albert did show up at your house.
he did. I asked him to come. Yes.
And he was inside the house when Trooper Proctor ultimately interviewed you, correct?
He was in the house. Yes.
And you'd spoken to Brian Albert before Trooper Proctor had interviewed you formally, correct?
I believe so. Yes.
Matter of fact, several times you had to have spoken to him at 34 Fairview. You've already said that, right?
Oh, right. Yeah. We were all there in the kitchen.
And then obviously you spoke to him about the interview before Trooper Proctor got to your house to interview you on the 29th as well, correct?
We were just talking about what happened. It wasn't specifically about Trooper Proctor.
Right. Not about Trooper
No,
Proctor.
of course
You
not.
talked to Brian Albert
Just
about
having a
the
conversation about
circumstances of this
what
case
happened.
before you spoke with Trooper Proctor.
Yes, I had.
When did it Brian Albert's house?
Do you remember exactly what you said to Trooper Proctor about the location of the SUV in front of the house?
I know what I said. Yes.
Okay, what exactly did you say to him?
I said the car was straight out front of the front door. When I was looking out the front door, it was straight ahead.
Isn't it true that what you actually said, Ms. McCabe, is that you first observed the vehicle parked on the street by the driveway facing in the direction toward Chapman?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you said?
Those are not my words. No.
Okay, next question.
Why did he think that's what she said? Is that from previous testimony? Like, obviously not. Or he's looking for it now.
Indicated that following the events of January 28th and 29th, you have spoken extensively with your family and your friends, members of your family and your friend group about what happened that night, correct?
Yes.
And that includes Brian and Nicole Albert, is that right?
Yes.
That includes Matt McCabe, your husband, correct?
Yes.
That includes Chris and Julie Albert?
Yes.
Includes other people that were there that night, including Brian Higgins?
I haven't spoken to Brian Higgins since, I believe, John O'Keefe's wake.
But you did speak to him that morning at 34 Fairview, is that right?
Yeah. Oh, yes, he was there. Yes.
As a matter of fact, he's the one that told you to call Officer Lank back and have Officer Lank come back for the additional statement that you wanted to give Officer Lank. Is that right?
He may have suggested it. I'm not sure.
So in those discussions that you've had with all these folks, you've talked to the details about that night being at the bar, the house, who was where, all of those things, correct?
Yes.
You've talked about the timing of the night, who arrived, when people arrived at 34 Fairview, when people arrived at Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
No, those really aren't details we discuss. I mean, everybody kind of knows when they came and when they left. We talk more about, living with everything that we've gone through.
Well, what about on the morning of January 29th, when everybody was still in that sort of friends and family gathering inside 34 Fairview?
When I was there with my husband and sister and brother-in-law and, then Brian's friend and Julie Albert, I was trying to piece together what had happened. They were all being supportive. They had no idea what happened. We were just kind of sitting there in utter shock, waiting to hear from Kerry about John. It was nothing more than just us being together and trying to figure out what had happened. I had gotten a phone call from Karen to help her.
And during
here's
that
where I am.
conversation, or that series of conversations, you were sharing what your observations of that evening were, what your story was, how the evening started, how it ended for you, correct? Or the morning ended for you, correct?
No, I'm not correct.
During the time that you folks were inside the house discussing this, there was no law enforcement agent or officer inside that house, correct?
Correct.
So the entire family and the friend network that we're talking about, with whom you discussed all these events, everybody was entitled to and did coordinate their statements without any separation and without any law enforcement oversight, correct?
I was with my family, my sister, my brother-in-law. It wasn't really a big group of us. As I've mentioned, I had 5 or 6 people. I was in shock. I didn't know what had happened. They were just asking me what happened,
And you told
questions
them.
like that. And I absolutely told them, but it was no story. There was no us being allowed to do it. That was my family. They were just there with me.
But nobody was separated by law enforcement, correct?
I don't believe there was a reason to separate us.
Nobody, well, notwithstanding what you think was the reason, you're not a professional investigator, correct?
I'm not, no.
You're not a trained investigator.
No,
You're certainly not a homicide detective, correct?
no.
None of you witnesses were ever separated, were you, that morning?
There was no reason to separate us.
Why not?
There was a reason, Mr. McCabe. I'm asking you whether or not factually anybody was separated in that house. Or is everybody allowed to talk amongst themselves?
They're allowed to talk
My
amongst
family, we didn't need to be allowed.
Okay.
Yes, actually, yes, you do.
Try this again. Was anybody in that house separated? Were the witnesses separated from each other? the family who are witnesses. Were they separated from each other by law enforcement?
At that point, I don't think anyone but myself and Matt were maybe even witnesses.
Okay. I'm not asking
No,
you
no,
what
no,
your
no.
determination
Everybody at the
is.
house of a deceased person is a witness.
Were separated by law enforcement before you were able to have discussions about the events of January 28th and 29th? That's a yes or no question. Were you separated or not?
At one point, when Mike Lank was in the house, he had separated and talked to Nicole, then Brian, then Matt.
And then you promptly left and left everybody in the house together, correct?
He left us, yeah.
Right. Nobody was taken down to the station, is that right?
No.
As a matter of fact, Trooper Proctor didn't even come over to 34 Fairview, the scene of the incident.
Bob Gable, you're right. It is the
I
police's
asked
fault.
him to meet at my house because I had to go home to my children.
And he accommodated
Some
you,
of these
didn't he?
people are police,
He did,
though.
yes.
And he accommodated the fact that Brian Albert escorted you to the house for your interview, correct?
Brian didn't escort me, no.
Well, he went to your house at the same time that Trooper Proctor was there to interview you, correct?
He came at some point, yes, by himself.
Before Trooper Proctor did the interview.
I'm not sure if he was there, if he got there before or when
Well,
he arrived.
You've testified in the past that
Yes.
Brian Albert came to your house alone. I don't mean you came
The
in the same
sigh.
car. They followed you over to your house before Trooper Proctor ever got there. And he was in the house while Trooper Proctor conducted his interview, correct?
Yes, Brian was
All
in
right.
the house for the interview.
Thank you. You've already indicated that you have been discussing this case with certain other witnesses, not for days or weeks or months, but literally for years, most specifically Carrie Roberts, correct?
The case in general, yes.
Just before Carrie Roberts testified at a grand jury proceeding in this case, you were with her, weren't you?
I don't recall what you're talking about.
Do you remember being at the grand jury?
Yes,
Do you remember testifying at the grand jury?
yes, the one back in
April.
April.
I think,
Yes, yes,
2022?
yes.
That sounds
Yeah,
right.
it sounds about right. Yeah.
You remember being there in an anteroom with some other folks?
What's an anteroom?
Anteroom.
It's one that cancels out a regular
yeah.
room.
Yes,
You remember Carrie Roberts being with you in that exact same anteroom?
yes.
Sorry, that was a dumb physics joke.
Correct.
I believe so. Yes, I'm.
So, in answer to my question,
Mhm.
you two were together literally just before she testified at the grand jury, which was the first formal under oath testimony that she ever gave. Is that right?
Yes,
Hoopy starts Newton's theory of rooms.
When she testified at the grand jury, was that before or after you two had gotten together and created this timeline?
we did the timeline right after John had passed.
So she testified, the answer is she testified after the timeline was created, correct?
Yes,
Brian Albert and his family had a dog on January 29th, 2022, did they not?
yes, they did.
What was that dog's name?
Chloe,
What kind of dog was it?
Murder biter.
German Shepherd.
Was it do you know if it was a purebred German Shepherd or a mix of Malinois and German Shepherd, or do you know?
I have no idea.
Big dog,
Yeah, good sized dog. Yeah,
70-pounder.
I don't know its weight.
Wasn't a little munchkin dog, though. It was
No,
a full-size German
it's
Shepherd.
a full size. Yeah.
On the morning that you described going into the house, January 29th, 6:40 a.m. or so,
Mhm.
you indicated that you burst into the bedroom to wake your sister and Brian Albert. Is that right?
Yes, I went into the bedroom.
It's still dark out, correct?
Yes.
There had been relative chaos on the lawn for a number of minutes, from about 6:10 until at least 6:40. When we went in, there were still emergency vehicles with lights on and engines running. Chaos, relative chaos, bedlam, as somebody has said, on that front lawn, correct?
Was more on their side lawn and down the street, kind of like all the cruises. A lot of them were behind their lot.
Right in front of 34 Fairview, correct?
To the side, in the side yard of 34 Fairview, yes.
And on the lawn of 34 Fairview,
Yes,
where first responders were responding, correct?
yes,
And you said my client is screaming to the top of her lungs, is that right?
yes, she was.
And Carrie Roberts was screaming back at her.
Yes,
Shut up or shut the fuck up, right?
yes.
Yeah. Then at 6:40 a.m., under the cover of darkness,
Under the
you walked
cover
in the
of
front
darkness.
door of the unlocked front door of Brian Albert's house, correct?
I went into my sister's house, correct?
It wasn't Brian Albert's house?
And Brian Albert, yes, I'm sorry.
Oh,
You
okay.
then climbed the stairs up toward the bedrooms, correct?
Yes,
You walked into the bedroom door where Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, according to you, were sleeping. Is that
Yeah.
right?
yes,
So you would agree that you unexpectedly, in terms of their view, unexpectedly walked into their house basically in the middle of the night, middle of the morning.
yes,
You indicated that when you went through their bedroom door, you sort of burst through, correct?
I opened the door. I don't know if I used the word burst.
You previously indicated that when you went through the door, it was chaotic because you were so amped up from the events. Is that right?
No, she doesn't strike me as someone who gets
I don't
amped
know
up.
if I
What is he
used
talking
those
about?
words.
Would you say that you were loud or quiet?
I wish he
I
impeached her with
I think
saying
as I
amped up.
explained earlier, I was like where everything was going on around me, and I was kind of like in just a state of shock. And I remember thinking, I don't want to startle them, but I have to wake them up, because obviously when I wake them up, they're gonna be panicked and think something terrible happened.
Well, why didn't you want to startle them? Something terrible had happened.
I didn't want to give them a heart attack when I woke them up.
But you didn't walk up and just nudge them and say, hey, Nicole, honey, can you wake up? There's something we need to talk about. You didn't do that.
No, I was like, Brian, Nicole, wake up, wake up.
Okay, exactly. But you weren't saying it in that voice either. You were saying, Brian, Nicole, get up.
I'm not sure if it was that loud, but I definitely was.
Sweetheart, come on.
Definitely like trying to wake them up. Yeah.
It was probably much
What was the
louder.
dog's reaction?
I don't recall seeing the dog.
Where was the
So-
dog?
According to you, to the dog at least, we can get in the mind of a dog, a relative stranger walks in the front door, climbs a set of stairs, the house is completely dark, walks into a bedroom door and starts barking. The person starts barking, get up, wake up, Brian, Nicole. And you don't remember seeing or hearing a dog at all. Objection.
Sustained.
As you indicated, it's not that the dog wasn't reactive, it's that you don't remember the dog even being there, correct?
I have no memory of the dog, no.
But you do know that that dog sleeps in Brian and Nicole's room, correct?
It may, I don't know for sure.
The reason you don't remember the dog being there is because the dog wasn't there, was it?
I don't remember the dog.
Right. So when you walked out of the room, when you walked in the house, didn't see the dog?
No,
When you walked up the stairs, no dog?
no,
Walked down the hallway, no dog?
no.
Walked into Brian and
I'll be right back.
Nicole's
I gotta hit the
bedroom
bathroom,
door,
guys.
no dog.
I don't remember seeing the dog.
I realize that.
Mhm.
Dog or no dog? No dog.
I don't remember seeing the dog. It doesn't mean it wasn't there or it was there. I just don't remember seeing it.
Well, you didn't, no dog came up to you and barked at you, correct?
No,
You didn't see or hear a dog whining or howling, did you?
no,
You didn't hear or see a dog scratching at the door?
no.
There's no sign of a dog at all in Brian and Nicole Albert's house at 6:41 a.m. when you walked into that house, correct? Or 6:40?
I don't remember seeing the dog.
And this was a 70-pound German Shepherd, correct?
I don't know the weight of the
Have you ever
dog.
heard the Have you ever heard a description given about that dog by Brian Albert? Anybody else? That dog was not good with strangers.
Yeah.
Did you know, as you said, you're very, very dear friends, and obviously dear friends with Brian Albert, relations with Nicole Albert, your sister. Are you aware that that dog was not good with strangers?
Object.
Do you know that?
I don't. It wasn't good with other dogs, is what I knew. So I could never bring my dog over there. That's all I know about the dog.
Right. Had some aggression, correct? At least with other dogs.
Possibly.
Possibly with other dogs.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you could remind the jurors, in your memory, who was the last person to leave the house at 34 Fairview on the early morning hours of January 29th?
I believe Caitlin left after us, my niece.
Thank you. At some point, we've already talked a little bit about this. You said you looked out the front door glass. Was it a window or is the whole door glass?
The whole door was glass, I believe.
Is it like and pardon my ignorance, is there like a wooden door that is opened and there's a storm door that's all glass that was closed? Is that what we're dealing with?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Mm-hmm.
Can we take one more glance? I'm going to back up for a quick second.
Okay.
Can we take one more glance at that exhibit 3 with the court's permission?
Okay.
Thank you. And can you enhance that just a little bit, please? Thank you so much. May I approach?
Yes.
Forgot to ask you, and I apologize, Ms. McCabe.
Thank
One
you.
more point of reference.
Mhm.
Can you please show the jurors where Brian and Nicole Albert's bedroom window is in that photograph?
Sure, it's right there.
Upper left window, uppermost left window, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Go.
Let me get back on track. You indicated that you looked out that storm door and saw Miss Reed's vehicle, her SUV, directly in front of you, correct?
Yes.
That was the first time you noted or clocked that SUV being there?
First time, sorry.
The first time you noted the SUV, in other words, that you visually saw it, it was directly in front of you. It was not back by the mailbox, correct?
Correct.
Did you still see the Jeep parked back by the mailbox?
I looked out the window. I saw the car. I really didn't pay attention to details of other cars. I just looked and saw her car.
When you first looked out that window and saw, or looked out the door
Mhm.
and saw the SUV, what time was that?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Does the time 2:23 a.m. sound familiar?
2:23?
I'm sorry, 12:23. My mistake.
I'm not sure.
When you looked out the door, did you see any other vehicles at that time, other than the Jeep, other than Miss Reed's SUV?
I believe I saw lights. Oh, sorry. Lights like over here somewhere. If the Jeep's there and the car, is there.
Okay, can you describe for the record what you did? The theirs don't come across on the record.
Oh,
so
sorry.
to your left
Yes.
is
Straight out would be Miss Reed's vehicle that I looked at.
okay.
I kind of looked at that. I remember my peripheral vision seeing lights over there to the left. Sorry.
All right. So the way that you're describing this, and that's lights to a vehicle, correct?
Yes,
Matter of fact, you know what vehicle that is.
I do. Yes.
What vehicle is it? Describe it for the jurors, please.
It's Ryan Nagel's.
Ryan Nagel's what? Car, truck?
I believe he has a truck.
Okay. So what you're describing is you looked out
Mhm.
the window, you saw Miss Reed's SUV directly in front of you. Right behind that, in line, was Brian Higgins' Jeep, and behind that was Ryan Nagel's truck. Is that right?
I'm not sure where his truck lines up. I just remember seeing lights. I just quickly saw Miss Reed's car and went back into the room. I wasn't, I apologize, paying attention for like specific details about cars.
At some point, you did become interested in exactly what time Ryan Nagel's truck arrived, correct? This is after the fact, well after the fact, months after the fact.
Yes, I did.
As a matter of fact, you took it upon yourself to ask Julie Nagel, Ryan's sister, to send you something, correct?
Yes, I did.
What did you ask her to send you?
I ran into the two of them.
I didn't ask you who you ran into, just what did you ask her to send you?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. A text message.
A screenshot of a text message.
Yes, a screenshot of a text message between Julie and Ryan Nagel.
You knew at the time that Miss Nagel, very obviously, was a percipient witness in this case, correct?
I believe so. It was very early on.
Well, I mean, she was in the house. Ms.
Yes.
McCabe. She was in the house when Miss Reed's vehicle appeared, correct?
Correct.
She was in the house when you were looking at the vehicle.
Correct.
She was in the house when everybody came home came to 34 Fairview from the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
Correct.
She was interacting with those inside the house at the very time we're talking about, right?
Yes.
She went outside at some point to talk to her brother outside the house, right behind the SUV that you're describing as Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes.
So you knew that she was, and you knew all this when you asked her for that screenshot.
I was trying to piece together.
You
the
knew all
time.
this when you asked for the screenshot. You
Yes.
knew what her position was in this case, correct?
She had no involvement. What happened outside
I didn't ask
is
you if she had
different.
involvement.
Let her finish her answer.
Go ahead.
Ms. McCabe, finish that answer.
I didn't. What happened outside was separate from anything that happened inside.
I'm going to ask you again. You knew all of that information, that Julie Nagel was a percipient witness in this case, as was everyone else inside 34 Fairview.
Sorry, I had to
When
grab
you
something
asked for
from
that
behind my
screenshot,
monitor.
correct?
Yes.
That is another example of you coordinating information with other witnesses in this case, correct?
Yes.
No, that is not correct.
You were advised.
How not?
Were you ever advised by Michael Proctor not to coordinate information with other witnesses in the case? Did he ever say, don't do that?
I don't recall.
So you don't recall, or he didn't?
I don't recall if he did or not.
Okay. If he did tell you not to coordinate with other witnesses, this would be a breach of that agreement, wouldn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Indeed, once you got that screenshot, we'll talk about that in just a second. When you got the screenshot, did you ever share that with law enforcement?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
You never provided that to Michael Proctor or any other investigator, did you?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
Why
Matter of
not?
fact, Ms. McCabe, the only reason we know about that screenshot is because of the extraction on your phone. Isn't that right?
If that's how you know about it, I'm not sure.
Yeah, because you didn't give it to law enforcement.
You asked for that screenshot for your own personal use, for your own personal information, for your own personal coordination, correct, of what happened that night.
That's what are you asking? There's 3 questions there.
Did you ask for that screenshot for your own personal use?
Yes.
And indeed, you do know what time it was that you looked out and saw Ryan Nagel's truck, because the screenshot told you that, correct?
The screenshot told me when Ryan Nagel pulled up. It didn't tell when I saw.
And what
Wait, what?
was the time when Ryan Nagel indicated that he pulled up?
I'd have to look at the screenshot.
2:23 a.m., 12:23 a.m., sound right?
If you have it and that's what it says, absolutely.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm sure I did. May I, Your Honor? Okay. Take a look at that transcript, that call.
Your Honor, may I conduct my case?
I'd like to be heard.
I'd like to be heard. Why aren't we going for lunch yet? It's 11. 11:50 Central Time, which means it's almost 1 p.m. there at the courtroom. You'd think they'd call lunch. Am I crazy? We didn't have lunch earlier. We do have some more super tips. As a reminder, for those of you joining later in the stream, the super tips are the link to try them is in the description and in the pinned comment on both Rumble and YouTube. Super tips are a fun way to engage with the show, like a super chat, except we have different AI voices that read the comments that you type in. If you want them to, you can do text ones too, but the more fun use is the AI voices. I had several of my colleagues listed in there with several more on the way. One of those colleagues turned into a giant I don't know. I don't want to call him a pussy. I'm going to go with giant bitch. We're going to just stick with that. That's what we've been going with all day. Turned into a giant bitch and issued a cease and desist. So his voice was removed. That person is uncivil law. My former friend, Kurt, who, for no explanation I can come up with, decided to put his jealousy on full display as I was going through a really rough time. And then reveled in the prospect of me getting punished with jail time for, again, no reason at all that I can imagine. So as I was always nice to Kurt, both in the front of the scenes and behind the scenes. And the last time I had spoken to him before he did that was, a conversation where, which I thought went just fine. A normal conversation that I had with him for quite a while out of my day. But that being said, the problem with this is that Kurt is trying to stifle free speech. Parody and impression are protected forms of speech and expression, and mockery is as well. Kurt is trying to use bad legal theory that the AI voice is an act of unlawful cloning. However, that only has applied in the past to areas where deception is involved, where someone is trying to convince the audience or the hearer of the impersonated voice that it is the actual person, usually for a nefarious purpose, or to exploit the value of their voice and image, like an endorsement that they don't actually hold. So you could find like a company using someone to imitate the voice of a famous person to say, you should buy our product type thing. That didn't happen here. So we are using the super tip system sans Kurt voice because he has whined and cried to the company with a cease and desist. But you are welcome to use any other voice to tell Kurt how much of a bitch he is for that.
Is the page available
I'm
before
sorry,
this?
just a yes or no. Does that refresh your recollection about anything that we've been discussing?
It's just what we've discussed. It doesn't really refresh.
So it does not refresh her memory. Next question.
I don't think that's what she said.
That's what you
Yes, that's what I said.
That was her answer.
That does not refresh your recollection.
Objection.
That was her answer. Next question.
She just looks at it. It's like, does this refresh your memory? No. All tips have come in. There's several waiting. We'll get to you when the court takes a sufficiently long break.
About anything we were just discussing.
Would it be
Yes.
lawful for you to use unflattering AI image of Kurt in the thumbnail? Yeah, of course.
Okay, having seen these, does this refresh your recollection about what we were just discussing concerning that
Or wait,
conversation?
not unlawful.
Regarding
Yeah,
me
it would be
asking Julie
lawful to
Nagel
do
for
that.
the time.
Correct.
Yes, it does.
Okay. And what time did that was attendant to a screenshot that you asked for, correct?
Yes.
And that time was what?
Objection.
Do you remember the time?
Can I look at the paper? I was reading everything. I didn't
So
look at the
the
exact
question is
time.
whether you remember the.
Oh, do I remember it? I don't remember the exact time, but I can read it off the paper. That's different than a memory.
That's different. Next.
No, it
question.
isn't.
This does not
That's
reflect
not
the
actually
recollection
different than a
of the
memory. If he
crime
uses, if she uses
reflected
a
on that screenshot.
paper to
I
reflect,
can read the time, but in
refresh
my
the
memory.
recollection.
I have to do it this way. Ms.
Okay,
McCabe, so
sorry.
does it refresh your recollection as you sit here, having read this, as to the time that was reflected on that screenshot?
I don't, sitting here today, the only reason I know there's a time is because of what's on that paper.
But you did ask for a screenshot from Ms. Nagel, correct?
Yes, I
And that-
did.
And that screenshot said something to the effect of outside. Is that right?
What's wrong?
Just that question. The screenshot said something about outside.
Is that right?
I believe it said here, yes.
Or maybe it's
Yeah,
here.
something
And
similar.
it was a screenshot from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel indicating that he had arrived.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. It was a screenshot of a text message from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel saying, I've arrived. In other
Yes.
words, I've arrived at 34 Fairview.
Yes, it was.
Because he was intending to give her a ride home, which she had asked for. Is that right?
Objection.
You did see Julie Nagel go outside and approach the vehicle, correct?
I never saw her go near the vehicle. I saw her go outside.
Got it. Did she ultimately come back indoors?
Yes.
Did she come back in with anybody else?
No.
About what time would you estimate that to have been in the course of that evening?
When she came back inside,
When she walked out and then came back inside?
soon after she went out, she talked to her brother. She came back inside.
And about what time of day was that? If you know.
I mean, this was all happening while we were at my sister's house.
Right. Was it 12:15, 12:30, 12:45, 1 o'clock?
Well, according to that paper, it would have had to
That's
been.
not what I'm
Not
asking.
not according to.
Do you have an independent recollection of about, if not down to the minute, about what time that was?
I could say I'd have to be. I wasn't looking at my watch that night, so it's very hard for me to give a time just off of my memory. I know what I've seen, but
Okay.
it's hard.
You did see both Ryan Nagel's truck and Miss Reed's SUV in front of the house at the same time, correct?
I saw his lights in my peripheral vision on the
Right.
left.
But the
Mhm.
lights are attached to what?
The car, but it wasn't out front. Miss Reed's vehicle was out front.
Right. When I say in front of 34 Fairview, we're going
Mhm.
to talk about the spacing in just a second. I just meant out in front of the house.
Yes, over to the side, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're indicating that, and I want to be clear about this, as you're looking out that storm door window,
Mhm.
going from right to left, it was Miss Reed's vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Then Higgins's Jeep. Is that right?
His Jeep was in front of the mailbox.
Then behind that, was there a space? And then Mr. Nagel's truck, or was the truck right behind the Jeep?
That's what I can't tell you. I just remember seeing lights. I didn't look over and pay much attention to it. I was just quickly looking at the Miss Reed's car,
Do
and
you
then I
remember-
went back and sat down.
Do you recall testifying at a prior hearing that it was, your perception was Miss Reed's car, her SUV, the Jeep,
Mhm.
a space, and then Mr. Nagel's truck from right to left?
I remember Mr. Nagel's truck over to the left in my peripheral vision. I can't give you an exact location.
But there's no question
Why is she
in
looking
your
at the
mind as you sit here
jury?
that
Some people,
Brian
you know,
Higgins'
that's our
Jeep
audience.
was between Brian Nagel's truck and Miss Reed's SUV. You remember that very clearly, correct?
I know that this Miss Reed's vehicle was here, and there were lights in my peripheral vision over here.
Peripheral.
I wasn't, I just was looking quickly.
So let me ask you a question again.
Okay.
Assuming that the lights are attached to something, right? They was struck, we've already established that.
Mhm.
What you're looking at, when you look out the storm door window, is Miss Reed's truck,
Mhm.
or SUV rather. So just behind that is the left. As you're looking at it, Mr. Higgins' Jeep, correct? And behind that, Mr. Nagel's truck. You remember the Jeep being between the truck and the SUV?
I remember looking out the window. It was dark. I remember seeing lights over to the left. That is what I remember.
Where was the Jeep as it relates to the lights?
I'm assuming the Jeep was still parked at the mailbox.
You saw it there. I mean, it's a 5,000 pound Jeep, right?
It was dark. I wasn't studying outside. It was a quick thing I did. I looked, I saw it, I went back to the table.
Okay. And I'm asking for what the saw it part was. Let's just slow down on the saw it part.
Okay.
You looked, you saw Ryan Higgins' truck, then you saw Higgins' Jeep, then you saw Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
I saw Miss Reed's SUV parked straight out front, and in my peripheral vision, I saw lights that, yes, must have been attached to a truck, but I didn't study the lineup of cars. I'm sorry.
I don't know what letters she added to peripheral.
One more question.
Where was the Jeep? Was it in front of the SUV, behind Mr. Nagel's truck, or was it between the two of them? It's a simple question.
You're asking what I saw when I looked outside. I didn't. And I'm telling you exactly what I saw. It was dark. It was
Sir.
Karen's car there. And in my peripheral vision, I saw lights. And then I went back to the table.
Okay, that's the last question. We're going to break for lunch.
I just don't trust how many R's they're added to words.
And Ms. McCabe, you can follow up right behind the jurors and we'll stay up here 45 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Jurors, right this way.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Okay, we are at lunch. This has been so far a pretty spicy cross exam of Jen McCabe. Attorney Jackson is doing a good job keeping composed, getting after her without being too much of a bully. He's got to walk a very fine line because he is up against a judge who has been so favorable to the state in how she conducts or how she allows examination to be conducted. While I'm thinking about it, before people peace out for lunch, hit the like button on your way out. Come back soon. We've got stuff going on during lunch. I'm not one of the streamers who shuts down and comes back after lunch because that's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. We're here to, and plus we've got this fun time together. We can talk about this case. We can talk about other things. We can play some more super tips of Kurt, and we are going to watch a video of Kurt eating pizza casserole, and then using that as an opportunity to put out there, just what a lady can expect if they are with him. Should we do that first? If you're into pizza casserole, Kurt has, let's see. We got to, hold on. I got to do this just right because it's, okay. Look, so Kurt is eating a pizza casserole here. I don't know why. Like, I'm not sure why he's eating a pizza casserole. I told him to stop eating. And, excuse me. And he uses that as an opportunity to, to make a call out, as one often does. Like if you buy a Lamborghini and you're like, look, if you want to ride around a Lamborghini, maybe hit me up on Instagram or whatever. We can talk, maybe go on a date. And so this is Kurt's Lamborghini. That's all. And I wanted to share it with you guys. So let's see, make sure I think this is fine. This is just a couple minutes long, and look, so I don't know about the recording, who did the recording of the video. It doesn't really matter. I will say the first bit is going to be confusing because it loops 10 seconds at a time for a little bit, but then it kicks in. So don't adjust your television set. Don't adjust your television set yet. Let's take a peek at this. Here we go. What I am going to have to add sufficient commentary to this because I don't want to infringe anyone's copyright. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to say that we're going to critique the art here. We're going to critique that heavily. This camera angle is bad. It's bad for Kurt. It's bad for life. Don't do it. I don't know what is on the camera lens that makes it look like it's from 1986. But I just assume it's oil or grease of some sort, maybe from the pizza casserole, maybe from hands, maybe from faces. I can't. I was gonna say another one as a joke, but like people decided that you can't say jokes anymore because if you say a joke, then you're saying something true, which seems weird. It might just be sweat, and what I mean is the phone itself might be sweating, worried that it's going to get eaten next. But this is a bad angle. The camera lens should be cleared up. The lighting in the background here is horrifying. This should not be backlit. This should be actually it should be not lit at all, and this should be done in silence, in the dark, in shame. But here we go.
Want to give away some pizza casserole? I'll tell you what. Any young women. I'll tell you what, any young women want to give away some pizza casserole?
See, this is what I was talking about, how the looping of the video. I don't know if that's Kurt or whoever, clipped this video out. I'm not sure. As a design choice, I think the looping is confusing to the audience and it shouldn't be done. I'm an expert in video watchery, so I know that, like, after intense research, I know what happened. Well, I don't know how it happened, but I know that it happened. And I know that it wasn't actually intended part of the video to have it loop back. Well, maybe it was. Maybe it was intentional. And they're like, did you hear that to the young women out there? Maybe they wanted to start over right after he said that to emphasize it. And that is an interesting creative choice. I'm not sure if that's I don't know their intent, but maybe it's for us. It's like poetry of video. It's for us to determine the intent.
I'll tell you what, any young women, I'll tell you what, any young women without children who are under the age of 35 who want to come to my house.
Okay, so we have to pause it there because this list is very important. So you have to be a young woman. And there's a weird double qualification here. A young woman without children who's under the age of 35. So I don't know, like, I guess there are young women that are over the age of 35. But also, I think people overlook the very important fourth qualification, who want to come to Kurt's house. So we've now narrowed the field down to effectively no one, but there are presumably some women under 35 who are also young and don't have any children, who may want to come to Kurt's house. So but it's tempting to overlook that fourth qualification, just be like, oh, he's calling out to all young women who don't have children or under 35. Like that's a little broad. I mean, but I think you should cast a broader net than people who want to come to his house. By that, I mean, you throw a net at women, and then when you catch one, you drag them to your house. Cause sometimes that's how guys have to do it, and Kurt may be in that category, but so I don't think his qualification list is quite appropriate. I think he's really limiting some of his options by adding in that fourth factor. 4-factor tests they're overdone. Kurt's a Supreme Court guy. Like, he should know. You don't do a 4-factor test. You do a 2-factor test with 2 prongs each. You trick the audience into thinking there's only 2 factors when there's 4.
I'll be happy to give away you some free casserole, from some free pizza casserole.
Enticing. I mean, it's just like, it's like an ice cream truck music playing. It's like, aha, pizza casserole. I want to be fed casserole by Kurt. Like, I get it. I understand. I'm not a woman, so I guess today, some days I identify, but today I'm not, so I'm not into it, I guess. And I'm well over the age requirement. I mean, I'm too old for Kurt.
I will also make you a cocktail and a little bit of wine.
a cocktail and wine. We are now we're increasing the levels of alcohol that are taking place. Making a cocktail is a nice, gesture. Like, look at this skill I've developed as a bartender, mixologist, or just as a hobbyist, of course. You never know what someone's putting in a cocktail. So he does say and wine as well. So it's both. It's not an option to have one or the other, which is concerning because I heard you should give women options and a little bit of choice or agency, not too far. Keep them on a short leash because if they make decisions, it's very dangerous for you. It's just, you got to stop that immediately if you want to run an effective cult or life. Cannot let women make decisions. They will choose wrong all the time. So what you do is you tell them you're going to have a cocktail and you're going to have some wine, both of them. Very romantic. I love that. I'm not sure if they're supposed to be drank at the same time. Like, if you're a true patrician, you can combine those into a sangria and then you have a cocktail with wine in it. So that's a good one. That's a good way to get around this.
It'll be good.
Will it? Will it be good? That's a promise. So again, sometimes that face you see when you're woken up unexpectedly at 4 a.m. The last face you see before the burlap goes on. It'll be good. That's a representation that he's made. Now, Kurt's a lawyer. He should know that right now he's talking about an exchange. And this is an exchange. Very, very clearly, he is doing what's called a unilateral contract or unilateral offer. He is setting out a list of conditions. Says, if you want this, all you got to do is show up. Now he's made promises. He has promised pizza casserole. He's promised a cocktail that he will make. So not a pre-made. You can't do that prefab bullshit where you like just peel off the foil, right? And talk about the view or whatever. Can't do that. And wine. So this is now getting expensive and cumbersome. And he also represents that it'll be good. This is crazy. Any woman who fulfills the category that he's laid out can now show up and say, I accept. And Kurt is obligated by contract because he said any woman who does this, he's obligated by contract to provide the things that he has guaranteed. That's it. I can't see anything else. The consideration is all there for both sides of this contract. And unilateral contracts are kind of complicated because they do exist. They're hard to enforce because it's hard to prove that it's an actual like offer that is accepted upon arrival. But Kurt has laid out the conditions very clearly. If you are this, I will do this. It will be good. So not only that, but it will be whatever good is. Like this is going to happen. It's going to be good. So very risky, very risky. Usually, there's a difference here. Stores put out like flyers. They used to. They sent a Sears catalog or whatever, and it would have prices in it and sales and stuff like that. Those aren't actual unilateral contracts. You can't go in and enforce that. Those are invitations. Those are invitations for an offer because they're too generalized. It's like, here, we're offering this thing at this price. You can come in. But they don't actually have to honor that offer. She offered her honor. He honored her offer. And all night long, he was honor and offer. They don't have to honor that. Like there's not enough specificity. It's generalized to the public. Kurt has now narrowed the field to specifically these women who are, again, young women, no children, under 35, who want to come to Kurt's house. Now he's made a unilateral offer that a woman should be able to show up and say, I accept. And now he is bound to provide her the things he has promised. So that's good. This is great. We get legal action going on. Play the video. I will play the video, but I've got to explain the law that's going on here. I wasn't even thinking about it until he said it.
So if you want to come to my place, let me know.
All right. How? Imagine being tied up consensually to a chair while Kurt does this in front of you. Like I mean that full on, like just in kink play. Like the person's the woman who wants to be there is like, no, now tie me up, please. Like she asked for it. I wouldn't suggest otherwise. I don't like to do that. But imagine being tied up in a chair with this going on in front of you.
Will I buy your plane ticket? No.
So that seems, see now, and again, this is actually very important to the contract because he has, he's laid it out. He's not going to buy a plane ticket. That's not part of the offer. You can't get that. You can't get that there. You gotta know exactly what you're getting. He's laid out that there are limits to his generosity.
Nope. How bad do you want pizza casserole, man?
How bad do you want it?
It's good pizza casserole.
Why is it how bad do you want? I want everybody to stop for a second and think about what Kurt just said because it's way funnier than at first glance. Because you may be thinking, like some people might want pizza casserole. No. First of all, Kurt's laid out what he's going to give you. You're not getting a plane ticket. You're not getting a plane ticket. There's more to come about what you're going to get, but how bad do you want pizza casserole? Which implies you're going to endure something to get that pizza casserole. How bad do you want it? You want to show up? You want to show up at my house consensually? Young ladies under 35 with no kids? How bad do you want this pizza casserole? Ooh. Oh. I can hear the lip voice, like the mouth opening and closing, like the maw with the saliva bridges between it. As he waits for the next bite, it's disgusting.
Also, specifically, if you're under the age of 18.
Wait, what?
My offer does not apply as it relates to if you have to travel from out of state.
Wait. Hold on. I was with him for a minute. If you're under the age of 18, my offer does not apply. That's good. Good job. I think that's a nice thing. If you're traveling from out of state, hold up. Why do we need that caveat? You could have just stopped at the if you're under 18. Like that would have been the effective place to stop that sentence. You don't need the next part. The next part should not enter. It should not be required. Now, Kurt is alluding to a federal law. It would be actually in a very weird way. Solicitation of someone under the age of 18 for sexual activity across state lines is a federal crime. Okay, so Kurt has not promised sexual activity. Now, I know that many women are disappointed in that, but he did not promise sexual activity in this. So I'm not sure why he needed to say that in the first place. I don't think anybody was thinking that until he said it. But he does say across, like if you're coming from out of state, which again was unnecessary. You could just stop it at if you're under 18, this offer does not apply, which makes perfect sense, right? Like any other dangerous activity, like buying a gun, buying cigarettes, whatever, buying dangerous, personal massage devices, whatever it is. The over 18 thing was just fine on its own.
Okay. So if you're under the age of 18 and you have to travel from out of state, My offer does not apply.
Don't know why you need the out-of-state thing, Kurt. Not it. It's fine with just the under 18 thing.
If you're in state, we'll talk.
Wait,
If you're
what?
out of state, offer is void.
I'm gonna restate what I said. Stop at the if you're under 18 statement where you just say your offer doesn't apply. You didn't have to do the other part of that at all. Not necessary. None of that was necessary. And no, you should not talk. Nope. Wrong. Incorrect. Oh, man. You know, I do not talk to women, who are obviously under even like 25. One, because we're just way out of like sync on how to, like, I don't even know how to have a, I'm talking platonically here. Like I have no idea how to discuss things with anyone other than my kids who's below like 25 years old, right? I wouldn't even know how to approach it. But imagine you're like 18 to 20 and you want some of that fucking pizza casserole, man. Like I could just, I don't know. The conversation's going to be the hard part, I think.
I'll have to look up the age of consent in Texas.
No, you don't. 18 is the answer. Why? Whew. That is not look, as where did I put the fucking trial? Oh, here we go. Back to this. As Kurt's non-attorney, I would suggest, because I can't give legal advice, I would suggest strongly that he never, ever, ever make a video like that ever again. Like, holy shit. Now the answer was fine at 18. You just, look, we've decided as a society that the age of consent, generally speaking, is 18. Some states do have a lower age of consent. I believe in Texas it is 17. It was 16 for a while. I believe it is 17. That being said, 18 is a just fine thing at some point. It's just, you know what? Like, it's just, that's it. I don't know. Again, I don't know how guys would talk to, guys my age would talk to an 18-year-old woman. I have no idea. Like, I don't know what you'd say. Do they even know what, like, I don't even know how engaged they would be with like memes and stuff. Like, who knows? I thankfully don't have to worry about that. Like, good Lord. I'm just saying, not advisable. Not advisable dating video at all. This, I don't know. I had not seen this until I think yesterday. Someone sent it to me when the news of him having his voice removed from the super tip system. When I posted about it, someone was like, "Have you seen this?" No, but apparently it was around the time I was arrested. I'm not sure. And I thought it was going to be funny, just in general. I'm like, oh, this will be hilarious. Kurt wolfing down a casserole talking about dating is funny. Normally, it's objectively funny. There's no way to say it without sounding like an asshole, but it's true. That said, then at the end, it goes hard on an M. Night Shyamalan twist. Like, it gives you a hint. Cross state lines. Wait, what? I'm sorry. What were you saying there? I was almost tuned out because the video was ending, and then you said that across state line things, and now you have my attention again. Oh boy. So the good news is you would have to go to them, but Kurt, do not talk to them. We'll talk. No, don't talk to them. I can't imagine that there's many, but like that's not a knock on Kurt. That's just like I don't know there are many like under 18 but over the age of consent women in Texas watching Kurt's streams. Like, so I just imagine the message hasn't gotten out. I'm sure they'd be swarming with like DMs if it had. And maybe my signal boost of it here is going to help out with that. And I hope not. God, I hope not. But I can't imagine there's many. But do not talk to them. I'm not licensed to give legal advice right now, so that's not legal advice. That's what the fuck are you saying? Advice? No, bad Kurt. You're gonna get rehomed. What's wrong with you? I can't take it. Like I don't understand. Speaking of which, speaking of not understanding, I similarly just don't understand why this happened. Kurt did send a cease and desist on the super tips voices. So what I'm encouraging people to do just is to use any voice other than Kurt's, because you can't, to go ahead and tell Kurt how you feel about his decision to take down the his voice. Now, my problem with it is, honestly, one, it's a stifling of free speech, and Kurt is attempting to flex a legal strategy that he knows to be incorrect. He knows that it is not a valid legal strategy. He knows that parody and mockery and impersonation are protected forms of speech and expression, have been routinely upheld as protected. And so long as it is not represented as the actual words of someone, and is not an actual reproduction of their copyrighted material, an AI voice generating, or not even generating, because the AI voice, the AI product isn't generating the content. There's some people who say, oh, like if you use the recordings or whatever that are copyrighted for the AI to train, etc., that's fine. But the AI isn't generating the content at all. The content is actually the product of the person sending in the chat. Like, it's their creative product, right? Subject to the terms and conditions of SuperTip. If I haven't read the entire terms and conditions, but if SuperTip is not actually taking ownership of the content of the message, like it's as part of the EULA, that might be dumb. But people using SuperTip, they're the ones making the creative work, and they're posting that, and then the AI voice is just doing the lifting of the impersonation. Take away whatever you think about anything, and just say, it's using an AI tool, an AI assistive tool, to produce an artistic work that you lack the artistic skill of to create. For example, like I can't paint or draw very well. So if I ask the AI to draw something, even though it's my creative vision or whatever, I've now utilized a tool that helps me realize my own creative vision, right? Like that is how that works. So long as that tool is not stealing directly from something else that I don't own. But if it is making sufficiently new creation, it is merely a digital paintbrush that I direct with my voice because my hand is insufficient to guide it. All right? That's what an AI generated voice is as well, because impersonation is an art. People who do impressions and impersonations have monetized and sold it as a comedic art form for a long time. To pretend that AI doing it just because it's good at it across a broad array of voices. Most people, if they can do impressions, they can only do a couple. Just because the AI is good at doing it does not make it anything other than a tool for an artist to use to create an artistic work. Kurt knows this. He's using an improper legal theory that has not been effectively used in anything like this to try and get people to stop being able to speak in a certain way that he doesn't like. And that's embarrassing. He should be embarrassed. And some of you have found ways to tell him that.
Hey, Nick, it's me again. The guy with the well-endowed Gyaru childhood friend who is an expert on the Federal Unemployment Tax Act. Could you please tell Gert to stop reaching out to me for her services? It's getting to be borderline harassment at this point. He keeps leaving me messages along the lines of, I really want her to fill me with her big and girthy knowledge on the subject. Also, I have opening arguments tomorrow about the case I was talking about last week. Wish me luck.
Good job. Good job on that one. Federal Unemployment Tax Act, very important piece of legislation.
This stream today be crazy. Gay cardiac risk cowboy flaming, albino Mars attacks on the witness stand, and a judge who thinks she's still a prosecutor. Brought to us by the world's biggest nose.
The biggest nose, the biggest inhales.
You saw the two Bryans interacting. Would you describe it more as play fighting or as one man showing the other methods to pleasure the male body in ways only a male could know?
Objection.
I will allow it. This is too hot not to let it continue.
So the Brian testimony, or where she's testifying about, no, they were like playfully touching each other, you know, like they're a little bit of slapdick going on, like stop, but also don't. Oh, God.
I would like to add my brand new original character voice, Bert from Embittered Law.
Make it so.
We do have a replacement, like again, not a replacement of Kurt. Like that would be wrong. That would be, we wouldn't want to replace Kurt because Kurt has, asked and for now, at least the company has complied with his request to not, and by asked, I mean, sent a threatening letter, but, to not utilize his voice and image. So we now have an open slot for another lawyer or another legal voice that fills the niche that Kurt was there for. But I'm waiting for it to be implemented. I'm hoping it's implemented by the end of the stream today. It's not quite. I've not gotten confirmation that it's there yet. But if it is. That'll be great, and I'll let you know. But also, if not, we'll just we'll have it there tomorrow. But we are working on replacing the much needed voice of Kurt. Or not, again, not the voice of Kurt. The voice of this category of lawyer. Like it's a very specialized category of law. That's what I'm talking about. You'll see, you'll understand. I'm being very inarticulate. I'm mildly distracted. Punch up, Nick, do Ron Coleman. A Ron Coleman voice would be great. Guys, I'm gonna get around to putting all of my friends in the system and everybody else. I'm gonna put some of you guys in there too, like, and because I've been recording you in the showers.
Anal fissures can be treated with warm sitz baths to relax the sphincter, high fiber diets to soften stools, and topical nitroglycerin or lidocaine for pain relief. Stay hydrated, avoid straining. Kurt.
Some good practical home medical advice right there.
I may or may not know what a vehicle striking a human body will do. I guarantee he was in no parade.
It's true. Daryl Brooks should be qualified as an expert in this case. Hey, yo. I know he didn't get hit by no cars.
People have been saying, have you heard this? That Kurt is feeling betrayed because he heard that I got my spackle from Rakida's Hardware when that's what he's wanted all along.
Oh, no. God damn it.
People of Eternia, the war is over. My forces are victorious. The sorceress of Grayskull is my prisoner, and her powers are now joined with mine. Let this be my first decree. Those who do not pledge.
By the power of Grayskull!
Seize these nuts, you gout-riddled pile of fat.
Seize these nuts. I cannot get over the Ronnie voice. Teach it your Jordan Peterson Kermit voice. 10 minutes. I'll have to do 10 minutes of that.
Your Honor, let the record show that Ms. McCabe may be a Boston 4, but she gave the best gum jobs in South Bay.
Damn. Oh, my goodness. I don't believe that at all. She's very, very prominent teeth. So you cannot sell me on a gum job from her. Let's see. What do we got here?
Uncivil is a bitch for sending a cease and desist. I'm now going to make many more of him with small changes. Even though they removed it, he still can't unfuck that chicken. ASS cream.
ASS cream. Wait, it won't say ass? How do I get it to say ass cream?
My boy on civil law is such a fat little bitch.
Jeez.
He always seemed extremely gay to me. Why you guys were so nice to him baffles me. The guy looks like J. Edgar Hoover in drag.
Well, I mean, so when he runs, is it drag racing? I don't know. I don't know how that works.
No wonder these lawyers all hated you. You had more views, more subs. You were blowing rails and banging hoes 2 at a time.
Oh, Jesus.
They were so jealous of you. Now they sink to the ultimate low and want to sue for parody. So lame. Only person I'm jealous of is that race car driver friend of yours.
Him a lot.
Is it true he banged that Chia gal with the extra beef between her legs?
God, jeez.
If true, I'm jelly. You betcha.
I am not aware of any copulation that occurred between Camelot and Zia. No, I don't think so. It's tough being a streamer because like it's hard to be a streamer. It's hard to be a streamer. No, because like you associate with people of both genders, right? Like, and so becoming friendly with someone automatically generates a pile of rumors about it. But no, I'm not aware of anything like that. But you know, I also have been gone for years, so maybe it was me. Maybe it was me who Camelot was banging.
Kurt is a huge douche. Tried to give him a chance because you, Nick, were trying to help him succeed, but after what he did to you, no more chances.
Let's see, what do we got here? Oh no.
men grappling and nobody called Nick. What is this bullshit?
Exactly. I can't believe they're playing Strip Twister without me up in Massachusetts. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Unpopular opinion. I think Karen R is guilty.
Ooh.
She's one of those crazy reactive girlfriends. I do think it's possible others, but their stories together to ensure she would be arrested and convicted.
I've talked about this with Bronca and with Joe, and I think it's important to note that it's very possible that Karen Reed killed John O'Keefe, but I don't think the state has presented a case that merits proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's at the end of the day, that's what matters. That's guilt versus non-guilt. Is can the state prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt? Not whether or not she did it. She may have done it. I don't think she did. But the reason I don't think she did is because I don't think the state has given me a case where I have proof beyond a reasonable doubt. I think there's too much doubt right now. How's there not a Trump voice in your list? That's a gimme. I haven't. I have to have you have to get stuff together for the engine to generate the voice. And I was focused on when I knew when I was coming back pretty definitively, I was focused on getting a couple of the voices ready because we can keep adding them as we go. We'll get there. We'll get there. They take a little time to put together, not a ton. Trump wouldn't take that long. We do have the Mark Richards voice. I like that one. It's really funny. Oh, but the Ronnie O'Neill voice. Ronnie O'Neill is the greatest lawyer to ever live, and the voice came out just literal perfection.
I don't know why that fat ass ninja be trying to invite young girls over anyway. He probably hasn't seen his tool in so long, he can declare it legally dead.
Fat ass ninja. Megan Fox, Johnny Depp. Yeah. So, Johnny Depp's another one of those though, where it gets close because I don't think Johnny Depp's voice is naturally that way. I do believe that is a character that Johnny Depp has developed himself into in a weird way. But also, I don't know that there's any likelihood that Johnny Depp would go after the super tip system and try and stop it. Speaking of pussies, the most banned queen says, "Oh no, chat. Kurt exercised his legal rights and now Rackets had to remove Kurt's voice. I didn't. I have no say in it. Now Rackets will call him fat and a nerd, the horror." Yep. I'm going to call him fat and a nerd. I'm going to say his legal analysis is bullshit, but worse, I'm going to say he knows it's bullshit, which to me, that is far worse than just general incompetence. I've heard Kurt give incompetent legal opinions and analysis before. I never talked about this at all, but like for all the shit people talked about my experience, which I never represented myself as being like this master of practice or having tons of trial experience or anything like that. I had a small practice. My clients got the results they were looking for, and that was good for me. Like that made me happy. That said, I'm not aware of Kurt ever practicing law anywhere. At all. So Kurt worked for the Patent Trademark Office. He no longer does. And that's actually, you don't have to be a licensed attorney to do that. You have to pass the patent bar, which is a different animal. I can't be that because I do not have an underlying hard science degree. So I can't pass the patent bar. So like props to people who have done it, but Kurt did go to law school and all that stuff, but Kurt was not a practicing attorney. So, but I don't think that, maybe I'm selectively biased here. I don't think that actually matters that much in providing competent analysis. Well, I shouldn't say that it doesn't matter. It matters insofar as it assists you in making competent analysis, but it's not required for competent analysis. People competently understand subjects all the time without actually, doing them professionally. That's not a barrier to it. I've never taken a case through jury trial. I have done bench trials in family law cases. I have done plenty of motion argument and motion hearings. And I've negotiated everything from mutually beneficial things, contracts and lease agreements, through negotiating plea agreements. So I have some experience, not a ton. I didn't like I didn't like billing for it. And I didn't like the gathering of clients. I liked making the legal arguments. I liked helping people. But it's really hard to tell someone who needs help, no, not unless you give me $15,000 right now. And that's just a start. That's hard to do for me. It's not for everybody. And actually a lot of lawyers, it is tough for them to do that. And that's why they work with a law firm, or they hire someone whose job it is to do that aspect of it, manage that aspect of it. Cause they want to work and they want to focus on how they're best, engaged in the law, and then serving their clients' needs. And serving their clients' needs and billing don't always add up to the same mental state. Leon's Law says family law, God rest his soul. Yeah. Family law, you don't do jury trials in, like in child custody stuff. So, I never had to take it to a jury trial, but we'd had a couple bench trials on that. And like I said, got the results my clients were asking for, and, kicked the shit out of some old attorneys in the family law space. That was fun.
To be fair, I only became friends with Kurt because I thought he was Scotty from Boogie Nights.
Damn it. Let's see, what do we got here? We got
Kurt looks like that dude that said in that one movie, it puts the lotion in the basket or else it gets the hose again. Buffalo Bill type of man. Let's hope Nick's next review isn't a video of Kurt listening to Q Lazarus Goodbye Horses. You betcha that would be scary.
damn. I'm still stuck on him looking like Scotty from Boogie Nights. Yeah, he does look like what's that guy's name? I just mentioned him on the interview with Viva Fry. Philip Seymour Hoffman. Kurt has a Philip Seymour Hoffman resemblance. He has Philip Seymour Hoffman tendencies, I think is the way to describe that.
Hold on, Nick. My good old brother by the name of R. Kelly once said, age ain't nothing but a number. Keep it up, my beloved white brother Kurt.
No, don't. Also, whoever said brother butters got me dying forever.
Kurt, you stupid fat fuck. How about you cease and desist being a retard?
I love super tips. You have no idea. You guys are so fucking funny.
Do I look like the kind of guy who has bodies buried in my backyard or hidden under the floorboards in my house? Of course I do, but I'm too lazy to exert that much energy. So I just eat them.
I just eat them. No big deal. Oh, I did forget to say, again, all super tips that come in today are getting played on the show like normal. However, I will be doing a subsequent video about why Kurt is so wrong about his. I haven't actually seen the text of the cease and desist, but there's only a couple legal theories that that Kurt could be attempting to use, and all of them are incorrect. So I'll do a video on why Kurt is so wrong, and then all of the Kurt related super tips I'm going to play in a compilation in that video as well. So all the ones that came in, I'll probably include the ones yesterday Oh, wait, I don't think I can replay them. So I might have to have Ryan go like specifically cut those out. But using Kurt's voice, I was going to I'll probably have to have Ryan go in and cut out the existing ones that used Kurt's voice from the day before. And then all the ones today that reference Kurt are going to be played. And we're just going to go. And so that'll be there after the legal explanation. See, Warren, I'm getting to super chats in just a moment. Here we go.
I love you, Nick, but Kurt owns the copyright in the recordings he made of his own voice and any derivative works from those recordings, such as AI-trained imitation. 1A parody doesn't factor in. Bummer.
This is incorrect. These are clearly transformative works. Clearly transformative. You cannot possibly say. Now, if the only sustainable theory on that would be to say that would be to take a copyrighted work, the text of a copyrighted work, and have the AI voice reproduce that copyrighted work, theoretically using the copyrighted work itself. But the generative AI engine, I would challenge, there's no way that the actual works involved could be identified. Like which copyrighted material were used in the generation of the text. And again, it's imitation and impression, parody do factor in. That's the whole part of transformative work. You have no copyrightable interest in your own voice. Yes. If there was an attempt to use the AI voice to recreate specific works that Kurt has done, maybe you have an argument. John Campbell says, would using AI to read already copyrighted work not be similar to audiobooks, though? Audiobooks are still protected by you can't just do an audiobook. You can't just read a book and be like, oh, it's an audiobook. I mean, the underlying material, you'd have to make it sufficiently transformative. And I don't think just the audio track changes it enough for that. My opinion there. Haven't researched the audiobook, but have researched the privacy and the copyright of voices question.
Do you want to know how I got these stretch marks?
Want to know how I got these stretch marks? All right, back to the regular super chats are still here as well, and we have Rumble rants that we're going to get to. Uncle Mitch's Prince says she clearly said in the 911 call, "Carrie, get off him, honey," not Karen, as she says was on him. KFG, do a poll. Ask how many believe that Jen McCabe has MS, or if this is a new claim to try and diminish Karen Reed's MS. So wait, are we saying that Jen McCabe didn't have MS in the first trial? Is that how that works? Let's see. Brimstone says, if you're there, I think you mean theory is correct, Nick. How did Bruce Willis sell the rights to his likeness to a Hollywood studio to generate AI and put him in future movies? Okay, Bruce Willis has a right of publicity, and he has the ability to monetize his image and voice. And if they're utilizing his likeness as Bruce Willis, right? Like that it is Bruce Willis, or is the authorized utilization of Bruce Willis's likeness, then yes, you would need permission to do that. You would have to have authorization to do that, because that is being represented as Bruce Willis. All right? And the use of his image and likeness. An AI voice engine making parody jokes is not that, like, no one thinks that that's Kurt. No one's like, you know what? That was definitely uncivil law. They all know that it was somebody else. First of all, their name is displayed on the thing, the person who created the thing, or the donator, I should say, or it says anonymous. It doesn't represent itself as Uncivil Law or Kurt or anything else. It's not doing that. That is what has in the past been the protectable use of image, likeness, voice, etc. Because people are able to control the beneficial use of their likeness. They're not able to control people mocking them. It's just, sorry, like that. It's a free speech issue. It's been this way forever. Hustler versus Falwell has been brought up in the chat several times. You get to make fun of people. You just do. No, I don't think I could like collect a bunch of nasty things and send it to Kurt and be like, here you go, you piece of shit. Like, I can't do that. Well, I mean, maybe you can, but you shouldn't do that. Right? But publishing jokes, even mocking jokes about someone online is protected. You know how I know? Let's see. So Sabina D says, so that a big ass dog in the house who had attacked before had no reaction to the yelling outside and someone coming into the bedroom. Right. Yeah, that didn't line up with my expectations of reality either. Not that every dog reacts in an intense way, but you know that it just seems like there'd be something. You'd hear the dog somewhere. Maybe they'd already rehomed it into the ground. Helena Handbasket says, I've been following Nick since Rittenhouse in depth. Glad to have the best lawyer out there back. Hey, thank you. Thank you very much. Q Revere says, have you ever seen the prosecution defend so much? Sure. Yeah. I mean, Binger and Grosskreutz, right? We saw that in Kyle Rittenhouse's case. They had a problem. They needed Grosskreitz's testimony, but he's garbage. Garbage person. They knew that. Let's see. Rascal on the Moon, Drex AI voice win. We'll probably get around to it eventually. And then he says, I need a Drex voice to properly call Kurt a cuck. Thermasius says, sent message on Twitter, read whenever, funny idea. Yep, I've already responded to you. Teacher, Mr. Shortbus says, Kurt is such a fat. Since last May, I lost 100+ pounds. It's not hard to put the fork down and go for a walk. Nick, so glad you're good, bruv. Bro, love you. Hey, back at you, man. Look, the key part is honesty, moment of honesty, and weight loss. Weight loss is about not eating. Weight loss is about not eating. That's it. You have to start with that. You can't exercise your way down. Exercise increases calorie burn, not as much as people think. You need to reduce calorie intake. You need to have your body eating itself. That's what you got to do if you're trying to lose weight. If you have different goals than losing weight, you know, there are different methods out there, but losing weight, just stop eating. I don't mean never eat, but like you have to reduce the amount that you eat significantly. And one of the key things is you have to eliminate snacking. That is like, get rid of, you cannot snack because your fat asses sit around snacking all day, shoving your face full of bonbons. You're like, I only had 3 meals. Like those 3 meals are 1,200 calories each minimum. But your snacking is the worst part because like you ate like 8 bags of chips this morning. I can tell. Queefer Bronca gets super tip. Stutterland says, fuck, you're simping. They have it easier everywhere else. Shiloh W says, hey, Rackets, get JD Delay on. Dude's a riot. Who the fuck is JD Delay? Johnny Rocket, donut hits the floor. Who gets to it first? Sean, Veto, or Uncivil Law? I think Veto, because he's always so depressed. I imagine he's just down there slithering around anyway. Milo's the janitor. Milos, the janitor. Welcome to Lawyer Status. Thank you. Andrew Knapp, physicists actually speculate there are more anti-rooms than rooms in the universe. I had the dad joke in chat. But those are dark rooms. USSJ for Broly, welcome to Lawyer Status. Thank you. Where are we? Here we go. Psycho Crusher 69 says Kurt's gravitational pull not only attracts food, but also all the verbal ass whooping coming his way. I don't know why he thought it was a good idea to do this. It seems really, really stupid. Because he had to know that the response is going to be much, much more mockery. Because now he looks like a bitch.
The most civil thing that steaming cup of pig fat has ever done was still absolutely criminal. That was some ass, salt, and fattery at the local Chinese buffet.
Ass, salt, and fattery. I like that. That was good. Sticky Widget, welcome to Paralegal Status. Go for Big Guy says it seems like Kurt's ending has already been written. It ends in self-deletion. I hope not, obviously. The only question is it before or after the kiddie porn is found and underage victims ID'd, he needs an intervention. Like that's a little farther than I would go, but I understand. You cannot have that age of consent line out there, man. You cannot be saying shit like that. That's fucking unreal. No. No, I don't want Kurt to self-delete. But here's the thing. Kurt has always used his depression. Someone in the chat said he's been diagnosed with major depressive disorder. He's used it as a shield from criticism. Sorry, I'm now diagnosed with major depressive disorder as well. So I now get to hammer through that. I get to criticize my own people. I've earned it. Too bad. Desert Pirate says he calls his Wang pizza casserole. C. Warren, Ricada Law, you're always one of the most compassionate with Kurt. And that's what pissed me off so bad when he went so hard on you. Never stop praying or supporting you and happy you're doing well. Hey, thank you, C. Warren. I never asked anybody to defend me or endorse any behavior I did. Plenty to criticize. I've done lots of self-criticism. Listened to lots of friends' criticisms as well. Disagreed with some of it, begrudgingly listened to tons of it. That's just kind of how you have to absorb things. What I don't tolerate is when you've been kind and courteous to people, both like professionally and personally, and then they don't have to like support you and endorse you, but not lying about you specifically and in your professional capacity. That's not that high of a bar. Like, can you just not lie about me? Like knowingly lie? Like that would be nice. That would be nice. It wasn't even about my case. It was about, again, they said that I said I would pay people for Rittenhouse and that I didn't. And the most offensive part of that is the idea that I would tell anyone that I would pay them to be on my show. No, thank you. Please do not insult and damage my business reputation with that egregious lie. I will not pay you to come on my show, no matter who you are. I'll have to got a delivery at my house here. Oh yeah. Very nice. Very good. Let's see. Yeah, so that was a dirty and filthy and disgusting lie. Let's see. Teacher Mr. Shortbus says, as a teacher, I'm a mandated reporter. I might have to put Kurt on a list. I'm not joking. Under NYSED law, Kurt better stay out of New York. Now, hold on. The age of consent is 17 or whatever. And he did explicitly state that out of state, under 18, not allowed. Therefore, he's within the law. So I vehemently disagree with the statements. I think that statement at worst should have ended at the word 18, because like under 18 need not apply. That's enough. That said, legally, his statements are in bounds, I guess. So I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I think they're very ill-advised for a content creator, and for a person who is alive. But that said, I take reporting very, very seriously, and everything he said is technically within the law. So, Gopher Big Guy says you need ASMR judge from Potter to scold the court. No. Oh my gosh, listening to her was like listening to cancer form. Lagging says Trump voice in your impersonation. Trump voice, please. That would be funny. We're almost Trump. We do a pretty good Trump. I've heard better Trumps. No, I haven't. This is really good. Lots of people are telling me, that's what they say. They say, we've heard Trump voices. We've never heard one like yours. Nobody can do this. Nobody's ever seen it before. We're doing new things. We're out here. Some people are out there. They're naysayers. They try to bring us down. They don't like America. They don't like themselves, really. David R. Fuller, welcome to Paralegal Status. L. Flocking Lou. L. Lou or Lulu. Welcome to Paralegal Status as well. Jules says, glad you're doing better. Been here since Chauvin. Oh, thanks. Duck and Felonies says, if Kurt thinks consent starts at recess, do the feds need a warrant or just probable cause search under his third chin for the evidence? Woo! Woo! Swamp Bear says, sorry, remember the nexus for YouTube is California, so that is across state lines. Well, there's a difference between sending a message that goes across state lines, because that happens when you do any electronic communication effectively. We can't tell where your specific data packet goes. So even if it's possible that it would have stayed within state lines, it's basically presumed to go out of state lines and come back in. That doesn't, the solicitation of a minor across state lines is to communicate with a minor specifically across state lines with the intent to bring that minor to you or to meet up with them in some other place for the purposes of illicit activity. And again, Kurt was very clear that that is not what he's doing. Again, I really don't think the rest of his statement was beneficial, but that's what it was, for better or worse.
Short Bus just informed me he needs to go on a list in NY after that video. As a teacher, he's a mandated reporter. Kurt, no legal advice. Stay out of NY with that pizza casserole.
There you go. You can always tell someone to keep out of your neighborhood. Stay away. Unless you do it based on their color of their skin. Mulgera85 says, the way that she turns to the jury reminds me a lot of how Gage Grosskreutz would turn to the jury for every answer. Very unnatural looking. Same with, didn't Amber Heard do that? Like specifically? It's either Amber Heard or like her therapist. I can't remember which one. I remember that happening in Depp versus Heard as well. Some people address the people that they're speaking to, and some people, when they're up on the witness stand, they're talking to the jury. Like that's for whatever reason, that's how they're doing it. Either their lawyer advised them to do it that way, or that's how they kind of in their head get around this very unnatural conversation. I think in most instances, it's better to address the attorney who's asking the questions, because that's who's talking to you. That's more natural. Use Devin's legal eagle voice to replace Kurt. Wait a minute. We got James Gardner says Kurt sucks. I think. Hold on. I got to check something here. I think we may have a new voice in the very, very important space. What do we got? Oh, wait, I thought it was. Sorry, I thought the voice had actually been added. It has not yet.
Kurt is a fat, balding bitch made incel who picks retarded internet fights and gets zero pussy while practically begging for it on live streams. Something, brother butter.
Stop saying brother butter. I don't like it. Oh. Oh no, we have an ass cream emoji now. So that's for YouTube members. There is an ass cream emoji for the chat. Oh, we got the court's coming back.
Does anybody know what is going on with the OnlyFans trial delay? Plus, does lentils make you fat, Nick? I love spicy lentils. LOL.
I love spicy lentils. What's this cadence? It's just so fucking funny.
Court is in session. Please be seated.
All right, can we have Ms. McCabe back, please?
Oh shit. Sorry. There we go. Oh boy. Let's see. I need to do a Google search. How's long for people to stop saying you gave your child cocaine? That's the Google search that they're going to find in my phone when I'm dead or whatever. Good Lord. How did they find Death himself? Get him to come to court. Even Death is interested in this case. He actually looks kind of like the guy who played Death originally in Supernatural. That was weird. There's closed captioning, but there's no audio. I don't know how that works. Yeah, Judge Borowski voice is on the list. Again, getting these voices together, it takes a little work per voice. Oh, that's Karen Reed's dad. How's he doing since he survived the Civil War the first time? The casting for Death and Supernatural was fire. Yeah, it was, but then they replaced him with like a DEI hire. It was weird. By the way, if y'all are interested, I don't use Instagram a ton, but I did posted a picture of Lady Rackets and I at the Make-A-Wish ball up on Instagram. You can find me at Ricada Law on Instagram if you want to follow. I do not do much show related stuff over there. It's usually just just a picture every now and then. I may at some point try and utilize Instagram more, but we're already stretching my capacity as a streamer. Here we go. What do we got?
The evidence will show Kurt's ass cream is just mango.
Oh no, not mango. You don't rub that on your butt. Gross. Wesley 1924 says, "Can you keep Kurt on Super Tips but just have it be farting noises?" Yes. No, you can't.
Sorry about the delay, jurors. We were told that we blew a fuse, and that's why we couldn't get started on time. So these old courthouses. So
Is
all
the
right, we
fuse
appreciate your
satisfied?
patience. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, when you first saw Ms. Reed's SUV pull up, very shortly thereafter, you sent a text to John O'Keefe, correct?
I walked to the door, saw the car, and that's when I sent him a text. Yes.
Right. So you walked up to the door, saw the SUV outside, and then texted him something at that, basically while you're standing at the door.
I believe so. Yes.
What did you text him?
Here?
Okay. That was, do you remember the time?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were to look at a series of text messages contained in a Celebrate report? I think you've seen this before.
Sure.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. May I ask one foundational question?
Okay.
Give this to the witness. Ms. McCabe, I'm going to ask you about a series of text messages. It's not a memory contest in terms of the timing. I'm going to ask you about probably 5 or so. All of those purport to be contained in here. Do you remember the times of those 5 texts?
I don't off the top of my head.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to look at all those in one felled swoop as you look at this document? So I don't
Sure.
have to go back and forth?
Are these in evidence?
This is not in evidence to my knowledge. Not yet.
Oh,
Can it
threats.
help you to remember?
Evidentiary
Okay, why don't
threats.
you bring it to Ms. McCabe?
Pain looking at us in front of the judge.
We will transcribe your words if you have them.
Ms. McCabe, if you wouldn't mind, take a look at the tabs, not that whole document, it's too dense. Take a look at the tabs and go in reverse chronological order and see if that refreshes your recollection about the time and content of text messages that you sent to Mr. O'Keefe those early that early morning of January 29th.
Okay. Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm not going to have to remember the exact times of all 5, am I?
I'll help.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. McCabe, did you see a text on here that was consistent with your memory that you texted here?
Yes.
And was that at 12:14? I'm sorry, at 12:27 a.m.
I don't know if exactly. I'm assuming if it's on that paper.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
This guy needs a moment every couple seconds.
Why don't I see counsel at sidebar for just a minute?
Oh my goodness. More sidebars than a fucking 7-Eleven. That almost makes sense if you think of sidebars as candy bars.
Your Honor, all my client did was be a massive pussy. The search of his computer should be suppressed as to not cause havoc.
Go for big guy 911 says need Frankie McDonald voice on the Riri who does the weather reports and hangs out with Chrissy Meyer. Oh, I know who you're talking about. Like I haven't watched him or whatever, but I know I've seen pictures of him when she would do the post the photos of the wet spot cast of the week. He would be on there a lot. Shape of Evil says, Nick, welcome back. Hey, thanks. Missed you. I was always with Bronca, Viva, and Barnes as far as your situation. I've seen too much and know enough of the people in those organizations to fall for the published BS. Hey, thank you.
Ms. McCabe, we're going to make it a
Story-
little easier for you, okay?
Thank you.
Story is always bigger than a piece of paper. Finboy Slick says, I have a Viva, Barnes, Kurt Russell, and Luke Rudkowski voice models if you
May I?
want them.
Yes. Your Honor, I would offer the following stipulation at 12,
We'll see.
14:27 on January 29th, 2022. Text message from Jen McCabe text message from John O'Keefe's phone to Jen McCabe's phone. Where to? At 12:20, all these are on January 29th, 2022 at 12:27:33 from Jennifer McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Here, exclamation point, question mark. Same date, 12:31 and 47 seconds from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Pull behind me.
Hot.
Same date, 12:40 and 31 seconds from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Hello. 12:42 and 9 seconds text message from Jennifer McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Where are the letter U?
Okay, thank you.
Finally, 12:45 and 53 seconds from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Hello. I would offer the stipulation that those are correct times and dates and contents of the text messages between John O'Keefe's phone and Jen McCabe's phone on January 29, 2022.
All right, and that's what you're agreeing to, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, Your Honor, is contained in the Cellbrite report.
Okay. All right, folks, so I told you yesterday about a stipulation when I talked about something in the front one. This is similar. So what you just heard, both lawyers agree that that's information contained in a Cellbrite report.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I continue?
Yes.
At some point, you indicated that, and by the way, Ms. McCabe, at 12:27, it's now been stipulated to, you texted a single word, here, exclamation point, question mark, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You indicate that you saw the SUV move up after it was in front of the 34 Fairview residence. It moved up some number of feet, correct?
The next time I looked, it was at a different location.
Right. Now, you did not see the white Jeep move from the place that you originally saw it in front of the mailbox, correct?
I never looked out at the white Jeep.
But you never saw that move ever?
No.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Higgins, that Jeep was in the same spot while Mr. Higgins was inside the residence until he left, correct?
That's what I would assume, yes.
Okay. And you never saw him go out and move his car and come back in or anything like that?
I never did, no.
After you, it's fair to say that once you noted that the SUV, Ms. Reed's SUV, was in front of the location, you started paying some attention to it.
I went to the door a few times to look out, yes.
As a matter of fact, in the course of about 19 minutes, you went to the door no fewer than 5 times, correct?
I'm not sure if it was 5.
You've indicated in previously that for every time you went to the door and saw the SUV, you texted something, which are the texts contained in the document that was just stipulated to. Is that right?
I did text 5 times. You are correct.
Okay. So it's fair to say if you texted 5 times, then you went to the door 5 times, if those were associated with one another. You walked up, looked out the door, see the SUV, and text something. Here, pull behind me, where are you? Those texts, correct?
I remember going to the front door, seeing the car, and texting here. When I went to the door the second time, the car had moved up towards the flagpole, and I texted, pull behind me, because I thought, did they not know where to park? Did they think they were at the wrong house?
So my question is this. Every time you went to the door, you texted something.
I'm not sure that I did, yes.
Do you remember
I'm not sure that I did, sorry.
Do you remember a year ago testifying that every single time you texted, you indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something?
Am I aware that I said that?
Correct, that you testified to that.
Could you show that to me, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Take a look at the highlighted
Sure.
portion and just read that to yourself. Let me know when you're finished.
Okay.
May I?
Yes.
Hey guys, I need to I just got a message. I gotta run and help Lady Rackets with something. I will be
Mr.
back
McCabe, does that refresh your recollection about the issue we were
ASAP,
just
but
talking
it
about?
may be about
I
30
see
minutes.
what's written down, yes.
Okay.
gonna
Did you
leave the court
testify
feed up.
in answer to the following question?
I will be back
And as a matter
as
of
soon as I
fact,
can.
you looked every single time that you texted, you indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something, correct? Answer, correct.
I answered correct to that.
Okay.
Yes.
So if you if you texted 5 times, that's all I'm getting to, you went to the door about 5 times.
I'm not sure. I remember definitely going twice. And again, if I misstated or I said I went 5 times, 4 times, I apologize.
Well, do you think this testimony is in error?
No, I don't. I'm thinking with my memory, it was 3 years ago, and I'm thinking that maybe I wasn't clear on that detail of how many times that I went to the door.
And
What I
certainly,
can tell you I'm clear on is that I did go twice, and I saw it. I saw it straight ahead. I saw it at the flagpole, and a third time further up. I cannot say with certainty with my memory today that I was up at that door every single time. I'm sorry.
and by the way, when you testified, as you just saw, that was a year ago, correct?
Yes.
A year earlier and a year closer to the event, correct?
Yes, it
So
was.
your memory would have been a little bit fresher then than it is now, a year later.
I don't think I can compare my memory then to now.
You can't compare your memory. Do you think your memory gets better with time or fades a little with time?
Well, some things, unfortunately, I think about every single day with this case, the trauma of it
Sure.
and what I experienced and went through. And there are some things that I am certain I will never forget. And I know for sure where the car was, and I know for sure I sent those 2 texts, but I apologize if I misstated. I went up more than I did. I'm just trying to give you what I remember today.
Let's talk about those texts and and you looking out the door. You did approach the door and you saw that the vehicle was there the initial time, correct? That's 1.
When I texted here, yes.
And you texted here, ! Question mark. Is that right?
Correct.
And you indicated that when you first saw the vehicle, it was straight out ahead of you in front of the front door, and it was stationary. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Then you said you went back to the door and you saw that it had moved up, quote, a little bit. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Toward the flagpole. Is that right?
Was that the flagpole? Yes.
And when you saw that it had moved up toward the flagpole, then you texted again at 12:40, which has been stipulated to hello. Is that right?
When I saw it move up to the flagpole, I believe I texted pull behind me.
When you went the second time, and by the way, it's my mistake. I got I jumped over one. It was 12:31:47, which we stipulated to pull behind me. That's when the SUV was up closer to the flagpole, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Then you went yet again at 12:40 and saw the SUV yet again and texted hello. It was the second hello.
I'm not sure if that was when I texted hello.
But you did see that the SUV had moved again.
Yes.
Now where was it?
At first, it was straight ahead. Then it was at the flagpole, and then it was further up.
Then at 12:42, 2 minutes later, you texted, "Where are you?" Correct?
Yes.
Okay. At that point, it was still up by the flagpole.
No, I'm not saying that it was still outside.
Where was it?
I'm not sure where the vehicle was.
At 12:45, you texted yet again, "Hello." Is that right?
Yes, I did.
You've indicated that was you texted hello the last time you saw the vehicle. Is that right?
I'm not saying that today, no.
Well, did you say it previously?
In my testimony, did I say that the last time I texted? Do you have that written that I could see?
You just read it.
Well, that was your question that you had read to me. I never came out and said that.
Ms. McCabe, I asked you if you testified to that a year ago. That's my question. Did you testify to that a year ago, that when you went, every single time you went to the door, you texted something because seeing the vehicle prompted you to text something to jump?
That's a summary of maybe the,
Did you testify to that a year ago?
to what? That when I went to the door? Yeah, different times when I went to the door, I did text, yes.
And then you testified as well that you went to the door a final time and saw that the SUV was gone. It had left, correct?
Yes, at one point I did.
And that was just a couple of minutes after your last text at 12:45. Is that right?
I'm not sure of the time.
Matter of fact, you've testified previously that it was around 12:50 that you last went to the door and noted that the car was completely gone. Is that right?
I'm not sure of that.
You're not sure of that?
No, if you could show me, I'd appreciate it.
At some point, did you note that the vehicle was gone? Let's get to that.
Yes.
Around what time was that?
I do not know.
12:45, a little before, a little after?
I'm not sure. I can't give a time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at how you testified to that particular time last year?
Sure.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. The highlighted portion.
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection as to what time last year you indicated that you went to the door and saw that the SUV was gone?
It says on the paper that I was asked if after 12:45 it was gone, and I answered correct.
Okay.
I never gave a time.
All right. And that coincides with the last hello that you texted to John's phone, correct?
Again, I don't have that paper in front of me. Is that the
Well,
time?
that's the stipulation. That's what you don't need to worry about.
Okay.
That's been stipulated too. Your last hello text was at 12:45.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
So that coincides, that testimony from last year coincides with your last text message saying hello. You noted that the SUV at that point had gone. Had left, correct?
Correct.
So if I hear your testimony correctly, you saw the SUV in position 1.
Yes.
There was a text or something, or 2 maybe. Then you saw it in position 2. You went back to the door and noted that SUV had moved and it was now closer to the flagpole, correct?
We've just asked 2 questions.
It had moved closer to the
The
flagpole.
first question is you said I saw it and I sent a text or 2. I know I just said 1 here.
Okay. Then you saw it a second time
Correct.
and now it's closer to the flagpole.
Yes, correct.
And there's texting going on. I'm not getting down to the minute of the text, but there's texting going on. You're sending texts.
I'm sending, yes.
Then you went back to the door a third time and saw that it had moved beyond the flagpole, correct?
Correct.
Then, according to your testimony last year, you went back to the door at least a 4th time to see that it was gone, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so at bare minimum, based on your testimony today, you were at the door looking out the window at that portion of either the yard directly in front of you and in front of the house or toward the flagpole or beyond the flagpole 4 times, correct?
From last year's testimony, but what I remember today
No,
with
Ms. McCabe, that's not
certainty
my
is
question.
twice.
You need to let her answer the question. Answer your question, please.
Go ahead.
What I remember certainty is looking at it out front, at the flagpole, and beyond. I don't remember how many times I went up to the door. I was back and forth.
Right. But according to you, you saw the car in 3 different positions, correct?
Correct.
So that's at least 3 times to the door, correct?
Correct.
And you saw the car gone, right?
Correct.
3 plus 1 is 4, correct?
Correct.
So now you're telling us that you went to the door a minimum of 4 times and looked across that yard at the SUV, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You had a clear view of that SUV as you looked out that storm door every time you went to the door, didn't you?
It was dark and snowing, but I could see a vehicle out there, yes.
As a matter of fact, you've indicated that it was a clear view. There was nothing obstructing your vision, correct?
No, there was nothing but the weather conditions.
And you indicated that, and by the way, the blizzard had basically just started. There was a dusting on the ground.
It was snowing. It was accumulating.
Right, but it was early
Correct.
in the storm.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Right. And when asked about whether or not you had a view, well, let me ask it a different way. In terms of your view of the SUV, and the distance from the storm door to the SUV to that curb line, there was nothing obstructing your view. You had a clear view of that, a good view of the SUV, correct?
When I looked out the window, I could see the SUV in front of me. Yes.
At no time during any of this interaction with the door, meaning going back and forth through the storm door, texting, looking outside, seeing the SUV in position 1, seeing the SUV in position 2, seeing the SUV in position 3, at no time did you hear any noise that was unusual, did you?
No, I didn't.
You didn't hear any screaming?
No.
You didn't hear any yelling?
No.
No loud voices?
No.
No foul language?
No.
You didn't hear a door slam?
No.
You didn't hear a verbal argument or a fight of any kind?
No.
You didn't hear a revving engine?
No.
You didn't hear the squealing of tires or the scraping of tires on the pavement?
No.
You didn't hear a collision take place?
No.
Or a crash?
No.
Or screams for help?
No.
Moaning, groaning, as if someone was in distress?
No.
As you looked at the SUV the first time, you've already indicated that you had a clear view straight out the door, right? It's right in front of the front door as a crow flies, right? It's not at an angle.
Right there. Correct.
Okay. You also previously indicated that you saw tire tracks in the roadway.
Yes.
In that very, very light dusting of snow, the accumulation that you talked about, you saw tire tracks of some sort.
Yes.
So that's down on the ground, beyond the yard, somewhere in the roadway.
In the street. Correct.
You had a good view of those tire tracks as well, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you were able to describe those as sort of almost a wave, I think you once said.
Yeah. Across the street. I could see it because of the street light that was across the street.
Okay. And that presented at least enough illumination based on your view. You could see the tire tracks in the snow.
Yes. Over to the left. Yes.
And you've detailed not just the shape of those tire tracks as being sort of like a wave, but where those tire tracks were, correct?
No, with this. Yeah.
Where did you see them?
I believe over to the left. If I'm looking out straight. Oh, sorry. Straight.
So if you're looking outside at the SUV, I'm just going to turn my back to the jurors for a second. For perspective. If you're looking outside the door, when you say straight out, the SUV is straight outside. When you say to the left, you mean to the left of the SUV on the ground. That's where you saw the tire track.
Yes.
Like somebody might parallel park or something.
Kind of a wave. Yeah. I can't really explain what it was. I just saw it.
You weren't paying special attention. You weren't looking for tire tracks, were you?
No. When I glanced out, I saw it.
You weren't looking for anything in the roadway at that point. You just glanced out. There was something in your peripheral vision, and you made note of it.
Yes.
And the only thing between you and the SUV as you looked out was the lawn.
Correct.
There's no ditches or hills in that lawn. It's a flat lawn, correct?
I wasn't looking at the ground. I was just kind of looking like I am at you
That's
right
not my
now,
question.
straight.
You know that lawn. You've been to that house 100 times, 500 times. There's no ditches or berms or hills or mountains on that lawn. It's just a flat lawn, right?
I guess you could categorize it as flat. Yeah.
Can we take a look? May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. Can you take a look at that
Sure.
photograph for a quick second? Tell me if you recognize it.
I do. Yes.
What do you recognize that as being?
34 Fairview.
That's the same photograph with just a little modification on it that you saw a few minutes ago.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that that be marked as identification.
Okay.
Wish to publish?
Not for identification, no.
I'm happy to move it in evidence.
Your Honor, if I may, if it's marked for identification, I wouldn't object to showing it
Okay. All right.
as a chalk at this point.
Okay.
May I publish?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
There you go. Mr. Wall, can you make that? There you go. Thank you. What's depicted in that photograph?
34 Fairview.
Do you see the front door that you went in?
I do, yes.
Can you point it out for the jurors, please?
Sure. Right there.
Okay, the one with the brick steps leading up to it.
Yes.
Now, with this perspective, can you point out the side door?
Sure.
That looks like a screen door just to the right of the hedges.
Yes.
With that perspective, can you point out the garage door?
Or that one. Sorry.
That's just to the right of the window inside that recess of the home?
Yes.
Okay. And does that fairly and accurately depict the lawn as it was on January 28th, 29th, other than the fact that it's different weather?
Right.
The shape of the lawn?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Put that down, Mr. Wolf.
So what was that marked as, Madam Court Reporter? Thank you.
Your Honor, I would ask to move that in evidence. If we need to take a minute on that, I'm happy to, but that is my request.
Is there an issue?
No, I want to.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
The first time you looked out over that lawn to the SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe, did you?
No, I did not.
He was not outside that SUV?
No.
He was not standing or sitting?
Not that I saw.
He certainly wasn't on the ground, was he?
Not that I saw.
The second time you looked out and saw the SUV, now the SUV is more toward the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
And you had a clear field of view between you standing at that door and the SUV. You've already described that view, correct?
I can see the SUV, correct.
Correct. And you could see everything in front of the SUV as well, couldn't you?
I just would go to the door and look at the SUV. I wasn't taking in all the surroundings of.
Right. But just like you weren't taking in the surroundings, specifically looking at the tire tracks, we saw the SUV sitting right in front of you. You saw that through your peripheral vision, you know the tire track.
Yes, and that's lighted where around the SUV was very dark.
I haven't asked you about lighting yet. We'll get to that.
I'm
You
sorry.
know the tire tracks, even though you weren't looking for tire tracks, right?
Yes, I did.
Something stood out to you in your peripheral vision. Just looking out. There they are.
Yes, absolutely. Hmm.
That second time you looked directly at the SUV with no obstruction between you and the SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe standing outside the SUV?
No.
He wasn't sitting down?
No.
He wasn't lying down?
No.
You certainly did not see his body in the snow toward that flagpole?
No.
And you would have been looking directly toward that flagpole, correct? Directly.
I was looking at the vehicle.
Directly toward the flagpole, Ms. McCabe.
I was looking in the direction of the flagpole
Right.
at the vehicle. Yes.
Right. And you saw no body in the snow, did you?
I didn't look for a body in the snow.
I didn't ask you if you looked for one. You weren't looking for tire tracks either, were you? But you saw those.
I did see those, yes.
And you did not see a body in the snow.
No, I did not.
John O'Keefe, 6'2", 216 pounds, brawny guy, big boy, right?
I don't think I'd refer to him as a big boy, but he was tall, yes.
All right. You certainly didn't see him prostrate in the snow the way you found him the next morning, correct? Later that morning.
I didn't see anything on the ground, no.
Correct. The third time you looked out toward that SUV, it's still in the direction of the flagpole, but a little further up, a little deeper to the right, correct?
Yes.
Again, looking directly in the direction, at least, of the flagpole and that area of the yard, you were looking beyond that to the SUV, correct?
Yes.
You did not see John O'Keefe standing outside the vehicle?
I did not, no.
He was not sitting outside the vehicle?
No,
And he certainly wasn't lying on the ground, was he?
I didn't see him.
And the last time you looked out, Miss McCabe, this is now 12:45 or so. The last time you looked out, the SUV was gone. Is that right?
Yes,
But you were still looking in that direction because that's the last place you saw the SUV. Is that right?
I looked out the window like this. I wasn't searching anywhere, but just glanced out the window, and I didn't see it.
I'm just asking you a direction, not whether or not you were searching. I know you didn't sit down a search party. That's not my question. My question is, were you looking toward the area where you last saw the SUV around 12:45 a.m.?
Yes,
That would be directly across the lawn, directly past the flagpole, and directly into the street where you last saw the SUV, correct?
I glanced out. Yes, correct.
And the same way you glanced out at the SUV, to use your words, glanced out and saw the tire tracks, right?
Correct, yes.
But you did not see John O'Keefe standing on the lawn.
No,
You did not see him sitting on the lawn.
no,
And you certainly did not see his body lying on the lawn, did you?
no, I did not.
Ultimately, you left the location that night, the gathering at 34 Fairview. Is that right? You didn't spend the night there?
No, I went home.
About what time was it that you left the location?
Approximately, it was after 1:30. Approximately 1:30, 1:45.
So this is maybe an hour later, later than what we've just been discussing.
Yes.
Seeing the SUV. Who did you leave with?
I left with my husband, Matt, and Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson.
Who was driving?
Sorry, my husband, Matt, was driving.
And where was Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel sitting in that SUV?
They were in the back seat.
By the way, what kind of SUV were you in that night?
A Yukon.
Four-door,
yeah,
extended seating?
Yes.
When the SUV pulled out of the drive, it was in the driveway?
Yes.
When the SUV backed out of the driveway, doing a three-point turn, backed out of the driveway, did it go toward Chapman or did it go toward Cedar Crest?
It went towards Chapman.
So as you backed out of the driveway, you would have been heading up toward the flagpole side of the property rather than back toward the driveway side of the property, correct?
Correct.
You would have driven directly adjacent to the area where John O'Keefe's body was later discovered at 6:04, 6:03 a.m., correct?
Yes, correct.
You were seated in the passenger seat of the vehicle, not the driver's seat.
Correct.
You were seated in the front of the vehicle, not the back seat.
Correct.
You would have been closest to the yard as y'all drove past, correct?
Correct.
That's a newer model Yukon. I'm assuming that the headlights automatically turn on at night.
Yes.
So the headlights were illuminated.
Yes.
Did your husband Matt? Did he turn on the brights, or did he leave the beams on low, or do you know?
I don't know.
But certainly the area in front of that SUV, that Yukon, was well lit.
The lights were on, yes.
You did not see anything out of the ordinary as you drove right by that location, did you?
I was looking in the back seat when we were driving.
Did you see anything out of the ordinary on that lawn as you drove by in that SUV?
No, because I wasn't looking at the lawn.
You certainly did not see John O'Keefe dressed in dark clothing laying prostrate in the lawn.
No, I did not.
You said that you were turned around talking to the other young ladies in the SUV, Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson. Is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that you were engaged with them about a conversation having to do with bread and maybe peanut butter or something.
Yes.
You didn't, as you passed by that location adjacent to where John's body was later discovered, you didn't hear Julie Nagel say anything out of the ordinary about having seen something.
No.
You didn't hear Sarah Levinson say anything out of the ordinary about having seen something.
No.
According to you, you were turned around, directly engaged with both these young ladies as you passed by that area where John's body was later discovered. Is that right?
When we pulled out, I turned around and I was talking to them about the bread and the peanut butter. I'm not sure exactly where we were driving, but it was when we pulled out, yes.
You certainly never heard anybody say anything like, what was that? Or anything close to that.
No, I didn't.
I'd like to turn your attention to your arrival back at 34 Fairview just after 6 a.m. the next morning. You indicate that the visibility was relatively poor and that you could not see John O'Keefe on that lawn from your perspective, correct?
The visibility was extremely poor, and no, I could not see him.
You were in the front seat, passenger side?
Yes, I was.
It was Karen Reed who actually saw Mr. O'Keefe, jumped out of the car, and began attending to him immediately, correct?
Karen got out of the car and ran to John O'Keefe.
And you stayed by the car, and Miss Roberts ran over to assist Miss Reed in giving first aid to, at least initially, to Mr. O'Keefe. Is that right?
No, that is not. Carrie got out and walked over, and then I got out and walked over.
You indicated that well, let me ask a different question. Yesterday, you testified in pretty significant detail that when you got out of the car, you could not see anything even close to the flagpole, correct?
Visibility was very bad, yes.
Matter of fact, you used the word whiteout conditions. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Whiteout conditions, you basically can't see your hand in front of your face.
I wouldn't say that extreme, but I used whiteout as there's just snow coming at you.
You were specifically asked by Mr. Brennan, how close did you have to get before you could actually see anything of note where Miss Reed had gone? Is that right?
Yes.
You testified yesterday that you could see just merely shadowy figures of Miss Reed and Carrie Roberts, and it wasn't until you got very close over to them that you could see John, in your words.
Correct.
As a matter of fact, you followed that up by saying that that was the first moment, once you got basically on top of them, that was the first moment that you realized that it was John, that there was a body on the ground, correct?
I said as I got close to them, I don't think on top of them.
Fair enough. It's my words, not yours. You did say, quote, very close to them, correct?
I'd have to see it, but...
Well, you just testified to it yesterday. You remember saying, I did get very close to them.
I know I said I had got very close to them or close to them, something like that,
Okay.
yes. Mm-hmm.
I don't have a transcript of yesterday's testimony. I'm sorry. Last year, you testified to something very different than that, though, didn't you?
No.
Isn't it true that last year you testified that you got out on the passenger side of the vehicle, which is, we'll agree, the furthest side from the lawn, as Miss Roberts was driving from Chapman toward Crestview, Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes.
You testified that you were on the passenger side, and as you got out of the vehicle, you noted that Karen Reed was already at John. Is that right?
As I got out and walked around the back of the vehicle, the shadowy figure of Karen had already gotten onto something.
You further testified that as you got out of the vehicle, you noted that she straddled John, lifted up his shirt, lifted up her shirt, and went to lay on him. And Miss Roberts went over and said started removing snow from John's face. Correct?
I have the page and line number.
Where are you,
Sure.
Mr. Jackson?
May 17, 2024, RT 114, lines 14 to bottom onto 115, line 4. Is that how you testified last year?
I'm sorry, would you mind just repeating it?
Sure.
Thank you.
You testified in substance that you were on the passenger side of the vehicle, and as you got out, quote, as I got out, end quote, she, Miss Reed, was already at John. You indicated that you saw her straddle him, lift up his shirt, lift up her shirt, and lay on top of him while Miss Roberts went over and removed snow from his face. That's how you testified last year, correct?
Object.
Is that how you testified last year?
I'm not sure. I know.
Next question.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were looking at a copy of your testimony from last year?
I don't think looking at it would refresh my memory. I know I might have used different words, but the bottom line is I got out of the car, went behind the car, went over, and Karen had done that.
Ms. McCabe, I'm asking, do you think it would refresh your, if you don't have a good recollection of how you testified last year on your oath, sitting on that witness stand? I'm asking, do you think it would refresh your recollection to see your transcript from last year?
I don't need to see my transcript. I know what I know and I know what I remember. So
That's not my question. I'm not asking what you remember now. I'm asking how you testified a year ago.
whether I said it was as we're fighting over silly words, whether I said it as I got out of the car, we were there.
Words matter. They matter a lot.
Okay, so remember, Mr. Jackson, no comments. Ms. McCabe, can you answer his question?
Okay.
Do you remember exactly how it is that you testified last year?
I do not know.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection as to how you testified in substance last year?
I see what it says I said, but it's a little bit different than what you stated.
Okay, then let's walk through that. Did you indicate last year that as you got out of the vehicle, that's when you could see what Miss Reed was doing with John O'Keefe, down to the detail of pulling her shirt up and pulling his shirt up to try to go skin to skin?
I object.
Why don't I see it side by? Why don't you bring it with you, Mr. Jackson, please? All right, now you can go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, is it true that you had the following colloquy last year on this subject? Answer, I was on the passenger side, so as I got out, she was already at John. Question, so she gets out and essentially makes a beeline over to where John was. Answer, correct. Question, and you're getting out of the passenger side, and by the time you come around the car, she's already there. Answer, yes. Question, and when she gets over there, what, if anything, could you see at that point? Answer, she straddles John and lifts up his shirt, and then she lifted up her shirt and went to lay on him, and Miss Roberts went over and she was removing the snow from his face. Is that how you testified last year?
Yes, that's how I answered the questions.
Okay. Clearly, you didn't indicate last year that it was whiteout conditions. You could see nothing of the kind, and you had to get quote unquote very close to him before you could see anything, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. It's the first word that's problematic, Mr. Johnson.
Yesterday, you testified that it was whiteout conditions. You had to leave the car, walk all the way over and get quote unquote very close to John before you recognized that it was even a body. Is that right?
Yes.
But last year you testified that you were still at the car when you noted the detail of Karen basically giving life-saving aid to John. You can see that clearly all the way from the car, right?
Objection.
Is that what you said, Ms. McCabe?
No.
Is there a reason, Ms. McCabe, that you might wish to improve your testimony this year than last year, over last year, with regard to the distance that you could see Ms. Reed engaged with Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Are you trying to suggest or improve your testimony to suggest that you had no idea that there was a body there and nobody reasonably could have even seen the body there as you drove up?
Objection.
Is that what you're trying to say, Ms. Reed?
Ms. McCabe.
McCabe.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Not sure.
I'm back.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Are you trying to improve your testimony this year over last year to suggest that reasonably nobody could have seen where John was from the car?
I'm not trying to improve my testimony, no.
You claimed on direct examination today, as a matter of fact, that Miss Reed looked at you at the scene and said the phrase, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." She said it 3 times, very distinctly, according to your testimony, correct?
She did, yes.
That was so impactful that it had the effect of putting you in some sort of shock and horror. Is that right?
I was in shock the whole morning, but that statement definitely was a lot.
And that's an incredibly memorable statement for you to have heard and now recount to us in this trial, correct?
Correct.
Something that you wouldn't easily forget or overlook. Is that right?
Something I wouldn't.
Something you would not easily forget or overlook. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
As a matter of fact, some might say it's the centerpiece of your testimony.
Objection.
Sustained.
She doesn't know what some might say. That was the objection. Calls for speculation.
Ms. McCabe, you testified at a grand jury in April of 2022, did you not?
I did, yes.
Before you testified, you took an oath, very much like the oath that you took before you testified.
Here's
in
where
this
the
case,
impeachment
correct?
comes in.
You swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, correct?
Correct.
And that included the whole truth at the
All
state
of
grand
it.
jury, correct?
Correct.
That was only weeks, several weeks, but weeks after this incident, right? April 26th versus January 29th, 2022. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
Things were much fresher in your mind then than they are now.
I wouldn't necessarily say that.
Especially something as momentous as an admission from my client that she hit him. Would you agree?
Seems
Would I
pretty
agree that she
important.
said that?
Would you agree that that would be fresh in your mind? Something as momentous as that. You wouldn't forget that.
I will never forget it.
You wouldn't overlook that.
I will never forget it.
You would not overlook that either, would you, Ms. McCabe?
I answer the questions I'm asked.
Can you answer the question that I just asked?
He just asked.
Answer my question.
Would you overlook it?
Overlook that.
No.
There you go.
And the reason you wouldn't overlook it is because it was so impactful on you, having heard that. Not once, not twice, 3 times. I hit him, I hit him.
Doesn't mention
Is
it
that
a
right?
grand jury, I'm guessing. That's a boom headshot. Impeached and embarrassed on the stand. She tried so hard not to say she wouldn't overlook it. But how do you answer that question? It's a great question. No, I would overlook it.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Take a look at that document and tell me if you recognize it.
It's, yes, I see it.
Now
is
he's
that a
gonna-
transcript of your entire testimony at the grand jury in April of 2022.
I believe so, yes.
You've reviewed it in the past.
I have read it about a year ago, yes.
You read it in anticipation of your testimony a year ago, correct?
Yes, I reviewed it.
Have you reviewed it in preparation for your testimony today?
No, I haven't.
Yes.
Why not? Why wouldn't you
Ms.
review it?
McCabe, turn to the page or pages in that.
Were you told not to
transcript
review it?
where you recount to the grand jurors that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
This is over 227 pages.
Take your time.
How long did you say it was?
Take your time.
227?
I'm not going to let her read 227 pages.
You reviewed it before, haven't you?
I reviewed it a year ago, yes.
It's not in there.
You read the whole thing cover to cover, didn't you?
I skimmed through
I
it.
skimmed through it.
One of the most important points in your testimony yesterday and today is recounting these jurors the phrase, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Is that right?
Objection.
To the form of that, I'm sustaining it.
Was it important to you to tell these jurors that you heard my client say, I hit him 3 times?
I answered the questions and I'm telling the
Was it-
jurors what I know.
Was it important to you before testifying today that you recount to these jurors the phrase, I hit him, coming out of my client's mouth?
Your client said she hit him, yes.
That's not my question. Listen to my question, Ms. McCabe.
I'm sorry.
Was it important to you before you testified to tell these jurors under oath that my client said, I hit him 3 times?
As a juror, as a witness, it's important to tell the truth and to answer the question you were asked.
And in point of fact, in your entire grand jury testimony, you never said, my client said the words, I hit him, did you?
Again, it's 227 pages.
If I
You were
represented
there.
to you
They're your words.
that you
I'm
didn't,
not asking you to rehearse something.
would you agree?
You were there.
That's how you do this.
Did you tell the grand jurors that my client said I hit him?
I have testified a number of times, but I was there the morning of January 29th when your client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Did you tell that to the grand jurors?
I'm not sure.
It's because you didn't, did you?
Again, I'm not sure.
Ms. McCabe, you were asked in your grand jury testimony no fewer than 12 times, 12 separate times, you were asked to repeat words that my client said both before, going to, and at the scene at 34th Avenue that morning. Correct?
Objection.
Do you know the answer to that?
No.
You were asked multiple times what my client's words were that you heard her say going to and at the scene, correct?
I was correct.
And you recounted those words truthfully and honestly at that time, correct?
Correct.
Because you were under the same oath that you're under today.
Correct.
And things were much fresher in your mind then than they are now 3.5 years later. Would you agree with that?
I hit him is just as fresh today as it was 3 years ago.
Turn to page 190, if you wouldn't mind.
Oh, this is going to be bad.
For court and counsel lines.
What, if anything, did you hear her say? Something like that.
Which lines? I'm sorry.
10 and 11.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
You recounted what Miss Reed said to you over the phone to the grand jurors, correct?
Correct.
And what she said at 4:53 a.m. was, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? She didn't say it. She asked it, correct?
She didn't say that at 4:53.
Did you testify that what Miss Reed said to you that morning over the phone was, could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, sure.
This is why she wasn't asked to review the grand jury testimony. She got smoked on it last time. I'm guessing.
Just wanted to verify a page number, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes. Why don't you tell Mr. Brennan the page number?
I will, with each one.
Jackson, though, he could say, if I represented to you that you did not say that in this transcript, would
turn
you
to
agree
page
with me?
192.
Since the judge won't let her read all 227 pages.
Line 4. What did you tell the grand jurors my client said in that answer?
It's going to go through every time. Foundation.
What are we talking about?
I'll ask it a different way. Did you answer a question on page 192, line 4, concerning my client's statement?
Did I answer a question?
You were answering a question, correct?
Oh, yes, yes.
All right.
I'm sorry.
And the answer that you gave to the grand jurors was, she said, could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, that's part of the answer I gave.
Turn to page 193.
John Campbell, what if she says no? Again, a lawyer representing to the court that something happened.
We need context in order for this to be admissible, Mr. Jackson. I have no idea what that said.
Your Honor, everyone, I can make an offer of proof at sidebar if you
Okay,
wish.
why don't you come to the
Sure.
and bring them.
So he's been left with an annoying dilemma, right? He's got 227 pages of testimony from the grand jury. He wants to ask her, did you say this? She's saying, I don't remember. I don't remember. And so he says, refresh your recollection. The judge says, how much? 200 pages. No, I'm not going to have her read 200 pages. Okay. So then you have another option. He can represent to her that if I represented to you that I have been through that thing, nowhere in there do you say that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Would you agree with that? And if she says no, he's going to say, why wouldn't you agree? You said you haven't reviewed it and don't remember. He's making a representation before the court that is not in there and asking her to agree to that because she knows it's not in there. She just can't say that she's reviewed the whole thing and, well, maybe it's snuck in there. So he's going to say, okay, I'll help you out. I am held to an ethical standard and will be sanctioned by the court if I lie to the court in representing to you that you didn't say it. Would you agree? And if she says no, he's going to say, how do you know? Like, How are you going to make that representation? I thought you didn't remember.
Do you have an extra copy for yourself,
I have
Mr.
notes.
Justin?
I have
Okay,
notes.
thank you.
I think my notes is fine. On page 192, line 4, for context, were you talking about a statement that was made in Karen's car on that morning before you got to the scene?
192.
192, line 4.
Will her testimony be thrown out? No, not at all.
Yes, that was a comment she made in the car.
And she said the phrase, you recounted that she said the phrase, could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, that was part of my answer.
Take a look at page 193, line 1 through 2. This was also in the context of a conversation that was in Karen's car, correct?
Yes.
And the phrase that you attributed to my client was, could I have hit him? The question, correct?
Yes.
Page 193, line 23. In the context of being in John's driveway at One Meadows.
Yes.
And you attributed the statement, and she's asking if she could have hit him, correct?
Yes, when she showed me her taillight.
Page 201, lines 23 and 24. This is driving to Fairview. She asked, what if I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
Can you tell me the lines?
I'm sorry, lines 23 and 24. Page 201.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I've read it.
She stated, according to you, what if I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, she did.
Page 202, top of the page, line 1 and 2.
This is my cousin Vinny, like straight out.
Again, in
I
context,
shot the
this is
clerk?
driving to
I
Fairview
shot the clerk?
before you arrived at Fairview.
He said, I shot the
And she
clerk.
again asked,
I
quote,
shot the clerk.
according to you and your testimony in front of the grand jury, could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, I see that here as part of my answer.
Then turn to page 208, lines 24 and 25.
Doobie, he should not have highlighted and annotated the notes, because then she can represent that she doesn't recognize it. It's got handwriting on it that she's never seen before. So no, you should just provide the raw
Lines
transcript.
24 and 25. Let me know when you've
I've read them. Thank you.
those. For context, this is at the scene outside Fairview.
Yes.
And you told those grand jurors under oath, she asked, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes.
Remember how the one
page
chick
208,
said she heard it 2
lines
times
24 and 20. I'm sorry.
last time, but
208
now
to
it's
209,
3?
going on to page 209,
That was 2 times, right?
lines 1 through 3. You actually recounted to the grand jurors a conversation that you said my client had with a female EMT standing right there, exactly as you testified to today. Female EMT. You see that?
I do, yes.
And what did you say my client's statements were in front of that female EMT?
In this, I say that she said, could I have hit him? Is he dead?
It's actually, did I hit him?
Oh, sorry, I missed that part. I apologize. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
And that was at the scene in front of the female EMT, exactly the scene that you're describing you attributed the 3 statements to my client to Dick, correct?
There was many different times when we were talking to
times.
different EMTs, the female EMT, the men, the police officers.
May I approach?
Yes.
And again, you still the key here is that you didn't tell the grand jury. The closest time to the incident, you don't tell them about this.
Sure.
This shit comes out of nowhere later. We have more Kurt-related super tips. Those of you who are not here,
McCabe, your full statement.
I'll explain that later.
At page 208, starting at lines 22 through 25, going on to page 209, down to line 4, was, quote, so there are different, police officers getting statements from us. And at one point, I'm standing with Miss Reed and she's saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And there was, I believe, an EMT, a female, standing right next to me, listening to her yelling, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? It was pretty much nonstop. That was your testimony in front of the grand jurors, correct?
Yes, it was.
And that was April 26th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Not one time, Ms. McCabe, did you utter the phrase, I hit him, as it relates to my client in front of that grand jury on April 26th, 2022, did you? Not once. Here today, do you remember ever saying to those grand jurors,
I don't know what happened just there.
I hit him,
It just skipped. That wasn't me.
in front of a female EMT?
I've spoken to in a few grand juries. What I said specifically at different ones, I don't recall at this moment, but I do know that morning your client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him 3 times.
That's a
and
coached
there was
answer.
a female EMT there.
Guaranteed that's a coached answer. I don't remember what I said, but this is what I said.
You spoke with Trooper Proctor just the same day, right? January 29th.
Yes.
Trooper Proctor was taking notes
Yes.
about your conversation?
Yes, he was.
You reviewed those notes, as a matter of fact, at some point.
I didn't review his notes. I think I've seen a report at one point or another.
On that very day, January 29th, 2022, when you were asked to recount what happened at the scene, who was doing what and who said what, you never told Trooper Proctor that my client said, I hit him either, did you?
Oh, I told him. Yes, I did.
He just leave that out of his report?
I'm not responsible for his report.
No, you're not. But you have read his report.
So again, no comments, Mr. Jackson.
You have read his report, right?
I have seen it before, yes.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Thank you.
You looked at that report for another particular this morning. Do you still recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Mm-hmm.
Can you review that report, scan it, and let me know when you're done?
Okay, is there something specific I should be looking for?
I don't think you're going to find it, Ms. McCabe.
All
I hit
right,
him.
so again, jurors disregard the comments. So it's question answer format only.
My question is, do you see the phrase, I hit him, as it's attributable to my client in that report of
Objection.
Sustained.
What's the objection? Do you see it?
Do you recall telling Trooper Proctor that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
Objection.
Do you recall that?
Yes, I told him.
He was taking notes at the time.
He was taking notes, correct?
Those notes ended up being memorialized in a formal report.
I'm assuming he,
The report that you're holding.
I object.
Sustained.
Does that appear to be a report of the January 29th, 11:35 or so a.m. interview that you did with Trooper Proctor?
yes, it does.
You said you reviewed that report in the past,
Yes, in the past.
and you're aware in no place in that report does the phrase "I hit him" show up anywhere, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Can I approach?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm going to approach the witness. Sorry, Mr. Brett, I'm sorry. I'm being vague. I was just grabbing the report back. Sorry. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
I want to draw your attention to the very early morning hours of January 29th, around 4:53 a.m. when you indicated you received that phone call from Kaylee's phone. Do you have that time and date in mind?
Yes, I do.
My client told you that John had not come home, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that Miss Reed at that point was awake and looking for John.
I didn't know what, I just knew that she was awake and screaming.
Right, because she was worried about where John was.
Objection.
Sustained.
You've been asked who you communicated with first thing that morning after you received that first call from Miss Reed. Is that right?
Yes.
You were asked by Trooper Prince in her formal interview. Trooper Prince interviewed you on February 1st, about 3 days after the incident, correct?
I met with a lot. I don't really remember specific days.
Do you remember a female trooper?
Yes, I do, actually.
Okay. In your house?
Yes.
Or I should say at your house?
Yes.
That was around 3 days after the incident?
Was it Tuesday, maybe? Yeah.
I don't know. I wasn't there.
I think so, yes, if
Okay.
it's the one I'm thinking.
You were also asked at the same grand jury who you communicated with on the morning of January 29th.
Okay.
Remember that?
Not specifically.
Would it refresh your recollection if we were to take a look at that, a specific page of that grand jury transcript?
Sure.
Do you need a couple of minutes, Mr. Jackson?
I do, Your Honor.
So, jurors, why don't you stand up and stretch, okay?
Don't tell me what to do or how to live, woman.
You can too, Ms. McCabe, if you want.
Stand up and stretch. What kind of yoga bullshit is this courtroom? I want them to turn the volume off so I
Mr.
can.
Jackson, do you want a 5-minute recess?
Sure.
We're still going to stop it.
That's enough time to play football or whatever. Hey guys, sorry I had to step away for a minute there. For those of you in the chat who I guess are trolling me and are like, oh, I had to go for a drug test. No, my drug testing place is open till 7. I've only had to go to 1 so far, which is way less. And when we had the family case, we were drug tested all the time. It was constant. I mean, the specter of having a drug test any day is always like, that's always kind of terrifying. But here's the cool thing. I could show you guys that, that I don't have one today. If you really want, it's like a website. And you just put in your name and, you have to have like some information, a secret, ID number. Well, here you go. It's like, it's really simple. Oh, but yeah, so it's, I don't know if I can get a little bit closer. Let's see. Hold on, I gotta make sure. Okay. Gotta make sure it didn't have any like crazy sensitive information on it. It doesn't. Come on now. Ah! Don't take pictures of me. Maybe it's over here. I don't remember where the focus is. There we go. Do not test today. It's right on there. So you can see. So that's the system. I have to, have to call in oh my God. I have to call in every day. And, just if you have to go in and test, you have to go in to test. But I can go in till 7 p.m. So I wouldn't have to do it during the show normally. I would tell you guys like this. What is, he's hiding he has to go test. Ooh, hide what? I have to test for 5 fucking years, like whenever they ask. So I would just say, I would rather let you know so that you know why I'm leaving. I feel like that's weird. I feel like the color just got warmer on the camera. I don't look as like IT. Attorney Tom says, is there a test for getting stepped on? I passed that one with flying colors. So Inner City Pigeon, wait, you have to call them every day? Yeah, like that. Well, yes, that's the whole thing with random testing is it's random. So every day you have to check in. Inflatable says, sucks, man. I just go to jail. I'd be able to get better drugs in jail at that point. 21 months is a long time, brother. That's a long fucking time. I would not. There is a duration that I would, of jail time that I would take over 5 years of probation, probably. 21 months of prison is a lot. So that's a bit more. Hey, thanks, Perry. Let's see, what do we got here? Carrie says, great stream, Nick. Thank you, Carrie. Osgot, welcome to paralegal status. I appreciate that. We do have some more of these. We got from Debbie. If Karen Reed had no idea where Jay was, John, why, before they found his body, why was she talking about hitting him? Her asking if she hit him in advance is proof she knew something happened to him. I think she said that when they got there, right? Like they got back to the house and she had allegedly seen the mound where the body was. Am I right? Am I wrong on that? I might be wrong on that. That's what my brain remembers.
This troll ass AA Ron Ninja be trolling hard. Bet he wants to sit in the corner chair and watch that Jabba the Hutt cowboy eat his pizza casserole. That shit makes old AA Ron moister than an oyster.
Moister than an oyster. Where are these expressions coming from? We got brother butter and moister than an oyster. I love it. I love it. Oh yeah, just to let people know, The theme of the day for super tips, which you can find the link for pinned to the chats in both YouTube and Rumble, also in the description of both videos. Super tips is a AI voice system where instead of sending a super chat or a Rumble rant, for example, you can have an AI voice read a message. We have a list of voices that are relevant to the channel, some that aren't, but mostly ones that are. And Uncivil Law was one of the voices that was on there, but he sent a cease and desist letter to the company after being mildly made fun of yesterday. So I'm encouraging people to let them know what they think, or let him know what they think about that. And by let him know, I don't actually mean let him know. I'm not going to send it to him or show it to him or anything. It's just going to be on video here. But you can use any other AI voice to give your opinion of Kurt's action. I think it was the action of a total bitch. If you agree, you could even use a Ricada voice to say it, something like this.
If she has not read her previous testimony, then defense should say, screw it, and take her through it, page by page, and ask her if she sees the I hit him statement on each one.
There you go. The judge definitely doesn't want that. He indicated that, that she could refresh her recollection on the entire thing. And the judge said no. So that's not, I don't think that would be allowed. Although it should be. You don't get to just evasively get to evade testimony. But hey, it's pretty obvious that she's evading the testimony. She does not want to answer the question that way. She gave a very, very effectively coached answer to that question, to the question. But I think it came across as hollow. She's like, no, she did say that day. But the question wasn't about what she said. The question was about what you said she said at the grand jury, because why, right in close proximity to the incident, did you not have that information? And now you do. And now it matches up with someone else's testimony who's changed. And that's the key that we've got going there.
Back in session, you may be seated.
All right, you all set, Mr. Jackson? All right, we're bringing the jurors over. Are we still on schedule?
We are.
Okay.
Glad we're still on schedule. Just for a second, we got one of these.
The evidence will show that Kurt is in fact a glacier. He is sad, cold, gigantic, and sinks ships.
See, that's the kind of creativity I love. He is sad, cold, gigantic, and sinks ships. Man, if I ever need to be dressed down again, I hope it's by Ronnie O'Neal. I was trying to get a demon out of a baby. I can't take it. I can't fucking take it.
The scores in session, please be seated.
Watching the entire Ronnie O'Neal trial would actually be amazing. That's one I'd go back and watch.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, I want to draw your attention back to the morning, later in the morning, after you're back at 34 Fairview, after the police have already cleared the scene, and you're back with your friends and family inside the home at 34 Fairview. We've already talked about the fact that the witnesses were not sequestered in any way. They were not separated in any way by the police. Is that right?
We were just sitting together with friends
Right.
and family. So yeah, no.
Everybody was free. All the friends and family that were in there were free to talk amongst themselves, which you did do, correct?
Yes.
All right. Everybody had the opportunity to say their piece and to listen to others say their piece as well.
We had conversations. It was really nothing more than that.
At some point, you did, I think you mentioned this on direct examination, you did reach out to Mike Lank. Is that right?
Yes.
Remind us who Mike Lank is in your world, in addition to being a Canton police officer, police sergeant, I think he was at the time. Who is he in your world?
He was just a local guy that I, knew, was friendly with.
And had gone to high school with?
No.
Was he ahead of you in high school?
We weren't in high school at the same time.
Got it. He was about 5 years ahead of you, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. But you had known him or known of him from basically childhood or young adulthood.
Yeah, just knew him from around town.
At some point, you decided that you were going to call Sergeant Lank back to the scene because there was a piece of information that you wanted to provide him again. Provide him so he needed to come back again.
Yes.
Ultimately, you called him on his cell phone, right?
I did, yes.
So you were close enough that you had his cell phone number. He had your cell phone number.
No, I didn't have his cell phone number.
Where did you get that number?
I asked Julie Albert for that number.
So Julie had his cell phone number.
Yes, she did.
And Julie is Chris's wife?
Yes.
She was at the location?
Yes.
When I say the location, 34 Fairview that morning?
Yes.
As was Chris.
He came at some point. I don't know if he was there when I called Officer Lank or not.
As was Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes, he was.
He came back over to the location as well.
Yes, he did.
As a matter of fact, it was Brian Higgins who suggested that you reach out to Officer Lank.
I'm not sure if it was him who suggested it.
Someone suggested to you that you reach out to Officer Lank. Is that right?
As I was sitting there remembering things, I believe
Someone helped me
I
remember.
can't say who did or didn't.
So as you were sitting there remembering things, you weren't just remembering things, you were remembering things and then telling others things that you remembered.
Oh, absolutely.
So
Yes.
others were absorbing whatever information you were providing to them and vice versa.
No one was really providing me any information because they didn't know what happened.
So you were, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was just sitting there trying to recount what had transpired since I got that 4:53 phone call.
And one of the things that you decided you wanted to tell Sergeant Lank was a statement by my client.
Yes.
So you call Sergeant Lank on his cell phone, and you're able to get a hold of him, correct?
Yes.
Whatever he's doing, I'm guessing he was busy at the time.
I don't know what he was doing.
He was the first responder on a death of a police officer case that was just hours old. So he had to be busy.
I would assume. I, again, don't know what he was doing.
But in fact, after you got your phone call, he dropped everything and headed back to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Did he come back to 34 Fairview quickly?
He was there fairly quickly, yes, I
And
would
that was
say.
at your request?
Yes, I called him and asked him to come back.
Because you told him that you had information that was important enough that he needed to get over there so you could tell him in person what this new information was.
I called him and told him that I was remembering things and asked if he could come back.
And he didn't just say, yeah, just tell me what it is over the phone. He literally said, okay, I'm going to get in my car, drive in a blizzard. There's still a blizzard, right?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to get all my gear on, drive in a blizzard back over to 34 Fairview.
Need to know what she had to say.
Come into the house and get ready for this new information that you're going to give me, correct?
He did not say all that, no.
No, that's what he did.
I have no idea what he did. I called him and then he came.
Well, he didn't walk over. I mean, he came over his car, right?
I would assume so, yes.
Right. So he had to get in his car, drive over in a blizzard, get out of the car, walk through the blizzard, go in the front door, and get ready for this new meeting that he's going to have, correct?
Yes, that seems like steps one would take.
And
Really?
whatever it was that you wanted to tell him,
Steps
you
one
let
would
him
take.
know it was important enough to have a special additional meeting. It wasn't something that you were just going to sit on. You wanted to give him this information immediately without hesitation, correct?
He said if I remembered anything to give him a call, so I did.
So when he came back over, he obviously had a notepad and a pen in his hand, correct?
I believe he was taking notes.
And
Kind of a Jen McCabe
told
voice, I
him?
think.
you testified this morning that what you told him was Karen Reed said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, right?
Correct.
But when he wrote this report, you said, she said, I hope I didn't hit him. Correct?
I don't have his report in front of me.
Yeah, just one minute.
Yes.
Mhm.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You could turn to the orange tab. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Okay, and you've had a chance to read it?
Just the highlighted
Okay.
part.
May I approach?
Yes.
I feel like she's the middle-aged wife of Ben Affleck in an
fact,
upcoming film.
What you told Officer Lank was something to the effect of, I hope I didn't hit him. Correct?
Incorrect. I told him that she said I hit him.
He wrote in his report, that you just read, something to the effect of, I hope I didn't hit him.
Sustained.
Is this another example of an officer getting a report wrong?
Objection.
Is that report right?
Your Honor.
Sustained. Move on, Mr. Jackson.
I hope I didn't hit him, or something to the effect of, I hope I didn't hit him. Sounds an awful lot like, did I hit him? Did I hit him? Did you agree with that?
It does sound similar, yeah.
It does sound like that.
You testified yesterday that during that first phone call, that first phone conversation with Ms. Reed at 4:53 a.m., she told you, according to your testimony, that in that phone call, in that very first phone call, Ms. Reed said she had gotten into a fight, her taillight was cracked, and she asked, could I have hit him or did I hit him? Correct?
Incorrect.
Tell me where I'm wrong.
The first phone call, she had said we got into a fight and he didn't come home and I left him at the waterfall. In the second phone call, once I told her that I saw her outside of my sister's house on Fairview, that is when she said, could she have hit him, and talked about her taillight.
So 2 hours after Ms. Reed found John O'Keefe and began giving him CPR, you were interviewed by Sergeant Sean Good, correct?
Objection.
Ask the question. differently,
What's
Mr. Jackson.
why?
2 hours after Ms. Reed found Mr. O'Keefe, about 2 hours later, say 8 o'clock, 8:30 in the morning, after the scene was cleared, you were interviewed by Sean Good, were you not?
Objection.
Sustained.
What is the
Can you approach,
objection?
Your Honor?
Yes.
What is the objection to that question? You were interviewed at this time, correct? Yes or no? Were you interviewed by that person at that time? That's one of those crazy objections. Like, there's no obvious basis for it. Maybe it's something they covered at sidebar. It says you can't go into this. Debbie says no. She said it at Jen McCabe's house before they left to look for him, pointing at her broken tail light. She knew something happened when she reversed. Talking about the I hit him, I hit him, I hit him's.
Oh, your daddy. Mom, give me that sweet Kurt butter sauce. Oh, Mom. Yeah, babe, that's what I want. Slow down, Kurt. Mom. Slow down.
I don't like.
And boom goes the dynamite.
I did not like that. I did not like that at all. No. Gross. Need a palate cleanser.
Oh, hell now. Kurt ain't no damn glacier. He's a whole ass Pluto. Big ball of waste trying to get his thunder thimble in that dollhouse. Underwater chicken tickling degree ass mofo.
Underwater chicken tickling. What? What are you talking about?
May I?
Yes.
Thank you.
Underwater chicken tickling.
While you were at the scene, after Miss Reed had been giving CPR, Sean Good interviewed you, correct?
I'm so hungry.
I don't remember a formal interview with Sean Good.
Do you remember talking to him?
When he arrived at the scene, I do remember briefly talking to him after all three of us gave John CPR.
And he asked you certain questions about what you'd seen, what you'd heard, what had happened, correct?
I have to tell you that I remember seeing him there and I remember talking to him, but I do not remember specifics of any conversation or any questions that he asked me.
Do you remember him do you remember him asking you about any initial calls you had and you telling him about that 4:53 call and the early morning calls thereafter, the initial calls before you met up with Miss Reed?
I don't recall.
Did you tell Sergeant Good, by the way, he was a sergeant at the time. Sean Good was a sergeant, not an officer.
I'm not sure.
Okay. By the way, you knew Sergeant Good, did you not?
I didn't know him. I knew of him, like I knew his name, but that was it.
How'd you know of him before that day?
Because his sister is a year or two younger than me, and I knew she had a brother that was younger, that was a Canton cop, just through the town, but I didn't know him.
Okay, friendly but not friends.
I wouldn't even say I was friendly with him.
Okay. You actually told Sergeant Good at the time when he asked about those first phone calls that when Miss Reed called you, she was inquiring about John's whereabouts, correct?
Again, I don't recall my conversations with Sean Good.
You certainly never mentioned to Sergeant Good the incessant screaming and hysteria that you've described here in court. Objection. Did you ever mention anything about an argument or a fight to Sean Good? Objection.
Sustained, Mr. Jackson. She said she didn't remember. Next question.
I have to go through the series of machinations. I don't know what she remembers and doesn't remember.
Next question, Mr. Jackson.
Did you mention anything about a cracked taillight to Sergeant Good? Objection.
Sustained.
Do you have no memory at all about what you talked to?
What is the
Sergeant Good about?
objection?
There were many officers there.
Right.
And like I said, I know I talked to Sergeant Good, but I do not remember the specifics of my conversation during that chaotic scene.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Let me ask a different question. There were many officers
Remember,
there and many officers were
everything
asking
else you said you went into like a shock trance
Did
state.
you ask, I'm sorry, did you tell any
Or
officer
you just hyper focused?
while at the scene that during those first few phone calls, first couple of phone calls with Miss Reed, that there was incessant screaming and hysteria?
Again, there were many officers asking me questions. Most of them were regarding who John was, if he had medical issues or concerns, things like that.
Right.
It was a chaotic scene. I don't remember any specific questions about phone calls. I apologize.
But you did tell at least one officer about the initial phone call that you received indicating that John may be missing, correct?
I possibly said I got a phone call and that's why I'm here. We all came out to look for him. I apologize for not remembering specifics.
Did you tell any officer at the scene anything about an argument or fighting that Miss Reed said occurred on that first couple of phone calls?
Again, the conversations were very brief and they were with a lot of different officers. There wasn't
yes or no.
in-depth conversations.
yes or no,
Let her answer the question.
It's not an answer. The
Do
question
you
calls
recall-
for a
that is
yes
a
or
yes
no.
or no question. Do
answer.
you recall telling any officer about a conversation in the initial couple of phone calls that you had with Miss Reed about fighting or being in an argument? Do you recall that?
I cannot answer yes or no.
Well, you either do or you don't. If you don't,
I said
just say
there
you
was
don't.
many different conversations. I am not sure.
So you don't recall.
I'm not sure on specific conversations about that. I apologize.
Is there a reason why you're not telling us that you simply don't recall making that statement?
Sustained.
What?
Do you recall telling any officer about a cracked taillight that came up in one of those first 2 phone calls?
At the scene?
At the scene.
Again, I think all the conversations were about what was happening in the present time.
And literally, this was a couple of hours after this incident, correct? When everything was freshest in your mind.
These conversations were at the scene when Miss Reed was running around screaming.
Were you also interviewed by Officer Mullaney?
Again, there were many officers there that I spoke to.
Ms. McCabe, do you understand my question? Did you understand the last question I asked you?
If I spoke to an officer, Mullaney?
Correct.
Again, I could have. I am not sure. I don't remember every officer. It was a chaotic scene. I had just found my friend on the ground.
So the answer is, I don't remember.
I don't remember speaking to him. No,
There.
sorry.
It's really important that he gets that answer, because if she then tries to testify to something that she doesn't remember.
Later that morning, you did have a conversation with Officer Lank that you actually do remember, correct?
Yes, correct.
What you told Officer Lank, or Sergeant Lank, was that you received a phone call from Kaylee's phone and that Karen Reed was distraught because John never came home, correct?
I told him she was, I don't remember the exact words, but I told him something like she was hysterical and screaming and said John never came home.
You never mentioned that she said anything about a fight during that initial phone call, correct?
Again, I'm not sure what exactly was said during that initial phone call.
You never mentioned that she said something about a cracked taillight in that initial phone call or those 2 phone calls, correct?
Are these phone calls with who? Who are these phone calls? Who am I speaking to
The
at this
initial
point?
phone calls that you had with Miss Reed.
Yes.
You never mentioned to Officer Lank or Sergeant Lank that Miss Reed mentioned anything about a fight or an argument, correct?
I don't remember.
You never mentioned anything about having Miss Reed saying anything about a cracked taillight in one of those 2 initial phone calls, correct?
Again, I don't remember all the things that I told Officer Lank.
And you certainly never mentioned that Miss Reed said anything about could I have hit him in either of those initial phone calls, correct?
Again, I don't remember my specific conversation with Officer Lank.
So you don't remember the conversation that you had with Officer Lank when it was the clear light of day. You'd had a chance to take a beat and a breath, catch your breath, because it's now 11 o'clock in the morning. You don't remember anything about that conversation, but according to your testimony, you remember in detail what my client said, waking you out of a dead sleep, correct?
So I didn't speak to him at 11:30. It was earlier in the morning when he came back to Fairview.
Let's call it 9 o'clock, whatever.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Whatever. It wasn't the same chaos as my client screaming into the phone that John never came home, waking you out of a dead sleep, correct?
Correct.
But when you recounted that conversation or those conversations to Sergeant Lank, you didn't say a thing about Miss Reed saying that there had been an argument, did you?
I'm saying I don't remember the specifics of my conversation with Officer Lank. I'm also saying that I was woken up out of a dead sleep. Karen showed up at my house screaming. I went out to help her look for John. And then we found one of my closest friends on the front lawn. And she was saying crazy things and acting crazy and
Ms.
acting
McCabe, that's not my
erratic.
question.
And so every
Ms. McCabe,
police
that is
officer
not my
that I
question.
spoke to,
Let her finish.
every
Let her
police
finish
officer that I
what?
spoke to, I tried to answer their questions the best I could. It took me hours and in some cases days to remember all the things that Miss Reed had said. My mind, I was in a state of shock. But the
Hours
minute I remembered,
talking to other
she said,
people.
I hit him, I hit
Days
him,
of
I
other
hit him.
people.
I called Officer Lank.
And your memory is getting better even as we sit here today, correct?
There are certain things I will never forget, Mr. Jackson.
Including the fact that you never, ever, ever said grand jury when you were asked about it 3 months after the incident?
It's also
She said,
not
I
in the.
hit him, I hit him, I hit
It's
him.
not in the officer's report.
I don't remember specifically that every grand jury and everything I said, but I can tell you with 100% accuracy, she screamed, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
You never said that to the grand jury.
I don't recall if I
You were
did.
there to get the truth, correct?
The truth is, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
You were asked that specific question at the grand jury. What did she say at the scene in front of the female EMT? And you know what your answer was? You do, because you just read it.
I wasn't asked what she was said at
What
the
was the
scene.
answer to that question?
I'm objecting.
The objection sustained. Ask one more clear question, Mr. Jackson.
What was the answer you gave in answer to the question about what was said by Miss Reed to the EMT, the female EMT at the scene? What did you say she said?
I don't know if I was asked specifically what she said to a female EMT.
All right, we're going to end this now.
And what?
Go ahead.
I can't end it like this.
Okay, jurors, ignore the comments of counsel. Ask one question, Mr. Jackson.
You said that she said, could I have hit him? Did I hit him in the presence of the female EMT? That's what you testified to under oath at the grand jury, isn't it?
Yes, because she also said that.
All right, so folks, we are done for today.
So what you saw was some coached damage control on the point on the part of Jen McCabe.
I have to give you those cautions. You can stay and file out after the jurors. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read about the case, please disregard it and let us know, and be very careful with your social media. Have a great night, a good day off tomorrow. We'll see you on Friday. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Yeah, that judge. I mean, how do I word this? How the judge treated the attorney there is going to be such a stark contrast to how she treats Hank Brennan on his cross-examination of Dr. Wolf and anyone else from ARCA. And she's already indicated it, that she's going to just let them just get a little heavy on ARCA. And not
Mr.
to
Jackson,
expect any
I'm not rushing
objection
you in any
support.
way. I just want to know, how much longer do you think you'll be?
I appreciate that, Your Honor. 10 seconds.
Sure, take your time.
I would expect that I haven't.
And no, her bias is not grounds for
Okay.
mistrial or appeal.
Mr. Brennan, do you have any idea how much longer you will be?
With Mrs. McCabe?
Yes.
It depends on
I
how
would
the rest
like
goes, but certainly at
to
this point,
spend
20
all
minutes or
day
less.
with her.
All right, so that will hopefully take us to the luncheon recess, maybe, I mean, the morning recess or the luncheon recess at most. You have witnesses lined up for Friday afternoon?
I do. I have a number of witnesses ready for the next 3-4 days, and I've
Okay.
given notice to them, and I will try to tighten the order tomorrow morning, and I'll let the court and the defense know.
Great. All right, and nothing you need to see me about right now?
Not for the Commonwealth.
All right, we'll see you on Friday.
So yeah, is it grounds for an appeal or a mistrial? I mean, very unlikely. Appeals courts defer heavily to the discretion of the trial court in assessing evidence. That's the trial court's job, is to collect and assess evidence and its value. The appellate court's job is not to do so. Because that's the trial court's job, they give broad discretion to judges to do so. To overturn a judge's evidentiary decision, it has to be, I can't remember if the standard's clearly erroneous or abuse of discretion, which it's clearly erroneous and then abuse of discretion is higher. But it's one of those two. And not just that, but you also have to have a finding that the defendant is sufficiently prejudiced that it impacts her constitutional right to a fair trial or some other constitutional right. And so it's not just that you get a bad ruling in a courtroom on an evidentiary issue or an objection. It's that it has to substantially prejudice them and specifically impact a discernible right. You can't just say, well, it made her look bad in front of the jury. You don't have a right to look good in front of the jury. Your right to a fair trial, your right to a fair trial doesn't include the right to not be made to look one way or another by the evidence presented to the court. So certainly there can be evidence that is too prejudicial, more prejudicial, and has nothing to do with the matter at hand. So it's not probative. That happens. But generally speaking, as long as the as the evidence is relevant to the issue, you're going to have a hard time saying that it's too prejudicial just because it makes someone look bad. Now, there may be ways to introduce the evidence in the alternative, like we saw with the clips. They're like, well, we could just introduce the transcript. They didn't win on that issue, but that is a thing. If you just need the statements, you don't need to see how she looked when making the statements, for example. But generally speaking, you don't have any right to not look a certain way. And in fact, trial court judges would often argue that a juror's ability to assess, to assess the credibility of a witness or the defendant is going to rely on the juror's ability to see them actually make, like, there's a reason the defense doesn't want that video clip in. They're saying, oh, just use a transcript. Well, it's because she looks a certain way, but that's going to be how the jurors make a decision about her credibility. And so the question is, does it go so far beyond the bounds of, what the jury's allowed to do? And the jury is allowed to make judgments about how people look, about their behavior, about how they come across, because you're not always going to get a clear indication that someone's lying, but you could have a feeling that someone is based on how they act, or that they're being truthful, even when it looks like they might be lying otherwise. You can say, you know what? I actually believe this person, even though there's a competing story. I believe their version because I find them trustworthy. And so the long and short of this is that they get broad discretion because they're the ones taking in the evidence. They're the ones taking in the evidence, and they're the ones who have to discern whether or not this evidence is valid to the trial, whether it's relevant, whether it's probative. So, you're unlikely to get overturn on a single evidentiary issue. A whole bunch of them maybe, but like a general feeling of bias, it's there, it's obvious, but nothing is egregious enough to substantially impact her right. These most objections that are being made about statements coming in, these are not statements that are critical to the case, and they're not statements that substantially impact the right of the defendant. I have to send a burrito order. 1 second. Sorry, this is very unprofessional, but this is the only food I've eaten all day, and I'm hungry. So we got white rice, extra rice, pulled pork, pico, salsa verde, guac, sour cream, and lettuce. That sounds good to me. I love burritos. It's like everything good about Mexico wrapped up in a tortilla, which is another thing good about Mexico. All right, so hold on, I gotta refresh the old windows here. Add some queso. I try not to eat much cheese because my stomach hates cheese now. One of the many gifts of aging. It's like Oh no, you're now defeatable by fucking cheese and milk. Oh, thanks. So I don't usually eat cheese. Okay, so Canadian girl gifted a membership. Thank you. She also says this witness looks like she has a dangerous or serious job. Her eyes are very intimidating. I feel like they're saying fuck around, find out permanently, even if someone would just be waving hello. Also says, please, illegal vices voice in honor of Jeff, RIP. I got to talk to Jeff's son, Connor, about that because, I think it'd be great. I think Jeff would laugh, but I just don't want to, I don't want to accidentally stray into disrespecting Jeff or his memory in any way. Wait, why no court tomorrow? Did they say no court tomorrow? I thought they said court tomorrow. Did I miss that? I might have missed that. I'll have to look. Mactavia says, am I the only one that's enjoying how badly the closed captioning is butchering everything Karen, aka Anorexia, says? It's not Karen. That's Jen. Oh, judge said enjoy your day off to the jury. Okay, so there's no jury court, but do we have motion practice going on tomorrow? The Iceman says, told you were going to hate objections to this trial. Yeah, no, I knew. And yes, you did. Jeremiah Jordan says, no court tomorrow. Court is back on Friday. Again, I'll have to check and make sure that that's the jury that's out and not court. I would love to not have a morning show tomorrow. I will probably still stream. It's just I wouldn't have to start it as early and it wouldn't go as long. But we could talk about some stuff. That'd be great. Ned, the janitor, says, at what point does the defense ask for a motion to dismiss based on the judge having clear bias towards the state? I mean, they have a lot to... Oh, shit. Hold on. I'm going to get rid of this. Just switch to another video. Go away. The clear bias is clear, but legally clear bias, and again, bias that impacts the defendant's ability to defend themselves, are very, very different. It would take a lot. We're nowhere near it. Kimlot says, I request an AI voice. All right, hold on. I got to go sit outside some trailers with my phone on record, but I'll get one made. Here we go. What else? Oh, yeah. Sport Nugget says, I need to move to Massachusetts where apparently the cops ignore all leads and admissions of guilt. Oh, no. Only you have to be connected to a cop family to do that. Yeah, we'll get a Camelot AI voice, by the way. Definitely. Just so he can send a cease and desist too. Here we go. What do we got here?
Say sorry again. I dare you. I double dare you, motherfucker. Say sorry. One more goddamn time.
It's pretty good. I like it.
Kurt is a goddamn flesh volcano. Adipose tissue fires from his neck like the goddamn Iron Dome. Enough with the Eaton caldera, Kurt. You put Mount Vesuvius to shame.
The eating caldera. Adipose tissue fires from his neck like the goddamn Iron Dome. Oh, that was magnificent. Oh my gosh. That's a lot of Kurt. We've got a lot of Kurt voices today. Trying to figure out if I can, let me see how many fucking voices we got today. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right, we got 91 super tips today. Many of them expressing disappointment with Kurt. So that's a fun time. Dumb. Fuck. What were you thinking? I'm hoping that everything has been sent. Again, there's now my voice list. especially the lawyers on the voice list, is carefully curated to have legal voices. And I don't mean like their physical voice. I mean the philosophical, their judicial perspective, their legal perspective. To have legal voices of different perspectives that are curated to provide the maximum impact of insight on the channel. And we, with Kurt removing his voice, obviously, not want to in any way to try and like get around that or suggest that, like Kurt says no. So, because I was like, oh, can I just rename it to like unpleasant law or something like that? Like, haha, change the pitch of it. No. Kurt says no name or likeness or voice. So it's got to be completely different, something else. But I need his judicial perspective. I need his legal perspective to fill the gap. And so hopefully we'll have that by tomorrow for the live stream. I'm not sure what time I'll do a live stream tomorrow if there's no court at all. If there is court tomorrow, but not in front of a jury, like if there's motion practice, we're going to do, we'll do whatever the court's doing. We'll jump into that if it's being broadcast. If not, we'll have a live stream. We'll probably talk about Karen Reed. We can recap some videos. We can do some other stuff as well. We can talk about some other subjects. So just keep your eyes open for that, and we'll figure it out. Figure out what to do with everything. Should be fun. But yes, we should have that gap plugged in. There've been some other requests for AI voices, but I've got Ryan on it. Top men. So it's about art, right? Of course it is. Of course it's about art. But yeah, so we'll figure all that out. Oh wait, here we go.
The most cardio that Sella Heavy motherfucker gets is when he wipes his ass. Takes a lot of work getting them rolls out the way so he can reach that dingleberry cherry back there.
What? Why is it that loud black people rhyming anything is the funniest thing that exists? I don't get it. I'm not sure why God programmed reality that way, but he did. A black guy yelling with a rhyme thrown in strategically, funny 95% of the time. Gates of above. Oh, here we go.
You want him to legally fill the gap? Unless that gap is the Grand Canyon, he won't be filling any gap.
Oh man. So I got to get more people. We are working on Alessi, the attorney for this one, which will be good. Because I'm pretty sure Alessi is just gonna be loud, so that'll be funny. But yeah, there's a whole bunch. We'll get them going. Remember that we will be doing a compilation of these, and I will be discussing the AI voice issue. My personal opinion on it, unconnected from like this. I have no business relationship with this super tip company outside of just being a user, and so my opinion about people's statements about the super tips and the use of voices, we'll go ahead and cover that as a brief preview. People misunderstand a lot about it. Let me find this. What the Oh, good Lord. There it is. So just for a moment, we'll bring this up because I saw this in a comment section already about why people are right. And this merits a brief discussion. This issue is not straightforward. You have to understand some legal jargon. That's what I'm here for, baby. So we've got Okay, well, that's a little bit much. Now you can't see anything. I guess we'll just go with the normal. No! Which one is it? This one. So we've got the Nevada Code, Trade Regulations and Practices, Miscellaneous Trade Regulations, existence and term of right, written consent required for commercial use and exceptions. Wait, we need the newest version. This is an old one. Oh my God. What was it? It's 597, 790. So chapter 5. Nope, way down. That was from 2010. You know, we want to get the newest versions of this 597, 790. Oh my God. We're almost there. We're almost there. Here we go. Written consent required for commercial use. Now, I know if you don't know anything about the law, or if you're intentionally deceptive, you will say, well, obviously super tips are for commercial use, but that's not what commercial use means. This is a term of art that is being used here. But let's take a peek. There is a right of publicity in name, voice, signature, photograph, or likeness of every person. The right endures for a term consisting of life of the person and 50 years after his or her death, regardless of whether the person commercially exploits the right during his or her lifetime. Oh, that's nice. Any commercial use by another of the name, voice, signature, photograph, or likeness of the person requires a written consent of that person or his or her successor in interest, unless we have some unlesses here. Now, this is Nevada, which I believe Super Tips is located in Nevada, and another state. Corporations can be located in 2 states. This is Nevada, where the law specifically may apply. Of course, the other state could have a different law, and there could be a federal law. Spoiler alert, they're all subject to the same First Amendment protections, and so they're all they're going to be comparable here. But so this sounds like, oh my God, commercial use. That's making money off of a voice. No. But unless, so this is important, the use is contained in material which is commercially sponsored, but the use is not directly connected with the commercial sponsorship. The commercial activity, commercial use, is about using a voice to promote a product in a serious manner. To say, like, you should use Tide. Tide is endorsed by me. I'm Kurt of Uncivil Law, right? Like, and I endorse Tide laundry detergent. That's a commercial use. Not someone made money using my voice to make fun of me. That's not a commercial use under the legal definition here. So the use is an attempt to portray, imitate, simulate, or impersonate a person in a live performance. So we have another fucking problem, right? Now we're talking about using Super Tips on live streams. So that's not in the statute. Are we going to argue that a live stream is not a live performance? Next, the use is in connection with a news, public affairs, or sports broadcast or publication. Use is in connection with. That seems broad. I will say that is probably not just like, obviously this is this trial watching is news. It's public affairs or sports broadcast or publication. So we're not doing a sports broadcast, but what we're doing is easily comparable to a sports broadcast or similar type of publication. So the use is in connection there. I would say this would be a stretch, though. They're more talking about using the actual likeness of someone in a news capacity, and that's not what we're doing. So I don't want to misrepresent, because it's tempting to do this. Now, how you would find out is to go through and look at the actual application through the state appellate courts and see how they've defined these terms and how they've refined them out, or to see if there's an annotated commentary. But we don't need that for a basic legal analysis. And I'm telling you, like, this one would be tempting to use and beneficial to me. I'm going to say this one probably doesn't apply. First 2 definitely have strong application in what we're doing. So the use is an attempt to portray, imitate, simulate, or impersonate a person in a play, book, magazine article, newspaper article, musical composition, film or radio, television, or other audio or visual program, except where the use is directly connected with commercial sponsorship. So yet again, the right of publicity is the right to control what you endorse and sponsor. It is not the right to have people not make fun of you. Kurt knows this, and if he doesn't know it, he's fucking retarded. Like, there's no other way. If you've researched this issue at all, this is the conclusion you come to. It's the current state of law. Could the courts change this related to AI at some point? Yes, they could, but they haven't. The statute says no. And for a court to come in and be like, wait, no, they can't do that because it's AI, we'd have to go, why? Like, where is it? The statute exempts it from these types of performances. Next, the use is in connection with an original work of art, except that the multiple editions of such work of art require consent. I would argue that a live stream, a live broadcast, is an original work of art, although I don't know that that's what the statute is calling for here. But again, it's not necessary to have that. We have several other arguments. You would want to, if you're drafting a brief, you would want to write each one of these as supporting your position, but acknowledging that this would be a weaker one. This is, I'm going to say, suggestive of more traditional works of art, painting the portrait of someone, etc. The use is in connection with an advertisement or commercial announcement for a use permitted by this subsection, which we're not talking about here. The use is in connection with the efforts of a governmental agency, blah, blah, blah. So this is the issue of whether a use is directly connected with a commercial sponsorship is a question of fact to be determined by the trier of fact in an action brought pursuant to 597.810. And then we're talking about governmental agency here. We could take a peek at 810 real quick. But what injunctive relief and action at law for any injury sustained, actual damages, but not less than 750, and exemplary or punitive damages. Again, so this is just the punishment section authorized under civil law. But what you've got is still the problem that none of what there's specific exemptions under Nevada law that say, no, these are the okay uses. And these are the uses of super tips. This law is based on the First Amendment protections that are inherently baked into, the creation of art. Parody is art. Comedy is art. Impression is art. Mockery is art, if you're good at it. And to suggest that you have that people have a right to control being mocked has never been the case in the United States. So I just want to. We don't even need to go into, you can't copyright your own voice. You just can't. And trying to say that the generative AI voices are merely an aggregation of original works by the other person is definitely not true. That's not true at all, because you upload a series of dialogue, like you upload words, and you can actually argue that is quite transformative from its original purpose. That being said, you upload a segment of speech, and then the engine generates words that aren't included in there. So you can't argue that it's just regurgitating portions of works. It does something different. It creates an impression of intonation, of how things would be said, even if they weren't said in what was provided. So you have a weak argument there. And that it is not going to hold. The cases that have held in favor of the right of publicity have involved celebrities and have involved false endorsements. All of those cases are cases where the listener is supposed to believe that the original person is doing it. Super tips are obviously parody. No one thinks that that's Kurt. No one thinks that it's me. They should. Everything that's said is me. I said all of it, obviously.
Let me tell you a story about a guy named Kurt. started a YouTube channel and got his feelings hurt. Then one day he was hunting for young girls. His cellmate gonna be giving him that necklace of pearls.
Jesus.
Kurt is a fat retard. It's been at least 5 years since he's seen his peen, and even longer than that since someone's touched it.
Damn. That's from one turbo fat to another. So again, this is a day of mockery. A day of mockery of bad legal opinion, and more importantly, intentionally incorrect legal opinion for the purpose of influencing someone else. And that's bullshit. For stifling speech. Kurt got mocked in a couple super tips. So what does he do? I'm gonna sue. I should sue him. Name, image, and likeness. Sure, Kurt. We'll see. Mulgera 85. Did you see that Nicholas Smith, one of the witnesses in the Rittenhouse trial, was shot and killed a couple days ago? I did. Kind of wild. You know, it's a long time out from Rittenhouse, so lots happened. Plenty of time for things to go. Does the AI chat have a Nick voice? Yes, it does. Absolutely. You should use it to say all sorts of hilarious stuff. Just make it consummately funny with what I would say, at least. Please. Anyway, we may do some more Kurt video review tomorrow. I heard he spurged out over his chat GPT telling him his only legal brief that he's written professionally was bad, and his client fired him for it. So that's funny. And then someone said there's another Kurt dating video out there, and oh boy, if you know it, if you know of where it is, please let me know, because Kurt dating videos are on my radar. With that, guys, Hodgepodge. Sean said he's glad that Nick is making a few bucks off him, because at least someone is paying for his kids' snacks and new clothes. Finally. Yeah, sure. All right. Let's see. I think that covers it. Big shout out to the Locals crew. We have Locals chat open for all of these trials. You're welcome to join us on any of them. I was saying earlier, we'll get Locals exclusive content. Well, Locals and YouTube members exclusive content coming soon. And not everybody wants to join the Locals platform, which I fully understand. Some people just like to be on YouTube because it's convenient and it's where they keep their stuff. And what I want to do is make sure that people have a place, no matter their preference, to have access to that exclusive material. So with that, guys, we'll wrap up the show for the day. Again, thanks for hanging out. Really appreciate all of you watching. And we'll stay tuned for announcements about tomorrow's stream. If again, I'll see if the court's doing anything. If the court's not doing anything, we will still have a daytime stream. It just won't be as early in the morning, and we're gonna have some fun. Otherwise, I'll talk to you guys later. Some people have requested this, so have a good day, guys. Peace. Peace. Oh my God! Don't tell my parole.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes madder, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed. Make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an art bag, a bow, more of that Freud. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea, post on Twitter as we hear love's blaming tonight. From the white shores of Nan to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dundee to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career.
Well, more on the Freud, spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. Here's the lost winning tonight. From the white shores of man to the hills of Glenlivet, there's one who takes a lot better than me. Pour out a glass for the ones who have passed. Make law what we have now.